Or age. Age. Oh, aging. Good morning. This is Morning Sky. I'm your host, Sky. See you in the chat. This is big news. This is big, whole issue in the hip hop world, the rap world, whatever you want to call it. Salute to Hemp Lord, Slinky King Hazy. We're about to see something special. We're gonna see, I didn't want to make recent salute to Wizard, I see you, sir. I didn't want to make recent predictions. I made predictions when he first got the the ruling when he was first yeah, the words are crazy. I'm first judged. What is the word? I mean, when it was ruled, when it was not a sentencing, but you know, when you get to the point, I can't. My mind is like fog, brain fog. I'm trying to think. What is it called? Y'all help me out. What's it called when you're first you found guilty or you found not guilty? The verdict. Thank you. God damn. All right, the verdict. I was like, he'll probably get 5 years for each count of um, prostitution. He'll get time served. He'll probably be a good inmate. He'll probably get good behavior. He'll be out in probably less than 6 or 7 years, maybe even less, depending on his behavior and whether the lawyers can kind of doctor things and say he said himself. He said no, he's a clean and sober and man now. God is God God has made him this way. Free Mister Take That, Take That. His only crime was being a freaky ass nigga. Exactly. I've been saying that this whole time. I said he doesn't write rhymes, he writes checks. He's a businessman. And in business, you get a lot of stress. And a lot of stress comes down on your head. You're dealing with multiple companies, you're dealing with multiple people, executives and underlings and people on the side. And it gets to a point where you're like, well, what the hell? I mean, I wanna get some baby oil and sit in the corner and watch Cassie do her thing. That's all I want to do. Let me have that. You know how many checks I have to sign? You know how many documents I have to read every day? 40 and 50-page documents. Lawyers, attorney, and accountants and stuff like that. Are you kidding me? Yeah, right. We have to face facts. Some women look attracted to toxic men. Cassie has to be one of those. Yeah. Well, Cassie's no babe in the woods. She's not a babe in the woods. That's for sure. Women have free will to leave a man and press charges. Yes. Those are facts, Wizard. Those are facts. So we're just waiting to see. This is a familiar scene. They got all the cameras. I mean, the camera set up and all the microphones. I don't know what that's called. It's probably called something. A microphone bay or a microphone stand or something. I don't know. It's like all the different news organizations have their specific microphone set up. That's probably going to change in a few years. I can see that AI is going to have like, it's just going to be one wall with like multiple microphones in it, and it's just going to translate everything into a computer and send it to the journalist or something like that. That microphone thing is too old. It's kind of outdated. It looks like. I don't know, that's just me. I just noticed little stupid details like that. Then you got this guy. He looks like a security guard. I don't know if he has a gun. If he doesn't have a gun, he's a toy cop. Okay, they're police, USMS. So I guess they do have guns if they're police. I don't think they're toy cops, but he looks like he's on his phone playing a game or something. I don't know what he's doing. But yeah, it's just a matter of time. All it takes is a matter of time. We'll see what happens to this whole case. And it still won't be over because he's gonna have to face something. He's gonna get probably two to 10 years probation. Probably have to pay a fine of like $100,000 or something stupid. Majority of the people who's trying, this is Wizard. Majority of the people who's trying to put cases on Diddy is doing it for personal gain and not justice. I would agree. And the thing is, the same people that salute the dot focus. Let me put his banner up on the screen. Hold on. Put his banner right up on the screen. Salute the dot focus. And I still don't know what the hell to do with Discord. I tried to use my account, my dumbass. I still don't know how to use it. You're gonna have to sit me down like a 5-year-old again and show me how to do it because I get messages, but it goes back to my old account. Like I had an older account. It's not updating the new account, but it's with the new people that I've discovered. It's just really goofy. It's really goofy. So I understand this. I finally understand. I appreciate it, Dafo. We salute to you, sir. I understand StreamYard finally. I didn't get this for a little while. I was a little hesitant to man the controls, but that's what I like about being a veteran. When you know, I am terrible as a rookie. As a rookie, I'm horrific. When I'm just starting something, I'm horrible. When I get to the point, I know this sounds obvious, but it's some people right off the bat, you know, are adept and skilled and can do whatever that needs to be done. I'm not one of those guys. It takes me a long time to figure things out, but once I figure it out, I'm a boss. Like I kill, I close, like I'm the best. That's only after, you know, trial and error and complete with emphasis on error. Okay, yeah, I'll do a tutorial. You're right. Wizard's right. I'll do a tutorial. Got 6 people in here, 4 more people, and we got a party. 4 more people, and we got a party going on. One day at a time. We got this. Exactly. Yeah, I'm gonna definitely look at YouTube. I mean, I should have done that a long time ago, but I think I actually did see a few episodes, but they were like, they were talking about if you were already established in Discord. I'm talking about, just beginning, just starting out. But yeah, so 4 people now, 6 people to go, and it'll be a party. I'm not mad. I'm not mad. You got a guy coming in here with a sandwich bag or something. I don't know, just coming through, just random people coming into the doors. I'm using USA Today. I was going to use Associated Press, but they're kind of sketchy now. Associated Press is supposed to be one of the leading news sources of all time, really, of the past almost 100 years or a little over 100 years. It's been the go-to news source with usually unbiased reporting. But they had one report talking about the children of Gaza, how they, or the people, no, I think it was the children that were affected by the Hezbollah attacks, the attacks on Hezbollah, that left people's arms and faces and sometimes killed. Some were maimed, some were totally killed. They tried to make it seem like it was like the Israelis' fault that the children were maimed and killed. It was really goofy. I appreciate that, Dot Voices. You were part of that. You were part of that. You were one of my subscribers. You algorithmic code will work slightly stronger and faster now. Salute. Yes, I appreciate that. Thank you. I actually have 1,001. I have so far right now. I have 1,001 subscribers, so it's awesome. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling myself. Feeling myself. Pause. So this looks like a real cop. I think he has a gun on his hip. He's just surveying the perimeter. I guess you can say he's standing guard. For whom? I know what. I don't know what. I guess somebody trying to rush the place because many people come in and they look like just civilians. They don't look like they're part of the court hearing or anything like that, or the sentencing. But yeah, this is so many years in the making. This is crazy. Or not, well, years because he was doing it in the making, but the trial and the case is just over a year. But I still say Diddy was too hubristic. That just means he had too much confidence. If he was like Russell Simmons, I'll say this over and over and over again. Russell Simmons was a smart man. He saw this train coming. He was like, I'm just get off this track, go off to another place, go to Bali, and be happy with that. Russell got low, exactly. Wizards got the point. He got the point. He got low. He's doing yoga stretches and probably partying with sexy women right now. I don't even think he drinks. I don't think Russell Simmons drinks at all. I doubt it. I'm not sure. But Diddy said he's clean and sober now. He said God made him clean and sober, and he's expecting leniency and mercy. So who are these two Negroes? Okay, Negroes getting pointed the other way. They thought they could come up in the doors. This white man, this officer of the law, patrolling, directing people where to go. He's the authority right now. White man in authority. pointing places to go. What's your favorite Diddy verse? Swimming in women with their own condominiums. 5 + 5. Who dropped millenniums? That's my favorite verse. Maybe that's not my favorite verse. My favorite verse is don't worry if I write rhymes. I write checks. That's probably my favorite line that he's ever dropped. But the most fun to say is swimming in women with their own condominiums. 5 + 5. Who drops millenniums? It's all about the Benjamins. What? Like that's just fun to say. My favorite verse from Diddy is his speech on the song "Nobody" by Rick Ross. I think I heard that before. I can't forget. Got my billions up, messing with them white folk. Now I don't give a, cause I'm richer than them white folk. That's probably my favorite Diddy line. Right, he's like I said before on other occasions, he's a halfway everything. He's a halfway rapper, halfway dancer, halfway producer, halfway label executive, halfway party promoter. I guess I don't know if he was there that halfway clothing designer, and you take all the halves and it makes up into one huge person. He's larger than life. This is why we're watching this right now, because he's Diddy. Diddy that made huge. Oh, let's do a remix. Exactly. Yeah, that's my Oh, that when he said got my billions up, messing with he didn't say messing. He said a different word. It starts with an F. Messing with them white folk. Now I don't give a F because I'm richer than them white folk. He rhymed white folk with white folk. And there's plenty of white folk that are richer than him. So I don't even know what he made. I guess it's like a percentage. Like he's richer than most white people in existence. Not like the multi-billionaires, which he could have been, which is really sad. Was Diddy one of the gatekeepers? Did Jay-Z inherit his chair at the table? Explain a little further, because I'm a little slow. A gatekeeper for what? Gatekeeper for allowing artists into the business? Jay-Z inherited his chair at the table. Jay-Z is on another level. He's messing with the NFL. I don't even know what Jay-Z's a billionaire. He's a multi-billionaire. I don't know what his deal is. Look at the black man with the trash can. I didn't mean to rhyme right there, but I did. He's just like, you know what? Y'all don't want to mess with me. I'm gonna be all right. I'm just trying to change the trash right now. Don't mind me. I'm getting a paycheck. I'm pushing a mop. I'm pushing a clock to push a mop to get that guap. I think they are all Freemasons or are part of some society we don't know about. I mean, you can speculate that. That's part of conjecture. I cannot say that on my platform. I cannot confirm nor deny. But I don't think Jay-Z is. Definitely, I don't think Jay-Z is unless he's lying. He usually doesn't lie in his raps, even like when it's really harsh reality. The reality of his heart. The honesty isn't brutal, but the reality is brutal. The elite, I know. It's like that. If you ever see Mr. Robot, you got to see one of the first episodes. There's this out of focus, completely blacked out faces in this big boardroom of like older white men, like white features. You can't really tell if they're black or white, but there's mainly men, and he's just the character. God damn, I can't even think of the player or his name. Elliot. Elliot is looking at the at this big table of all these elite men, and they control the world. It's this cabal of men who serve everything. But this is the guy I want to talk about. I want to talk about this man with the trash can, because this was me. This is me before my my YouTube days. Spraying down. Yes, this is all me. I actually enjoy washing and taking out trash. That's one of my, I don't know if that's a fetish, or a hobby. I like taking out trash. That's one of the things in clearing bags. Look at this. He's got the whole he's got the whole roll. He's just gonna wipe down. I think Jay-Z is. I doubt it. No, he played the whole narrative that he's woke and working against the system, but his partnership with the NFL showed his true colors. Yeah, but I like he said, he's like I said I'm amazing, not a mason. Like I I take most of Jay-Z's words. He said that the sun revolves around the earth. That's not true. The earth revolves around the sun. So I think that was just a mistake in information. I was just error in knowledge. But when he's focused, he tells the truth, I think. Like he said, I said I'm amazing, not a mason. This man right here, y'all have to look at this man. He's probably in his mid 50s, maybe early 60s. He's doing a good job. This is one of the careers. He probably gets paid, I don't know, $12 to $15 an hour, maybe even more. For the courthouse, I don't even know if it's contract. There may be a contract. He may have a contract for this whole thing. What track was that? Call and tell star Jay got a effed up bar. LL. Are you talking about the track with Dot Focus? Are you saying the I'm amazing, not a mason? I'm a what? I'm amazing, not a mason. That was on Rick Ross's I think it is actually called Freemasons. I'm looking it up now. He is really going to work on those windows. He's like, I might as well just make it nice and neat and clean for Diddy's case for his sentencing. Well, we won't be. Yeah, start. I was gonna say start. Is has flu like symptoms. Jay-Z and told Jermaine Dupri to turn down the Super Bowl only for him to eventually work with them a year later. I did not know that. I did not realize that. I'm still looking for the song. Yeah, it's called Freemason. This is for the soldiers that see the sun at midnight. You dig? Let me slow down. It's so incredible. That's from his album Teflon Don, one of my favorite albums of in rap. Yeah, I hope we start getting well soon. I said, don't no, don't get well soon. Get well now. Don't get well soon. Get well right now. We need that good word. That's what they say to me sometimes. They say, we need that good word, Sky. We need that good word. Like I'm a pastor or something. Today, open up your Bibles to Leviticus 2:3. What is Leviticus 2:3? The remainder of the grain offering belongs to Aaron and his sons, who are to receive it as the most holy part of the Lord's food offerings. Okay, Rick James coming in the building. Ladies and gentlemen, you aimed did the best and you got the best. He's the man who brings you the latest on squirrels, hurricanes, hungry, coke hippos, killers, and the innocent Diddy and R. Kelly Scott. Well, they're not innocent. According to the law of the land, they are guilty. R. Kelly's been sentenced and imprisoned, starting a stint that could last 31 years. I don't think he's going to do a full 31 years. He's probably going to do like 12, especially if the Menendez brothers, they killed their parents. And they had no opportunity for parole. There was no option for parole. Then they were like, maybe we should have parole. Let's do parole. But then again, they were shot down anyway, so I don't think they were able to go on beyond the courthouse. I think they're still locked up behind bars. So we're just gonna wait and talk and run my mouth as we wait for the cache. I think it's called a cache. Man, it's a cache of microphones. Now we're at 0 viewers. I love it. I was up to 6. Now I'm at 0. I love it. Everybody just dipped at the same time. Let me see if there's another way to do it. Let me see. Diddy. Oh, see if they have a little picture, a box.
State lines, but these victims were kind of coerced, but kind of not.
By the way, I mean, I got to tell you, sometimes this happened during our live streams. The court almost answers the questions we're getting involved in. It's kind of shocking to say the least, but Joe, update from court. The judge says, Mr. Combs objects to characterizing Miss Ventura and Jane as victims. That is overruled. Mr. Combs also objects to the escorts were characterized as victims. That is also overruled. They were transported for the purpose of engaging in commercial sex. And what everybody, by the way, what anybody thinks about it, it's still a crime. It's still a crime, and it's a crime that he was convicted of. And it's one of the reasons why it seems the judge denied the defense's motion to throw out the conviction. So the fact that he's like, no, they are considered victims. They are victims under the law. Does it tell you anything, Joe?
Well, it's a difficult thing because on the one hand, Diddy's got this apologetic letter and he wants to be able to make a presentation, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But at the same time, his attorneys are doing what they have to do, saying that Cassie's not a victim. Like, get your head wrapped around that. Like, you know, here's Diddy. I'm sorry, but they're not victims. There's an argument that that's not a good look. And if I was his attorneys, I'd be doing the same thing, et cetera, because that's what they're doing. But technically speaking, the best way, I mean, he's taking responsibility, you know, a week after getting a decision that says.
Hold on. I just wanted to say, I didn't listen to Ooey Scooty. I think that's how you pronounce it. Ooey Scooty by oh god damn. Young Thug. Jesus. Young Thug has an album called Ooey Scooty. I did not listen to it yet, but I just was marveled at the name of it. It's an astronomical name. It refers to I think a sun or a star that's like really huge, really big, but doesn't give off as much illumination as our sun. But it's still incredible. I thought that was pretty interesting. I was like, what the hell is Ooey Scooty? What is he just making, like, hip hop? They just make up words and it sounds like it's cool. Like thought, like that hole over there. They had to come up with a thought. Like I thought he was saying Ooey Scooty was something like to go along with slang words or something like that. But I have to listen to his album. His album cover is crazy. He should have dyed his hair blonde. They should have did a computerized version of his hair as blonde. He would really look like a white boy. But they're doing a lot of white chicks memes around his release. So just wanted to point that out. Why am I not talking about the great chopper David? There's no new information on David. When there's new information on David, I'll talk about him. 3-Eye Atlas. 3-Eye Atlas is crazy. I mean, I was looking into that the other day. Thank you again, Dot Focus. Salute, sir. That's a reality. I mean, it's hurtling towards us. I don't know if we can stop it or anything like that, but it's definitely something to think about. 3-Eye Atlas. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna continue the video.
That no, these are crimes that you should have been convicted of, and they're pretty certain he's not going home today. I'm pretty certain he's not going home in the next couple of years. But at the same time, I think this judge will acknowledge precedent on some level, and so he won't deviate too far from the sentencing guidelines. But I think he'll land on the higher end of it. So maybe 6 years, maybe 7 years.
Rick James, if it's an objectivist video, quote unquote, I don't want to see it. You have nightmare fuel. That's all you have. You have like liquid nitrogen, like nightmare fuel. That's all you have for me. From Sister Who to can't remember what the other ones are called, but they're I might give it a watch, but I have to prepare myself. The Kleenex curse commercial. Oh God. Yep. This looks very, very yeah. Yep. This is creepy. This is some creepy stuff. Now, is it the ad from the Yoki Japanese ad? Is that it? Creepy King Ed commercial. Yeah, this is wild. Wild stuff. And he calls it objectives. He doesn't know what objectives means. That's what we're working with. It's cursed.
6+.
Aaliyah Roberts.
Okay, so they're not doing any commentary, so I have to run my mouth. 10-11. Sean Combs is brought in white shirt. They're going too fast. Since I can consider it under 355.3C, it does not impact the sentence. Next, Mr. Combs. Oh my God, they're going too fast. I received in defense's reply memo on October 2nd and a letter from Mr. Combs of the video of the defense plans to play here in the court. Sean Combs, the table leans back and blows a kiss to the gallery. His mother, Brian Steele, standing next to him, whispering in his ear. That was troubling, but the intention is not clear. The government could have pushed to clarify, so I will not apply the enhancement. I received the defense's reply memo of October 2nd. I received the government's letters from Ms. Ventura and others, and I appreciate that. Okay, so at least Law and Crime are giving updates on what's going on right now. It's live. The baby in which commercial? The black and white commercial? Is that what you're talking about? Was it really like in real life, or are you talking about just on the set? Sentencing happening now, and a quick coverage break. Real low fee, sir. Okay, that's really creepy. That's beyond creepy. That's horrific. Look at that camera right there. That camera must have cost at least $40,000. That's an expensive camera. All those cameras, $20,000, $50,000 probably. Probably cost more than your car. That's why it is cursed. Well, there is no such thing as curses, sir. Everyone in the commercial passed away in horrific ways. Wow. Where do you find this stuff? How do you even figure this stuff out, Rick James? Sir Rick James. So you have these two cops. What are they talking about? That's all I want to know. Yeah, they got this nigger. Got this nigger on the hook. I tell you, he'll probably get 25 to life. I watch public access television here in Florida, and they play them back. Okay. I have to get into public. I used to watch public access. That was during cable days. That was during the cable days. I used to watch. There was a show. There's a channel called. It was Channel 28 on Comcast. I don't have Comcast anymore, so I can't relate to a lot of the programming. There's your point. There's your point, Hip Lord. Curses exist. Prove them. You just don't believe it. And you have to, that's the key word, believe in it. Not have to ascertain it. Not have to make sure it's true or false. Not make sure it's part of reality. You have to believe in it. You have to have faith in it. That's why curses don't exist. But salute to you, Hip Lord. Was Diddy I be missing some of the comments. Was Diddy perpetrating pimping? I don't think Diddy was pimping. He wasn't really pimping. If he was pimping, he probably would have sent these male escorts home. They would have been involved. Cassie would have been, away from him. If he was truly pimping, as far as the term that I understand is pimping, he wouldn't have done that. Please, Hemp Lord, invite me into your world. Explain how you can prove that their curses exist. Beyond metaphor. I can say, like the Red Sox were cursed since the great Bambino, Babe Ruth, was traded from the Red Sox to the New York Yankees. And they had, like an 80-year drought or something like that before 2004 when they won the World Series. So I only recognize, metaphorical curses. They're not really cursed, but they had, maybe just spells of bad sportsmanship, bad training, bad coaching, whatever the case may have been, and it just led them to a point where it says, wow, this is a long time since we won a World Series. We got to blame it on something. We got to blame it on a cat going across the field. I think that was the Chicago Cubs, actually. But they were cursed for a while, too, and then they won. So I only see it as metaphorical curses. But Diddy, I mean, shoot, I grew up with Diddy. A lot of people are like, who is Diddy? Like, they're not even sure who he is. They're born when he was at his height, like 96, 97, 97, 98, 99, 2000. Like, he was blowing up. He was doing a lot as an artist. because I'm public enemy number one, 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 one. So I think that oh, hold on, here we go. The hour change and hour display. It's about to be 11
Hey,
o'clock.
everybody, welcome back to Law and Crimes Live coverage of the Sean Diddy Combs sentencing at a federal court in Lower Manhattan. I'm Jesse Weber. Thank you so much for joining us. So we are bringing you in real time updates about what is happening in that federal courtroom. Now, again, there's no cameras there, but we are letting you know what this whole day may look like. This may be a 4 to 5 hour sentencing hearing. We believe multiple people will be speaking. There have been multiple arguments right now about even what the judge is supposed to consider with respect to sentencing. And let's not forget what's going on here. Sean Combs was convicted of 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution, namely transporting sex workers, men, and victims in this case, Jane and Cassie Ventura, across state lines, international lines, for the purposes of sex work. Now, he was acquitted of racketeering. He was a racketeering conspiracy. He was acquitted of 2 counts of sex trafficking. But one of the big discussions today was, can the judge consider acquitted conduct? So conduct that supported the charges he was acquitted of, can he consider that for purposes of sentencing? The judge is allowing it to a certain extent, a limited extent. We found out earlier today that Mia, who had testified in this case, saying, remember, she testified in this trial that Sean Combs had sexually assaulted her multiple times. She is no longer making a statement in court that the allegations were she felt pressured, she felt bullied by the defense team because of their letter to the court. They were objecting to her testimony, and she did not want to go there in public and make that statement. But by all accounts, her letter will still be in the record and still be considered by the judge. The judge has a lot of letters to consider. Letters from family, inmates, people who testified in the trial, a letter from Sean Combs himself. There's also talk about whether or not a video of Sean Combs, this montage that was prepared by the defense, that will be heard by the court as well. So as they work through these preliminary issues about what will be considered and what the sentence should reflect, and as the judge reviews this pre-sentencing report, what will Sean Combs be sentenced to? Prosecutors are asking for 11 years in prison. Defense is asking for 14 months. He's already served 13 months behind bars right now, so he could effectively be released immediately. Now, the probation department that did its own evaluation has recommended 7 years. This is a really big range, and it's going to all be up to the judge. There's a lot of unknowns here. We don't know exactly what the judge will decide, but I want to bring in my panel. And by the way, we're taking your questions on YouTube. So if you have any questions about this case, submit them here. We'll answer them in real time on air. By the way, Elizabeth Milner, Queen Elizabeth, she is in that courtroom. She's going to come out later, tell us about what she saw and what she heard. But I'm joined once again by Sierra Gillespie, Law and Crime's very own, who is outside that courthouse as we speak. I'm also joined by trial attorney, federal litigator Alexis Rosenberg, and criminal defense attorney, civil rights attorney Tyler Bailey. Thank you so much for coming on. Sierra, I go to you. Just paint a picture of what the scene is like. And also, by the way, if you can, Sierra, I got to say, one of the big things that came out as we're leading up to this sentencing, all of those letters from the inmates, people who have spent time with Sean Combs, that he changed their lives. Can you just summarize a little bit about what those letters were like? The judge may consider them, but what is the scene like? And just talk to me about those letters too.
Yeah, Jesse, here in the Southern District of New York, it's an interesting scene. Let me just say that. I mean, this is the big day, right? We've all been following the case of P. Diddy probably since November of 2023, when that first lawsuit was filed by Cassandra Ventura who later would go on to testify as the government's star witness in the courthouse right behind me. I mean, we've all been waiting for what's going to happen today, and it shows here. I mean, up and down the streets, we have cameras, we have reporters from everyone. I mean, AP, CNN, Good Morning America, here, Law and Crime. The best of the best are here to see what's going to happen. And across the street from me at the courthouse, there's a pretty sizable crowd, I would say, where people are gathering, you know, reading tweets. I'm sure watching some of our live streams to see what are the updates going on inside of the courthouse. And generally, it's pretty low key, I will say. In the past, when I've been here reporting during the actual trial and the verdict, you know, deliberations, people were rowdy. There was screaming. We've talked about, you know, the baby oil and lube that was thrown around at the courthouse. I have not seen that yet today. So far, it's pretty low key. But again, we're still so early, only about an hour into the hearing. The next question you had for me, Jesse, was about some of the letters. And this is pretty interesting, right? Of course, we're going to hear from both sides. We've talked a bit about Mia and Cassandra Ventura, or Cassie, who brought forth the letters. Mia has a bit of controversy today, but some people who say, yeah, I was abused all at the hands of Sean P. Diddy Combs. But then, of course, something we've seen really as a through line throughout this entire case is that P. Diddy does have a lot of support. I mean, people, the court of public opinion, rather, sometimes say P. Diddy's canceled. But then when you take a look at his family, who has consistently been showing up for him in court, his supporters, his friends, I mean, there's a lot. And these letters are saying, you know, Sean Diddy Combs changed my life. He's been a supportive father figure, or a father. You know, he's been a very good person, not only in the way of a businessman, but he has shown positive changes. There has been reform. He's been in jail at Brooklyn MDC for, you know, more than a year now at this point, and he has changed. He's sober. He's better. He's learned his lesson, and he shouldn't have a lengthy sentence, you know, to be handed down today. So it is interesting to hear from people who say, yeah, Diddy, you know, he should face X amount of years, you know, more than a decade behind bars, when there are some who say, you know, he should be let out pretty soon.
By the way, talking about people in support of him, we got a question from Christina Lester, a super chat question. So thank you so much, Christina. Thank you for your support. Do we know if Kanye is present today? Kanye West appeared during the course of this trial. Is he present today?
Kanye did show up that one day, right? Elizabeth Milner saw him here in the flesh. I have not seen Kanye today. I mean, I guess it's still possible. Anything's possible, right? He could waltz down. This is, you know, a court of the United States. He could go in, maybe get in an overflow room. But I have not seen Kanye West here today. There's still time.
There's still time, and you're going to be there. Elizabeth's there. Okay, I have to get into some updates from the court. Tyler, I'll start with you. This is interesting because look what we're trying to do. We're trying to see if the judge is giving us signs of what his sentence will be. So the judge said earlier on that Sean Combs has challenged his factual guilt full-throatedly and has even done so after the trial. Judge says there was Jules and Paul and Cabral, Jules, Reggie, and Rico. Again, I think he's referring to these, you know, purported sex workers. As to coercion, when something, if voluntarily, it is uncompelled, that is from Black's Law Dictionary. It's a broad concept. The threat to release videos into Jane's home, that's coercion. Mr. Combs says he was paying for time, not sex. That is contradicted by reality. He has not expressed remorse for transporting people for prostitution. Combs has challenged his guilt full-throatedly, including after trial. By the way, I don't think I've ever said that word in my life. Just put that aside. Mr. Combs wants to apply the 0-point offender provision from 2023, but 2024 on other issues. That is not possible under Second Circuit's one-book rule. Mr. Combs objects to the $5,000 assessment under the statute because there are no victims. That is denied. I have the forfeiture order. Is this your signature, Mr. Combs? Combs replies in court, yes, sir. Mr. Steele, this is Sean Combs' defense attorney, one of them. Did you review it? Combs' attorney, Tony Garagos, goes, I did. Judge says, I incorporate the order into the judgment in this case. Judge says, all remaining objections are overruled. Combs' attorney, Tony Garagos, says, although you say some points don't impact your sentence, it might impact his eligibility for low categorization if you impose an incarceratory sentence. Judge says we can address that. Combs' attorney Alexander Shapiro says, I'd like to make some more points We briefed extensively. The judge says, well, 380 pages. Shapiro says, we raised due process, the fairness concerns set forth by Justice Sonia Sotomayor. We believe militate for our interpretation and preclude the court. This is some legalese. Then there's a question about what they want to preserve for appeal. The judge says, I'll hear from the government. The government says, I'd like to respond after the defense as well. Today is about accountability and justice. For 15 years, the victims' lives have been shattered by abuse and exploitation. I say all of that, Tyler, and that was a lot, but I say all of that. It seems to me, goes back to something we talked about earlier. The judge is making very clear that these are serious federal crimes and that there were victims here. And the fact that he's basically interpreting that Sean Combs doesn't show remorse for this, or doesn't accept that he actually did wrong, I mean, I think that seems to be what he might be suggesting. That might not be good for Sean Combs.
No, not at all. It seems like the judge is putting it out there that Mr. Combs is not accepting accountability here, that he's challenging the facts of his guilt, even despite him being convicted of those charges, and that Mr. Combs really should be accepting some more accountability in his filings. I understand that his defense lawyers are arguing to try to get him on the lower end of the sentencing guidelines, but that seems to be right now backfiring with the court, because the judge has said that he's viewing this as him full throttledly, I believe, challenging any responsibility for his actions, whether it's coercion versus paying for time. And it seems like Mr. Combs, his team, should really take the hint here and try to roll some things back when it's their time to argue. And I think Mr. Combs is going to fall on that sword. We've already heard about his letter. I'm pretty sure his words to the court would be more so accepting accountability and not challenging the facts.
Yeah, so he's not going to receive any adjustment to his sentence based on him accepting responsibility based on this. Alexis, we got an update from court. Prosecutor really hammering home. They're asking for 11 years here. Prosecutor Slavic says this is not just a case about freak-offs and hotel rooms. This is about victims, hard about a man who did horrible things to other people. His currency was control. He weaponized it. All of the 3553 factor point to at least 135 months. The defense accuses us of seeking 135 months so that the court splits the difference. We think probation's recommendation of 60 months does not account sufficiently for the harm to Cassie and Jane. Remember, they were asking for about 7 years, the probation department. What do you make of that, Alexis? I mean, look, this is the prosecution's point of view. It doesn't mean that the judge is necessarily going to accept 11 years. But they're saying, even though he was acquitted of the most serious charges that could have seen him spend 20 years to life in prison, racketeering and sex trafficking, even though he was acquitted of that, it can't be overshadowed what he was convicted of.
I agree with the prosecutor, and I think that the court is also agreeing with that based on what they have been saying, that we do have victims that were severely damaged in this case, and that asking for basically a walkaway. I mean, the defense is asking for time served, more or less. And I don't think that the judge is leaning, based on what you just read, towards that at all. The prosecution is correct. People were victimized in this case. There was testimony, and he was convicted related to that.
Tyler, the prosecutor says the defendant tries to argue this is just sex, drugs, and rock and roll lifestyle. And by the way, when they say the defendant, they also mean the arguments that were put forward by his defense attorneys in filings leading up to the sentencing. But this is a case about transportation for prostitution and violence. The defendant admitted to the violence at trial. The defendant's respect for the law is lip service. That's a key component of this, which I wonder if the judge is going to consider here, that it's not just one isolated moment of transporting a sex worker across state lines to have a girlfriend have sex with that person, that it was the amount of times that this was done. And now, based on what the judge said earlier on, he may be considering the violent tendencies that Sean Combs engaged in as a characteristic, as a symptom of the transportation to engage in prostitution. Are you thinking right now that Sean Combs could get 5 years, 7 years, 11 years?
My prediction is 3 to 7. I think that the government asking for north of 11 is high. I mean, they have overcharged this entire case. I think the defense asking for 14 months is extremely low. And I think the probation recommendation for 7 is a little bit more of an independent view of it with using the sentencing guidelines. And I think the judge should somewhat split the baby. And I think the judge will give some weight to the acts of violence, but the judge can't overrule the jury who acquitted him on the most serious charges. So I don't think this will be a situation where the judge lays a heavy hand down with the violence for charges that Mr. Combs was acquitted of, but he's certainly not going to ignore it.
I told you that this was an unpredictable day. I didn't know this, what I'm about to read to you. So Prosecutor Slavic and Sierra, I didn't hear this, maybe you did, just said Mr. Combs has booked speaking engagements for Miami for next week. That is the height of hubris. He did this for 15 years. He was responsible for transporting many escorts. That's a lot of freak offs and a lot of hotel nights. He knew it was illegal. I didn't know that, Sierra, because that would signify he thinks he's getting out. If that's true.
I did not know this either, Jesse. I mean, I'm very shocked about all of this. And I guess as you're going through, I'm reading this update in the same time that you are. And I'm thinking the math isn't quite mathing for me, though, because if he was arrested on September 16th of last year, it's early October, we aren't quite at the 13-month threshold. And his team is asking for 14 months. So then if they're asking for the 14 months, it doesn't make sense if he was to book this in Miami for next week. Is that showing that he's very confident he's going to get out even in less than that 14 months? I mean, I'm shocked by this news.
I'm curious what the defense's response to that will be, that allegation. One more thing, Sierra. We have a poll up that says, do you think Diddy will speak publicly after sentencing? So that's assuming, of course, that he gets time served and is let out immediately, which we don't believe is going to happen because he still has to be processed from the MDC. But the poll says 38% say yes through a lawyer, 32% say yes immediately, 30% say no. The question I have to you is, have you heard anything about what we can expect post-sentencing? What the scene is going to be like afterwards? Do we know if there's going to be any press conferences from either attorneys, prosecutors, defense attorneys, victims, anybody? Is there anything set up outside the courthouse for that?
It's interesting that you say that, Jesse, because right before you tossed to me, I was literally thinking that what is our contingency plan for what is going to happen? Now, we do have, right where I'm at, we've got our camera, I'm coming to you live. Across the street, though, we're taking a look at it right now. We have that camera completely set up. Now, there's always that podium there every time I've been here in New York, just kind of ready to go, whatever could happen. So I guess there's a couple of answers for this. Number one, do I think that P. Diddy, whenever he's sentenced, whenever he himself has the availability to speak, will he? Yes, I personally do think that. I mean, we know Diddy. We know he's pretty charismatic. We know he has, his story about everything. And I'm sure he wants to share his feelings about all of it after keeping relatively quiet. I mean, he didn't testify, of course. They didn't call any witnesses for the defense. I know Diddy's going to want to talk. Will it be today? I'm thinking probably not. I guess we'll wait and see. However, for the defense and prosecution, I would not be surprised if we have some sort of press conference after all of this. Again, we are ready to go if that does happen. I haven't heard anything definitively. I think a lot of it depends on what sort of sentence is handed down, but we're definitely ready for it.
Or if he's going to be speaking in Miami. I mean, Alexis, if that's true, I mean, Alexis, that says something, doesn't it?
Well, it says that he appears to continue to think he's above the law, that he can just, basically get away with these crimes, not have to serve any additional time, and go on his merry way. And I do agree. As soon as he can, he will be talking. But I think this is also consistent with the concern that the judge is having, that he is not showing any sort of remorse. He doesn't think, it appears, that he has done anything wrong. He appears to just think he was railroaded and everything he did was correct. These speaking engagements, if true, are very disturbing. And I think they're going to have a major impact on the judge's decision with regard to sentencing.
Well, I wonder if I'm totally off by this, Tyler. Could the defense use this to their advantage? And hey, listen, this is very consistent with what Sean Combs has been saying in his letter, that he's been doing good on the inside, speaking to inmates, trying to better their lives. There's nothing he can change about the past, that it's all about his future. Yeah, he's got a speaking engagement in Miami because he wants to warn people. He wants to educate people. He talks about how his life will never be the same after he's been in the MDC. Maybe they're going to own up to it. Am I totally off by thinking that?
I don't think you're off at all. And I don't think the judge is really going to give that too much weight. I mean, every defendant wants to be free. Mr. Combs wants to be free. And he booked a speaking engagement. For all we know, he could be speaking to children about staying away from a life of crime, staying away from drugs and excessive lifestyle, as he said. Now, the prosecution is clearly going to say this is a man who has ego that's beyond, human nature, and he expects to walk out of jail immediately. But I don't see there really being any much to this. It's really a nothing burger. I think the facts are what the facts are. The sentencing guidelines are what they are. And I think the judge is smart enough to stay on track when both sides try to pull him one way or the other.
Hey, Tyler, can the judge ask Sean Combs, like if Sean Combs provides a statement to court and it echoes a lot of what he's been saying, can the judge say, Mr. Combs, can I ask you about this booking engagement? Can he ask questions to him during the course of this sentencing?
It's a judge's courtroom. He can ask questions.
Interesting. Alexis, update from court. Prosecutor Slavic says even in cases that decline to apply the cross-reference, significant sentences are handed down, including in this district. I guess the bigger question here, Alexis, is what realistically could his sentence be if he was acquitted of the more serious charges? If you couple transportation to engage in prostitution, if he was convicted of racketeering conspiracy, he was convicted of sex trafficking and transportation to engage in prostitution, that's an enhancer. That's an aggravator. It's part of an overall story. But it goes to this idea also, like, there are people who say he wouldn't have been prosecuted if all the government had was prostitution charges. They wouldn't have gone they wouldn't have filed the charges against them. They would have prosecuted him. So if he was acquitted of those serious charges, I do wonder, in and of itself, transportation to engage in prostitution, what could he be looking at?
For the transportation, it's up to 10 years per count. So we're talking 20 years is the max that of what he's looking at. But I mean, I don't think he's going to get anywhere. We've got probation coming in at 7. We've got prosecution only asking for 11. But also we have to focus on the fact that just because he wasn't convicted of those charges, remember, there was testimony with regard to support, for instance, the violent aspects. I mean, specifically that video. So, which he did, admit in the public that he did do that. There was that whole video where he was responding to, the video in the hallway at the hotel, which was one of the things that the judge did look at and consider with whether he was going to release him post-conviction. So, I mean, when they're saying that, like you were saying, the crossover, that the fact that he was acquitted doesn't take away from some of the allegations supporting that violent aspect.
Now they're talking about comparable cases and all that. Here's my question, Tyler. You remember the apology video? Remember his apology video that he put forward right after CNN had published the 2016 tape of him beating Cassie Ventura? You couple that, I'm going to play that for you, and then you couple that with what he's saying in this letter to the court and what he might say in court, where he describes he's been reading and writing, working out, attending therapy, teaching a free game business course to inmates, sharing both successes and failures. Let's compare that to the video, and we'll talk about it.
It's so difficult to reflect on the darkest times in your life. But sometimes you got to do that. I was up. I mean, I hit rock bottom, but I make no excuses. My behavior on that video is inexcusable. I take full responsibility for my actions in that video. I'm disgusted. I was disgusted then when I did it. I'm disgusted now. I went and I sought out professional help. I had to go into therapy. Going to rehab. Had to ask God for his mercy and grace. I'm so sorry. but I'm committed to be a better man each and every day. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I'm truly sorry.
Now, Tyler, I'm no psychologist. I can't read Sean Combs' mind, but I can tell you what the law is. And here's the problem. Here's the problem, okay? Problem is, if you listen to what the prosecution presented during the course of the trial, he committed crimes or allegedly committed crimes after that video. I mean, what was found in his hotel room when he was ultimately arrested in New York? Evidence of freak-offs or wild king nights or whatever you want to call it. There are people who looked at that video and said, I don't believe it. I don't believe he's sincere. So if we're talking about what he can say, what he can do in court to really fight for his life after he's already been convicted, are there lessons from that video? Is that video going to play a role here? What do you take away from it, Tyler?
I think the video will play a role. It's out there and it's in the public domain. And Mr. Combs has said that. And he's essentially saying the same thing now in his letter to the court, where he apologized, take responsibility, said that he's rehabilitated himself. He's in jail doing the right thing now. And I think the judge is going to make a decision that takes all of that into consideration. Now, he has been in jail for 14 months. He just went on trial for his life. So this has not been a cakewalk for him. And being in jail is not easy for anybody. And so I think the court has a tough call to make here. But I do think that, the letters from inmates, him having an impact on their lives, I do think that the judge is going to say he has some redeeming value in the future of his life, but that doesn't mean that he escapes responsibility. There has to be some sort of accountability, and I think the court is going to be very aware of that in the sentence that they hand out. And I don't think they're going to let this be something where he just walks out immediately after being processed.
We got a poll up. How are you feeling as we wait? 52% say here for the drama, 22% say anxious, 17% say hopeful, and 9% say angry. I think that's a good kind of, summary of the feelings of this case. Alexis, how much can a defendant's statements in court affect a sentence when there is no pro forma sentence? There is no mandatory, this is life in prison. It really doesn't matter what anyone says. There's a lot of room here. There's a lot of discretion. How much does it matter? How much does it affect what the defendant says?
Well, first, if I was taking the poll, I'd have to say I'm here for the drama too. But secondly, that is taken into consideration. But I mean, some of these statements that he's making, as well as this letter from the inmates, I'm not buying what they're selling with the letters from the inmates. I have a concern that those letters were made because these inmates possibly think that when they get out, there'll be some benefit to them, making that once Diddy is out. So I'm not buying what they're selling there. But the court does take into consideration that. But what they're really looking for from the defendant is that he has remorse, that he acknowledges what he has done is wrong, and that he wants to move forward in a positive and be a productive part of society and not go back out and could reuse drugs and abuse people and do the things that he was previously doing. And with that he's clean, he's in jail. So I mean, that doesn't mean there are plenty of inmates that have gone clean in jail and went right back out, start using again. So that, to me, that doesn't say much either. This speaking thing, as much as Tyler is saying that he doesn't think it's that big of a deal, I think it's a huge deal, because I could turn around as a prosecutor and potentially argue that it's re-victimizing the victims, that he's going to go out and he's going to be living, free, and potentially making these speaking engagements, making them feel unsafe. So, I mean, there's obviously good lawyers can argue both sides of the coin, but yeah, they're going to be looked at, but it's a balancing act.
By the way, Tyler, CNN is reporting that in court today, the judge has accepted that the range of 70 to 87 months, so we're talking about 5 to 7 years, that was recommended in the pre-sentencing report is appropriate, that there would be no reason to deviate from that. Also saying that the guidelines allow a fine of $25,000 to $250,000. He's going to prison? Is that what we're saying? He's going to prison for several years? Is that what we're saying, Tyler?
Well, it sounds like the court has indicated that he's going to jail. I think the sentencing guidelines here and the report that we received from probation clearly showed that he hasn't given the sentence yet. But it seems like he's accepting the recommendation, and Mr. Combs is going to be spending some time in jail.
By the way, we got some commentary about this. In the federal prison system, do you have to serve 85% of the sentence before you're eligible for parole? How does it work? Do you know?
It depends. I do think he'll be eligible for early release with these two counts.
Interesting. All right. We got a super chat question, Sierra. I'm going to go to you. This is from Christina Lester. Second super chat question from Christina Lester. Thank you so much. Has Sean Combs been subject to any drug testing while in jail?
Christina, this is such a good question because as we know now in P. Diddy himself talking to the court, he says, I've been sober for the first time in decades. I've had, reform. I've learned a lot while I've been in jail. So the question mark here is, has he been subjected to drug tests? Well, there's no definitive reporting on that. I think it's definitely possible. But what I will say is, if you recall, P. Diddy trying to make bail, not once, twice, three times, he kept going back, wanting to make bail over and over. And multiple times we reported it right here on Law and Crime, it was denied. However, what I do want to note is that Diddy himself offered when he was making these bids for bail, yeah, okay, I'll take drug tests weekly if that's something that you want to make sure that I'm sober. I'm willing to do that. So I think it's really interesting that when he was hoping to get bail, he said, I will do these drug tests voluntarily. Now he's saying he is sober. So has he been doing drug tests behind bars? Unclear, but I guess I would tend to believe that maybe he is sober based on his voluntary drug test that he said he would do.
So we got an update from court. Okay, so the prosecutor is really hammering away at Sean Combs and the aggravated nature of this case. Prosecutor Slavic, the video from the LA hotel, we're talking about the Cassie video, was played many times at trial and it never got easier. As to Jane, he punched her, he slapped her a little over a year ago when he knew he was under federal investigation. At trial, they said they owned the violence. Admitting to violence in front of the jury as part of a trial strategy is not accountability. Freak-offs were extended performances of sexual degradation and humiliation. Cassie and Jane did not want to have sex with strangers. He made them do it. Sorry, I have to say this, but he had an escort urinate in Cassie's mouth until she choked. Her victim impact statement makes clear she still has nightmares and flashbacks and the scars on her body. Jane's text makes clear her anguish and trauma. Mia said she got PTSD and anxiety. Deontay Nash said he was caused lasting damage. Capricorn Clark says he blacklisted her once she spoke up. Chef Jordan Atkinson wrote how she was impacted. It was real and serious. So, Alexis, you take all that in mind. We have a question from Rosalba. Does the panel agree that the judge will want to add appropriate time for his rehabilitation because there's proof that he won't offend again? I mean, is there proof that he won't offend again? Is he a changed person from, this conduct that was mentioned, was illuminated during the course of this trial?
Great question. Listen, there's never proof that somebody is rehabilitated. I mean, the name of the game here at the sentencing is for, the defendant to say that, yeah, I'm rehabilitated, I'm a changed person, I'm going to move forward with my life in a whole different manner. Now, being in prison in jail is going to change you. There's no doubt about that. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to change him for the better. He is, like you mentioned, Jesse, very charismatic. And, people tend to at least initially like him. So, I mean, I don't know if he's changed. In my opinion, I would say that he's not a changed person. I am not so sure that he's going to move through life as this quote unquote saint. But proof, we can't have proof. It's not like we can do a lie detector test. And even if you did, that's not admissible as to whether he truly is changed. As well as he may think he's changed, and in reality, he's not.
Prosecutor Slavic, he downplays the abuse, calling it rare. It was not rare. Cassie's testimony was that he was violent with her at any time, It was not mutual. You saw no photos of the defendant with injuries. Here's a question for you, Tyler, as we're listening to this. You think the judge has already made up his mind?
I don't think so. I think the judge is really going to do his due diligence. He wants to land, but I think some facts could motivate on how far south or how far north he goes. So I think judges do go to the bench and they listen to both sides and they make a decision that they believe strikes the middle with justice. And that's what their job is to do here, to find justice, which is more than just punishment. It's rehabilitating, it's deterring, and it's also taking in consideration what the victims want, but doing what's the right thing to do. And that's what the judge has to do.
Hey, Sierra, you've been following this case from the beginning. You talked about the supporters outside the courthouse. You've read a lot of these letters that were introduced to the court in anticipation of sentencing from family, from inmates. What is the main theme that you're seeing, the people who support Sean Combs or ask for leniency? What are they saying?
I think the main through line throughout all of this is that Diddy has learned his lesson. And I'm speaking on behalf of these letters of support for P. Diddy, basically saying he knows what he did was wrong. He learned his lesson. He's served his time so far for over the past year at MDC Brooklyn, and he's changed. This was a mistake. He's different now. And of course, talking about all the positive attributes that he has. I mean, there's a reason we're talking about P. Diddy today, because he's famous. And how did he become famous? Well, he was very talented at what he did. He was very charismatic. He was very charming. And I do think that he wooed a lot of people in terms of both the public as a celebrity. People liked to listen to his music or drink his alcohol or wear his clothes. But additionally, the people closest to him too, they say he's a great guy. They say that he is a positive person, that he's a role model. I mean, that video that was submitted, it was interesting to see the positive relationship that he had with his family. And once again, this is something that we've seen consistently at court. All of his family, you know, his mother, his children supporting him. And in that video, there's, you know, images, you know, of him with his family, showing him being a dad. They're saying he is a dad. He is a good person. They also talked about him running, which is interesting because he's, you know, been a runner historically in the past, saying that he's dedicated to things that are bigger than himself. And so those letters of support, it's really things like that, saying he has changed. He's not going to do it again. He's a good person and he deserves to be out with his family.
You look at the letter from Sean Combs that was submitted to the court, and maybe something that will be, you know, echoed in his statement to the court. He says, this is to the judge, I ask you for mercy today, not only for my sake, but for the sake of my children. God bless me with 7 beautiful children. I have failed my children as a father. I just want the opportunity to return home and be the father that they need and deserve. You do wonder if that's going to have an impact on the judge. We have some questions coming in. Alexis, I go to you. This is from Ambitious One. Assume Combs is sentenced to 5 or 7 years. If an appeal is granted, would bail then be granted based solely on the charges now being under the Mann Act?
So let's say that he is sentenced to a decent amount of time and then the appeal goes up and it is granted. There would most likely be a new trial that would be ordered to happen. And I don't think that the judge, under the circumstance, is going to release him, you know, when that happens. I think he would still stay incarcerated. It would be potentially the same charges. It's what happens at the appellate level and what the appellate level determines needs to happen. So it's hard to say, but most likely, if he even won the appeal for whatever reason, he would be recharged or there would be a new trial with the same charges.
Interesting you asked that question. We get great questions from our viewers. But Tyler, got a question now from Trish Lancaster, who asks, could he be retried for the charges he wasn't convicted of if new evidence comes to light?
No, he can't be retried. That's double jeopardy. He's already been acquitted of those charges that he wasn't convicted of, so he won't stand trial for those again.
By the way, great movie.
He can't be charged with those same charges.
You ever see the movie Fracture? Great movie. I encourage everybody to check it out. Talk about double jeopardy and what can be introduced. Just encourage everybody to check it out. It's a really good one. All right. So we have a poll up. What's next for Diddy? 32% say who cares, 28% say total cancellation, 22% a rebrand and quiet return, 18% say business as usual. Sierra, we talked about this before about what can we expect from Diddy, depending upon the sentence and if he's released. What do you make of that poll?
I think the poll is interesting. The fact that majority say who cares is interesting to me. And maybe it's just exhaustion, right? We've all been doing this for so long. There are so many civil lawsuits, plus all of the federal side of things. But in addition to the other half of the poll, the cancellation, or maybe he'll come quietly. From what I know about Diddy, I don't know of him being quiet. That's not really something that he does. He goes big or he goes home. And in this case, I think that Diddy will want to speak whenever that may be. I don't think he's going to go anywhere quietly. And again, this is just my personal opinion in all of this. But again, why are we talking about Diddy? It's because he is this charismatic celebrity and he let us inside of his life prior to all of this. I mean, when we're talking about white parties, I remember being a young girl in Wisconsin reading through Us magazine or, People and seeing photos of the white parties. Diddy did show us part of his life. Now, maybe not necessarily everything that happened behind closed doors, but thanks to the trial that happened in the courthouse behind me, we now kind of know. So at this point, what does Diddy have to lose? He's already been convicted. I do think he's going to come out and tell his side of the story, and I don't think it's going to be quietly.
By the way, I was reading through People magazine too when I was younger. I don't know why. I just thought it was fascinating. I was very interested. It was the whole Brangelina moment. I was really invested in that. All right, side note. Okay, anyway, excuse me. Update from court. We have a prosecutor Slavic says he blames doctors for prescriptions. He pretends he is the victim. He hasn't accepted responsibility for his criminal conduct. The information provided to his expert was incomplete. He will pose a danger at any age. He choked Jane at 54 years old. Prostitution causes other problems. It happens out of public view. General deterrence is needed. Send a message to all victims and to the public that this defendant's crimes are serious. You could encourage or discourage abusers. There seems to be a big point here, Alexis, of trying to explain why this is a crime, why this is serious, and why the appropriate sentence needs to be several years in prison. Because again, I go back to something. There are people who look at this and say, compared to what he was being accused of, prostitution, but the government is doubling down on it.
I agree, Jesse. I mean, this case, as we discussed at great lengths, was a difficult case because you had a situation where some of this, not the violent part, but the sexual part appeared at some level to be consensual. And then you had a relationship going on. So I think the prosecution is trying to hammer down that we have a situation that we had this, prostitution coupled with this very elevated violence, and that these victims that were part of this have been severely damaged. And this just isn't a run of the mill. Somebody goes, to a street corner, gets somebody, has consensual sex, and then it's one and done sort of situation. That he did this repeatedly. He has only been charged with 2 counts. And it was surrounded with such a violence. And we had this video. I mean, this video it was shocking. I think anybody who saw that video the first time was just shocked by that video.
Excuse me. The judge is taking a break. We had a question from one of our viewers, LaRob Show. When can we expect the sentence? We don't really know. I mean, this could take several hours as they go through different statements. The judge's statement, I'm sure he's going to say something before he ultimately delivers the sentence. You're going to hear from defense attorneys. You're going to hear from multiple people who have prepared statements. You're probably going to hear from Sean Combs. So this may take a little while till we ultimately get to the sentence. And we're going to continue our live coverage here on the network. But what's interesting, again, is what you're hearing from the prosecution, and you're also going to hear from the defense. Tyler, what does the defense need to say right now? So the judge is taking a break, really hammering away. Look, if you ask me, based on what we've seen in court so far, it seems to be advantage prosecution. The judge has already seemed to signal that several years in prison appears to be the appropriate range, but what, extends past it, extends maybe further. What does the defense need to do What do they need to say in order to maybe get some sort of leniency from the judge?
Well, they need to make an argument for deviating. That's the big thing they need to do. Deviating from the proposed recommendation and the guidelines, even though the judge said he sees no reason to essentially deviate from the proposed recommendation. That's one. I do think they need to draw a fine line between taking responsibility and accountability and still attacking some of the prosecution's tactics and how they're trying to use these acts that for charges that he was not convicted of, and twisting the Mann Act, which he was convicted of. That's going to be their best bet, and reminding the judge that this sentence should be one for the charge that he was convicted of, not for the charge he was acquitted of, and they're going to give weight to the acts of violence. But if you're looking at a scale from 0 to 100%, there's no way the judge should give 100% credit to those acts of violence because he wasn't convicted of those charges. It should probably be more appropriately 40% and under. Even though they happened, it was trauma. The jury was a true arbiter of this, and they found him not guilty on those charges.
Alexis, if the judge sentences him to 7 years or 11 years or what have you, as opposed to 14 months, which is what the defense has been asking for, can they appeal that sentence? What do you think the likelihood of successfully appealing that sentence would be? I mean, do you think the judge, if you were to sentence Sean Combs to significant prison time, that there's an argument this was excessive?
Well, if we were going to sentence him to 7 to 11, I don't think there's an argument for that, because I mean, first of all, I think that we're going to land about 6.5 is my prediction, or 6.4. So I think that as long as, especially if he stays below probation or even at probation, I don't think there's an argument to say that that it was an excessive sentence. I mean, nobody is talking the 20 years. That is the possibility. So we're well below that. Obviously, the judge will have to do the sentencing and stay within the requirements to substantiate his order of whatever he does. Otherwise, people could be saying that.
Sierra, I go to you real quick on this. The scene outside is interesting, but for anybody who hadn't seen the beginning of the program, can you tell us who has showed up so far for Sean Combs? I mean, obviously we talked about you haven't seen Kanye yet, but there have been people who have showed up in his support. There have been people who are there today for his sentencing. Can you tell us who they are?
Yes, I have not seen Kanye West yet, but I think it's only 11:44, so there's still time. I mean, maybe he's a late sleeper. We'll see what happens with Kanye. But as for Diddy's side, of course, his family is here, specifically his mother, Janice Combs. We have those people who are inside. We read at the beginning of the live stream, I believe, that I think blew a kiss to his mother, so he's been kind of in conversation with them, at least from afar, eye contact, things like that. I did hear reports that the Punisher was here. However, I personally have not seen him, but I do know there's a pretty big crowd behind me. There's a lot going on over there. Those are the main people that I've heard of. However, it's still early. We don't have a sentence down yet. We haven't heard from the defense. So there could be more people who trickle in, especially now that we're on a break.
By the way, I have to ask about this, Tyler. The judge denied the defense's motion to throw out the convictions. The defense had made a series of arguments about how archaic this law was, problems in the way it was prosecuted, prejudice by the evidence that was introduced. The judge denied it. And just a quick point of what the judge said: the government at trial presented overwhelming evidence of Combs' guilt under the Mann Act, meaning the transportation to engage in prostitution, on many occasions with respect to both Ventura and Jane. The government proved its case many times over. To any modern reader, the plain meaning of prostitution is sex for sale. Because they argued that this wasn't necessarily prostitution per se. They argued there wasn't a commercial aspect to it. He didn't benefit. They made a First Amendment argument. Basically, this was voyeurism. Were you surprised that the judge didn't throw out the convictions? And does that tell you anything about which way the judge may be leaning today?
Not at all surprised that the judge did not throw out those convictions. The jury heard this case and they found him guilty of those 2 counts. And I think the judge will be clearly overstepping if he overruled what the jury found Mr. Combs guilty of. And we all sat through this trial. We saw all the facts of money being exchanged, things of value being exchanged for prostitution and acts of sex. There was some voyeurism there, but there's clearly prostitution going on, whether it's money paid to people to have sex with the victims, or Mr. Combs engaging in the sexual activity as well. And there could still be an argument that him being a voyeur and there being money exchanged was still prostitution. So nowhere near surprised that the judge did not throw out those 2 counts.
Alexis, we got a super chat question from JRiz87. Thank you so much. Do you believe Diddy will get retried? So let's put aside the argument we've been talking about so many times on double jeopardy grounds. He's not going to be retried on racketeering or sex trafficking. Do you think he could ever be retried on transportation to engage in prostitution?
So this is a great question. So a lot of people don't realize this, that you can be tried both without double jeopardy in state court and federal court for the same crime. So that actually is a surprise to many people. I think that here in this case, we do have, I'm not sure what specific crime that Jay Riz is referring to, but we do, a lot of them had statute of limitations issues that were attached to them as well. So if we're talking about retrying after a potential appeal on these 2 counts, I do not think that he's going to win an appeal.
One more question to you guys. One more question to Tyler before I have to sign off. Tyler and Alexis, Sierra's going to stay with us. Tyler, we have this poll up. What's the biggest factor you think the judge should consider today? 36% say legal facts only, 29% say victim impact statements, 28% say the leaked hotel video, meaning of Cassie, and 7% say past allegations. What do you think?
The judge is going to do a little bit of everything, but I think the best is looking at the facts only. And do give some credit to the victim's impact statements here because they were traumatized, they were clearly impacted. He cannot ignore those. He needs to give those some consideration, the legal facts, and do what he feels just. That's why he's the judge. He gets paid the big bucks and wears the black robe.
Alexis Rosenberg, Tyler Bailey, thank you so much for coming on. Sierra's going to stay with us. So stay with us here on Law and Crime. This could be a full day sentencing hearing in Lower Manhattan. We will be right back right after this.
¿Cómo te llamo? Muy bien. ¿Cómo te llamo? ¿Por qué? Wow. Yeah. I see you, son of the Sun 90. Don't you stop that hate. Don't you stop that hate. That's the autopilot. Y'all don't know nothing about that. Y'all know nothing about that autopilot. Let them niggas speak. I get more views. It's all fair use. Everybody wins. Salute. Son of the Sun 90 says Sky speaking Spanish to his boy Toy. Oh, thank you for your hatred early in the morning. I was getting a little tired. I was going to rest a little bit, let them run their mouths. But I'm glad that Son of the Sun 90 is in the building. checking me, making sure I'm on point. You know, you got to have somebody that's, you know, steel sharpens steel. Steel sharpens steel. So you don't get better unless you got pressure applied to you, unless you got heat applied to you. You can't get stronger unless you got, you know, some resistance. Rick James says, and I wonder if you know what it means. Oh, Rick James must be playing graduation today. That's what it seems like. But I appreciate it. Who is that in the background? That's my stepmother. That's my stepmother. I'm surprised that the microphone was able to pick up that much. We were already out all the way in the kitchen. Damn. That was my stepmom. Son to Son 90. Inquiring minds must know. If you want to ask a question, it's gonna be $5 at least. If you don't have a wrench, you have a wrench, you can ask as many questions as you want. But and if you want a wrench, you got to give me at least $20 or bring in 2 people. Dot Focus has brought in people. Rick James has brought in people. Son to Son 90 has brought in people. So I appreciate it. That's why I'm at 1,001 subscribers right now. So appreciate it. Is this a cop? Is he sitting down or is he standing? I can't even tell. Can't even tell if he's. I think he's standing, but the microphones are blocking it. Does he have his own barricade? What is that? This lady looks like she lost. She got the headphones on. She don't know where she's going. All right, here we go. Slavic. Okay, I can't read that fast. Mr. Combs wants to apply the 0-point offender provision from 2023-2024. It's not possible under Second Circuit's one book. Mr. Combs said he was paying for time, not sex. That is contradicted by reality. He has not expressed remorse for transporting people. Capricorn Clark says he blacklisted her once she spoke up. Jordan Atkinson wrote she was impacted. Her victim impact statement makes clear she still has nightmare flashbacks and scars on her body. I'm trying to read the live now pieces from various sources. Rick James says, if we need a name for Skylar Saunders C's subscriber fan base. Oh my God. Y'all come up with something. Y'all make up something. Y'all make up something. And I'll prove or disprove it. Your honest opinion. Always my honest opinion. I'm always going to be honest. Do you think Diddy will settle down when you get out of jail? Do you think Diddy will settle down when you get out of jail? When I get out of jail? You got to clean up your words there, Son to Son 90. I'm not sure what you mean. So Rick James says, sir, am I part of the Sky 100 Club? I think I started that. There was something like that I had at the beginning. I had something like the 100 Club. I did say something like the 700 Club or something like that. You could do the Sky Club or something like that. Sky Miles. I don't know. Sky. The hater has his troll babies. I'm not sure if I can, come up with something better than that. Yeah, that sounds about right. I like that. Sky 100 Club. And everybody can put up their hundreds, the 100 signs with the underline, the red letters with the underlines, red numbers with the underline. That'd be pretty cool, I think. That'd be pretty cool. I love it. When he get out of jail, do you think he'll settle down or go back to his baby oil addiction? I think he'll still be a sex fiend. He's a freak. That's not criminal. That's not a crime. It just shows that he's a lesser man. That he has to freak off on various people. No. You're not the Skywalkers. That is, I think, copyrighted. Kinks are not a crime, sir. That's what I said. Kinks are not a crime. When he gets out of jail, he will probably, just go back to the baby oil addiction. I'm sure of it. That's not, they call it a sex addiction. I don't know if there's such thing as a sex addiction. Addictions are usually developed through chemical changes in the brain. You do cocaine, you do PCP, you smoke cigarettes, it's the nicotine, the chemical imbalance in your brain is what leads to addiction. But what I don't understand about addiction is the means. The means to addiction is weird. Rick James says, I have a sex addiction, sir. I already knew that. I think the room knew that too. But it's weird to me because they said there's a sex addiction, there's a gambling addiction, there's all kinds of addictions that don't really correspond to levels of chemicals in your brain being unbalanced. So Sky Warrior, I don't like Sky Warriors. I like the Sky 100 Club. I kind of like that. That's your club members. Sky club members. Come up with something. I'm sure you can be very creative. I got one person in here that I can see, Rick James. You usually say, I got 17 people in here. So, the Sky Tribe, nah. I don't like it too. Sounds like tribalistic. Sounds collectivistic. Nope, that's not the Sky Tribe. Keep trying. Right now we have, in hold, the Sky 100 Club. So who are these people coming out of the building? I mean, are they workers? Are they what are their roles? Are they trying to get into, being famous for 2 seconds? I see 3. I'm sure you do see 3. I see 1, sir. Sky Explorer. No. Not Sky Explorers. I'm still banking on the 100 Club. I like that. Keep it 100. Keep it a stack. 1,000. Maybe the 1,000 Club. But yeah, so Diddy is going to, whenever he gets out, he's going to get out eventually, but it's going to probably take some time, literally. But it's going to take some doing as well, because his defense team has been fighting for him to get leniency, and he's fighting to get mercy and grace. Grace and mercy. Oh, how we weave this wonderful web. We want to have grace and mercy instead of justice. That's the sad part we live in. We live in a world of 21st century technology and a first century morality, where everything is based on grace and mercy instead of justice. There is no grace and mercy for those who commit horrendous crimes. No grace and mercy. That's the main point. That's a big girl right there. Good Lord. Make room for the big girl. Are there any fans outside the courtroom today? I haven't seen any, and they spoke about that briefly. If anybody was there, they asked if Ye had appeared. He has not as of yet. Court is on a break. What court? There's only who's in court? What are they doing on break? All you gotta say is, look, you got this amount of time, serve it or don't serve it, whatever. We're gonna get you into this jail cell and this prison cell, and you're gonna have to serve out your time. I don't understand why that takes a break. What are you breaking from? They're out for lunch. Yeah, they're out for lunch for what though? How long does it take to sentence somebody? Last time I saw it was ASAP Rocky, and that was pretty fast. They had cameras in there and everything. He flew. He dove right into Rihanna's lap. And that was the first charge. He had the second charge still. So it would have been very awkward if they said, guilty on the second charge. You know, he was like, damn, I can't jump into her arms no more. Like, but he beat the case. Joey Tacopino. Joey Tacopino. She's waving. She don't even know who she's waving to. But Joey Tacopina, he had that case sold up. When he went at I can't remember the one of the ASAP, the guy that was mainly against him for not getting shot. It's not even a legend anymore, for not getting shot by ASAP Rocky, Rakeem Mayer, or Rakim Mayer. He was getting hemmed up. He was like, what is going on? I don't understand what he's saying. I don't get it. Woo, woo, woo. Like he was frazzled the whole time. He just like kept on going back. It was just wild. You know, he got the goods that night. Yeah, I would imagine. Celebratory sex, that's how Rihanna got knocked up again, in fact. That the baby was conceived that very day. That's not true. None of that what you said was facts, because I think she was pregnant during the trial. So what you just said was all gobbledygook. Rick James, all gobbledygook. So we watch for this break and we see, what comes of it. We see if there's any way for it to be, brought into reality. You gotta cock the hat to the side, get that angle. Big Black Cuddy in the building. Salute to you, sir. Cash apps are welcome. At the top is my Venmo, but if you want to do Cash App, so be it. Salute to you, Black Cuddy. I know you put in that work. Are you putting in work today? Are you off today? What's going on? Somebody's got a powder blue suit, and then they got this cream color suit going on. Okay, some people coming out. I don't know. Okay, look like they're just milling about. Salute to Black Curry. It's Black Cuddy. Black Cuddy, Rick James. Get his name right. Get the man's name right.
And he can be released, today or in the next month or so. That seems to be a remote possibility. Now we'll see what the rest of the day holds. But remember, prosecutors were asking for 11 years. Is the judge going to go that far? Unclear.
Salute to Black Cuddy in a meeting right now, handling business. That's all it is. We're just handling business. Salute to you, sir. Keep doing your thing. In a meeting, you're in a meeting on my show, so I appreciate that. You keeping the phone down low, keeping the volume down. I appreciate that, Black Cuddy. Salute to you, sir. Salute to you.
Associate Warden at the MDC, Dr. Dwayne Hendricks. I want to thank everybody for coming on. Dr. Hendricks, I have a lot of questions for you as well when it talks to what the potential sentence could be and where Sean Combs might actually serve his time if he's ultimately sentenced to prison. But we have a super chat question that I got to get to first. So, Saf, I throw this to you. Super chat question from JRiz87. Thank you so much. Do you think Diddy will take legal actions on everyone that accused him?
Great question. I think that after this case is wrapped up and he's either sentenced or is ultimately released and back out in the community, I think he's going to handle his civil actions that are pending. There might be some countersuits with respect to those actions, but I think that he's also just going to be prepared to move on with his life, move on with his family, and try to rebuild his brand.
Okay, update from court. So now, as I mentioned, it's Sean Combs' defense team's turn to raise their arguments for a lenient sentence. And Jason Driscoll's up. Says, I'm grateful, Your Honor, to you being so permissive with the microphone for us today. I'm going to talk about sentencing disparities. A blind reliance on the guidelines can create disparities. So seemingly trying to convince the judge not to follow what the guidelines are. The DOJ has long said that Mann Act prosecution should focus on the commercial cases. Sean Combs did not make a penny from this. The Jordan case, it's not comparable. He served 8 years in Cuba for sex crimes. This was his second chance. Jordan made $1.4 million. Do you know who many sex acts that is? He had over 100 clients. Mr. Combs' offense is nothing like that. 3 of Jordan's victims reported unwanted sex. 1 was raped after being drugged. We'll talk about these arguments more. But I want to go to you, Dr. Hendricks, because this is interesting. You and I were talking about one of the key factors that you imagine the defense is going to be talking about here is, by the way, it's such an awkward shot with my computer, but hey, this is the best we can do right now. Anyway, one of the things that he's going to be focusing on is how he's been helping inmates. He's been teaching them, providing courses. You say there's an interesting aspect of it that might not actually benefit Sean Combs.
Right. Individuals, other than the jail time credit they can garner based on the sentence they get, they can also get up to 10 days a month for First Step Act classes that they take. However, Mr. Combs facilitating these courses, he can't benefit from the First Step Act credits because of the sex crimes that he's been convicted of. So if he's actually facilitating these courses, it would be very interesting to see if the judge takes that into consideration, that he's willing to do something for his fellow inmates that he won't even be able to benefit for himself.
And to be clear, if he's sentenced, let's say, to 5 to 7 years in prison, how long would he actually serve?
He is going to serve 85% of that.
85% of that. Okay.
And minus the jail credit, the 3585B1 credit that he's getting based on the time he's already served. So he's not going to be eligible for any additional time off.
Okay, I go to Sierra Gillespie. Sierra, you're outside the courthouse right now. Paint a picture of for us what you're seeing. I mean, a lot has changed in the last 2 hours in terms of what's been happening in that courtroom, where the judge might be going. What's the scene like right now?
There was a lot of interest about what's going on today, so much so that our reporter Elizabeth Milner, who is inside the courtroom right now, she got here at 6:30 this morning just to make sure that she could secure a seat inside, because of course we want to make sure, as there are no cameras inside a federal court, that someone's in there, and it is Elizabeth Milner, so she'll be out later to give us more info. But that just goes to show you how many people are interested in what we have going on right now, that lines were forming even yesterday. As far as what's happening right now, of course, you have reporters like myself lining up and down the streets. We've got cameras, we've got lights, people from CNN, ABC, all of the major players, including, of course, Law and Crime. And then across the street from me, a sizable crowd. Now, throughout the live stream that we've had today, I've heard a lot of things. I mean, I've heard cheering from people. I've heard yelling. There are, of course, people here who aren't even talking about Diddy. For instance, I've seen the Free Britney movement here once again. There are people talking about, politics and things like that. But as far as Diddy, there does seem to be a contingency of supporters for both the survivors and for Diddy himself.
And I'm very curious to see how that crowd changes as we even get, nearer to where a sentence might be. We don't have an indication of when that may happen. More people need to speak. There's more that the judge needs to consider. But as we get closer to the official sentence, that crowd outside that courthouse with what Sierra's seeing could change drastically. Going to you, Saf. We've got a super chat question from Joanne the Genius. Spells it Jenius. I like that. I like that a lot. I may actually use that later on. Safa, so first of all, thank you so much for the super chat question. If Diddy is sentenced and he appeals, will the appeal be heard in front of Judge Arun Subramanian once again?
No, if he ultimately appeals his sentence or appeals the case as a whole, he's going to go up to the Second Circuit Court of Appeals, which is the appellate court in New York's jurisdiction.
By the way,
That
we
will
also have
not
another.
be in front of the
Sure,
sub-grand
sure. And it makes sense because, right, they're looking to see if there were any errors committed on the part of the trial judge. Another question for you, Safa. This is from Brittany Curry. Jesse, is there a possibility of the judge going over what the prosecution is asking for in the way of a prison term to make an example out of Diddy?
Well, Mr. Combs, he's facing 10 years on each charge for the Mann Act violations. And so essentially he would be looking at 20 years here in totality. The government is asking for 11 years. Could the judge go over that? Certainly he could. I don't think that he will. I think that the judge is going to stay in alignment with the sentencing guidelines. And what they're doing right now, as they're having these dispositive conversations about what the judge is to consider, it actually gives the judge an eye into what the formal statements are going to be from the government and from the defense as he prepares to hand out his sentence this afternoon.
And look, from my perspective, based on what we're seeing in the pretrial filings, the responses from the judge, what we heard earlier today, it seems that prison is a very likely possibility for Sean Combs. And I don't believe the judge is going to go anywhere near 20 years. But the problem for Sean Combs is the judge is allowing evidence of violence, allowing evidence of acquitted conduct to be examined here. And there were so many incidents of transportation to engage in prostitution. It just wasn't one isolated incident, that it seems that may aggravate this and this may extend it. And that could be a problem for Sean Combs. Now, I want to go to you, Dr. Hendricks, because you and I had an interesting conversation about where Sean Combs could actually serve his time in prison. So if he gets 5 years, 7 years, 10 years, where does he serve it?
Well, he'll most likely serve it at an institution 500 miles from his release residence. As we know from reports, he has homes in Los Angeles, here in New York, and as well as in Miami. So if he chooses Miami, there's a sex offender treatment facility in Marianna, Florida. But if he's wants to release to his home near California, there's a sex offender treatment facility in Tucson, Arizona. But there's also a possibility that he can also serve his time at a facility in Miami. There's a low security facility there that I know that they've held sex offenders as well. So it'll more than likely be at a facility that houses some sex offenders within 500 miles of his release residence.
A lot of people could be surprised and say, wait a minute, he's not going to serve federal prison time in a federal facility here in New York?
No, MDC Brooklyn is a pretrial facility. Now, they do have what we call trustee inmates. Those inmates are kind of like what we call minimum security campers. So, I mean, he could possibly serve his time at MDC Brooklyn, but it's highly unlikely based on his high profile nature and the crimes that he's been convicted of as a sex offender. It's highly unlikely if he gets anything more than 24 months at the sentencing hearing, more than likely he will be going to a federal prison somewhere closer to where he wants to release.
Got an update. I got a question. I'm going to throw it to you, Safa. This is from Too Many Cactus. Why can the judge sentence him based off what he was acquitted of? Doesn't that defeat the purpose of a trial? That's a fair question. Why can the judge consider conduct that he was acquitted of, respect to racketeering, conspiracy, sex trafficking? Why can he consider that for purposes of transportation to engage in prostitution, particularly if we don't really know what evidence persuaded every one of those jurors?
Yeah, that's been a pretty hot button topic, as sentencing has been looming, and it's certainly been a conversation and a conflict between the government and Mr. Combs' attorneys. So there are statutory provisions that allow for the judge to consider those things, although it is very limited and there are very limited circumstances. I think here with Mr. Combs' case specifically, the conduct or the alleged conduct that he was found guilty of, there's an overlap between that and some of the conduct that he was actually acquitted for. So ultimately, some of the allegations would complete the narrative that support the Mann Act convictions. And because of that, the judge is going to consider those things.
Got an update from court. So his attorney, Jason Driscoll, in John cases, the average sentence is 6.7 months. In this case, in this other case, the defendant texted the victim, "I meant what I said about making a mold of your, let's just say, private parts. The rest of you ain't worth S." The judge says, but there was no threat of violence in that case. Jason Driscoll, Ms. Slavic just blamed Mr. Combs for having a drug problem for 25 years. We think that it's inappropriate. It is a mitigating factor. Let's talk about, and then a very specific case, I believe, in the District of Oregon. The defendant paid for a session with a younger girl. Driscoll says that defendant, Riggs, got 24 months. It was more heinous than this case. The specific statute they're referencing says to avoid unwarranted sentencing disparities. I've read all 900 Mann Act cases available on Pacer. That's the online platform that we use to look at court cases. His case is different. Judge says, okay, who's next? Miss Westmoreland. Okay, so that's interesting, Sierra, when you think about it, right? The defense, even going into this sentencing, has been very keen to suggest that this is not an aggravating case, that it's not now part of an overarching racketeering case, that it's not part of an overarching sex trafficking case, which we have seen in other prosecutions. There have been those who've said if all he was being charged with was the prostitution charges, they never would have even brought this case. From your reading of everything, what has the defense been arguing? What has the defense been suggesting about why Sean Combs deserves a lenient sentence?
I mean, I think it makes sense, right? They're saying, okay, he was acquitted on the more serious charges. Because if you remember, while we were still talking about the trial, if Diddy would have been convicted on, let's say, racketeering conspiracy, he could theoretically have been spending the rest of his life behind bars. And that, he was found not guilty of. And I think it really is the defense's job to point this out and say, hey, let's remember why we're here. The most severe charge here, our client has been found not guilty of. And this is something kind of a through line that we've been talking about throughout our entire live stream here today, is the interesting, way the judge decided to go, Judge Arun Subramanian, including some of these other instances in regards to what Diddy was acquitted of. When we're talking about the other victims, the alleged violence, things like that, where he's saying, okay, yeah, I am going to kind of include this in considering what to do with the sentence. I do think that the defense is making good points here, again, to remind the judge, okay, we only have these 2 convictions on the transportation to engage in prostitution. Taking a look, I believe it was 900 other cases involving the Mann Act, and comparing them and saying, highlighting what Diddy has been convicted of, how it relates to other cases. Thus, I'm speaking for the defense. Thus, the defense is saying he should receive a more lenient sentence.
Dr. Hendricks, got a bunch of questions coming in for you. So this is a question from Patty Pans. Will Diddy get probation after serving his time? And if yes, what will it look like?
Yes, he will more than likely have some period of supervision. Typically, inmates are given between 3 to 5 years of supervised release. And depending on how he adjusts post-release, he may even be taken off supervision earlier than the full term.
By the way, update from court where Nicole Westmoreland, one of his defense attorneys, says, I want to focus on the inspiration Mr. Combs has given throughout his life and on the commitment he made while in the MDC. Mr. Combs was successful. He used it to help others. He touched many more lives than I can cover in the next minutes. And actually, if you go to Sean Combs' letter that he prepared to the court, he really talked about the MDC, his life in the MDC. And I'm trying to find the specific provision where he talked about it. But where is it? Okay. So I realize that I'm in a situation where no amount of money, power, or fame can save me. Only God can save me. My grandmother used to teach me that God makes no mistakes and that everything he does is for your good. I believe that a bad situation can be used for good. Although the situation has been the hardest and darkest in my life, good things have come out of my incarceration. For starters, I am now sober for the first time in 25 years. I've been trying my best to deal with my drug abuse and anger issues and take accountability as well as positive steps towards healing. One of the most beautiful things I've experienced is being asked by my fellow inmates to teach and mentor them. They wanted to learn what I did to become a successful businessman. I was inspired by their hunger and desire to learn information in order to not only set goals, but achieve any goal, dream that their hearts desire. I started teaching a 6-week program called Free Game, which I was able to have approved and sanctioned by the Bureau of Prisons. I don't just teach about my success. I also teach about my mistakes and failures. It has truly been a blessing to do something positive in a negative situation. And he talks about how bad the conditions are at the MDC as well, not for sympathy purposes, but to share that he's trying to change man. What do you take away from that?
Well, I mean, just like all other individuals who are facing sentencing, I mean, he went through the pre-sentencing process, and I'm sure he had an opportunity to sit down with the probation officer who did the PSR report, and kind of talked about, taking responsibility for his actions and the things that he expressed in his letter. Um, and yeah, I mean, no conditions in any facility, whether it's MDC Brooklyn or a jail in Mayberry across the country, no conditions being behind bars on a day-to-day basis is going to be comfortable, and it's going to give a person the time to reflect on the things that they've done, the people that they miss, more importantly, family and his children. Other than the victims in this case, I mean, his kids are the other victims, for the reason that he's not with his family right now. One of the things that I'll talk to inmates when they first come to prison is, things are missing in your family, and things are not being done in your community and family when you're incarcerated. So it looks as if, other than complaining about the food and some of the other reports that I read, that he is spending time trying to reflect and trying to mend some fences. And obviously, of course, nobody wants to go to prison beyond the jail time that he's spending right now. So
How bad
you
is the
know,
MDC?
it has its challenges. I was an associate warden there from 2013 to 2016. I mean, I faced several challenges there, from a management perspective. It's 1 million square feet of an institution. And let's face it, I mean, I don't think any home or any building should be used 24/7. I mean, if my house, if I was running the water, the shower, and the flushing the toilets 24 hours, and then I have more people in my home than the capacity than it should be, then the conditions in the facility are obviously not going to
Right.
be optimal, and it costs money to upgrade these facilities. And we know that there have been reports of staff misconduct and other issues since the institution was founded back in 1993. So yes, I face challenges there.
Got it.
But at the end of the day, they're 85 to 90% of the staff that go there every day come to take care of business, and they put their lives on the line to keep the American people safe.
Safa, it was a question from me. Curious your thoughts on it. This is from Sunshine Bray. Jesse, do you think AUSA Comey's firing, meaning Maureen Comey, an absence from the sentencing affects the outcome? My answer, no, it shouldn't. I don't think it's going to have any effect. And by the way, she's suing the Trump administration. Side note about that. But no, it's not going to have any effect on it, right?
It's not going to have any effect on it at all. Ultimately, you have the United States government against Sean Diddy Combs. The government and its assistant U.S. attorney and assistant U.S. attorneys, they all operate as one body. So it doesn't matter if it's Ms. Comey or any other AUSA that is present for sentencing. It's not going to make a difference in the judge's opinion.
They're really talking about right now in court, this is an update, the defense about the impact that Sean Combs has had. What Nicole Westmoreland says, there were not many Black-owned labels. Mr. Combs had the audacity. It sent a message that you can do it. Clothing, too. It was not just Urban Streetwear, it was upscale. It brought unity. It inspired change. Sierra, this is something we talked about before. I'm going to emphasize it again, and I'm curious your opinion about it. When you listen to this about the impact that Sean Combs had, when they talk about all the help, aside from after his conviction, everything that he's done while he was running Bad Boy, and they're playing this video, they want to play this video. We've been showing B-roll of it that was prepared by the defense. It's kind of compilation, montage video of his life and the good things that he's done. Can't the judge, say, yeah, but like you were committing crimes during all this? Or, for people who don't know, even after he made that apology video, after the 2016 tape of Cassie Ventura was released, he was accused of committing more crimes, right?
Yeah, he was. And why are we here today? Because he was convicted of a crime. That's the bottom line that we have here. He committed a crime. It's not an accusation anymore. He's been convicted of it. So it's up to the judge, to sentence on that conviction. So I understand the defense's perspective here, putting forward all of these things, saying, Diddy is a mastermind when we're talking about Bad Boy, not only as an artist, but when we're talking about, a Black owned company that was one of a kind, when we're talking about Sean John and the clothing company and things like that. It makes sense. And it's truly the job of the defense attorneys at this point in the sentencing hearing to paint a positive picture about P. Diddy, to show, his reform that he's had through this entire process, to show in this video, he's a father, he is a good person, he is a runner, he is a singer, he is all of these positive things. But I do think, Jesse, you're right that it has to be in the back of Judge Arun Subramanian's mind that both of these things can be true. He can be a great dad, and also he is a criminal in regards to the transportation to engage in prostitution crimes. So both are true.
And, we get this question from Olga. Why is there no immediate sentence, Sierra? The waiting must be so stressful. Look, it is stressful, but under the law, particularly, right, Sierra, when you don't have an automatic mandatory sentence, it's not like pro forma. It's not like a murder case where we say, oh, they're going to be convicted to, life without the possibility of parole. There's so much discretion here. There's so much for the judge to consider: the pre-sentencing report, probation's recommendation, prosecution's recommendation, defense's recommendation, allowing so many people to write letters and speak in court. Yeah, it's very stressful, particularly probably for Sean Combs, but it's necessary.
Oh, yeah, it's got to be stressful for P. Diddy and his family. Of course, they want to know what the answer is going to be, right? But to your point, Jesse, Judge Arun Subramanian almost has the weight of the world on his shoulders because he does have to sift through so much. Not only did he sit through that, weeks-long trial, hearing all of the evidence and information, seeing some really emotional testimony. Of course, he's a human being. That's going to live in the back of his mind. The allegations that not only was P. Diddy acquitted of, but then what he's convicted of. All of those things paired with, the letters of support from both sides, from Diddy supporting them, supporting him rather, the victims who are saying, wait, this actually was really difficult for me. It was really traumatic. I had to come forward. This affected my life. So either way, it's going to pan out. I think that there are going to be some people who disagree with what happens, right? If it's a win for Diddy, of course, the prosecution and the supporters of the victims are going to be upset. If it's vice versa, you've got the opposite way. So I do think it makes sense to have a hearing like this where we hear from both sides, where we have all of these letters, of course, for the judge to consider all of the elements here, because again, a man's life really hangs in the balance.
It certainly does. Nicole Westmoreland in court just said, in spirits, our community finally had a seat at the table, referring to the work that Sean Combs did. A voice, a real voice. Then there was revolt. And the note here from the reporting says there was sobbing. So I can't tell if Nicole Westmoreland is actually crying during the course of this. If so, that's notable. Question for you, Dr. Hendricks. This is from Griffey. Will Diddy be placed on the sex offenders registry, or is that not a crime he can be placed on?
That depends. It depends on the judge's recommend. I mean, I think it'll have to come in the judgment and commitment order. More than likely, he probably will have to register as a sex offender, especially since that the crimes he committed, he's not eligible, like I said earlier, for First Step Back credits. He's not eligible for the residential drug abuse treatment program, which could have given him up to a year off and a year in a halfway house, depending on how much time he's going to be sentenced for. So more than likely, he probably will have to register as a sex offender.
Honestly, everybody knows about this case. Is it even necessary? Everybody would know what he was convicted of. So it's just a separate kind of practical point of view. Okay, Safa, two questions that are related here. This is a question from Brittany Curry. Is there the possibility of the judge taking into account the fact that Diddy was contacting the victims while awaiting his trial regarding the sentence? Okay. And this is from Fabiola Delgado Lebron. I'm not sure if asked and answered, but was the defense contacting witnesses in a threatening manner, causing for one witness to not testify? Is that witness intimidation? Okay, so first of all, I think that second question is regarding Mia, who was going to provide a statement to court, chose not to based on what the defense had written in their letter. That's not witness intimidation, if you ask me. The judge said there was inappropriate language used, but that doesn't rise to the level of a crime. I guess the bigger question is, all those allegations about that Combs was contacting people while at the MDC in anticipation of trial. I haven't heard, unless someone could correct me, I haven't seen the judge reference that yet. That may come up later on. What do you think?
The judge hasn't referenced it yet. I'm surprised the prosecution hasn't referenced it, or they might in their last statements to the court, essentially showing that he has done any and everything that he could to try to come from a place of not taking accountability. And that includes reaching out to witnesses and, intimidating and things of that nature. And of course, that's going to be the government's argument. The defense's argument is going to be a little different. Their argument is going to say, hey, judge, we have a right to investigate what the government is alleging. And that investigation also includes our investigators going to speak to witnesses, or us confirming what witnesses expect to say, or, preparation for trial, which would include having conversations with some of these people that the government is going to put on the stand to testify. So it's fair game either way. And I don't know how much impact the judge is going to give to that. I don't think it's going to be pretty significant if he does, because I think that there are so many other things that are on the table for him to consider. And to the point earlier, I think Sierra mentioned something with respect to, the thoroughness of the conversations that they're having prior to sentencing, is the judge is going through everything with a fine-tooth comb. There are sentencing factors that he has to consider. There's case law that he's considering. And he also wants to make sure, and both sides want to make sure, that the record is perfected, and particularly the defense, if this case goes up on appeal, and the judge wants to make sure that there are no appealing issues as he prepares to hand down his sentence.
Sierra, there's a poll that we have up that's really interesting, because a lot of people have been wondering, okay, what's the impact? What's going to happen? What's your view of Sean Combs? What do you think his life's going to be like after he's ultimately released from prison, if he's sentenced to prison, or if he's released today, which looks unlikely? But has your opinion of Diddy changed since his conviction? So 39% of the people polled say not at all. 32% never liked him. 19% say completely. And 10% say a little. What do you think, Sierra? What's your take?
I think it's an interesting poll, right? To show that a lot of people, it seems as though their, opinions of P. Diddy haven't necessarily changed. And maybe that's because they never liked him to begin with. I mean, if we're talking about, since conviction, he has now officially been convicted of this crime. Okay. However, prior to all of this, we've been reporting on this. I remember very specifically the first sidebar, Jesse, that you hosted was November of 2023, because of course that's when Kathy Ventura filed her bombshell lawsuit. And then after that, it's hard to keep track of the number of civil lawsuits that came out. So perhaps maybe it's all of these people who are watching right now who their opinion of P. Diddy changed back then when we first had Cassie. And then of course, we're talking about Jane Doe or Liza Gardner, etc. All of the many lawsuits leading up to Lil Rod and the many others that trickled out after that. And of course, I'm sure following law and crime coverage of the trial here, where you and Elizabeth Milner broke down everything, I think that probably changed a lot of the court of public opinion about P. Diddy, hearing these allegations against him and what it was really like inside the bedroom, or hotel room rather, what it was like during those, Wild King nights or freak offs. And I'm sure for a lot of people, that could have changed their opinion of P. Diddy. But I mean, I guess it remains to be seen what's ahead for his future, whether he can ever bounce back in terms of, cultural significance. I've said this from the start, I don't think Diddy's going anywhere quietly. Even if people by and large don't like him, he still has his niche section of supporters.
Interesting you say that, because I'm going back to this update from court. Nicole Westmoreland speaking on his behalf. She says he's just trying to help. He opened 3 charter schools in neighborhoods where the schools were not good. The motto was Black excellence. The youth are our future. Mr. Combs personally inspired me. I went to an event in DC. Mr. Combs was there. He said, listen, everyone, I'm sorry. He said, don't be afraid to dream. Just remember to wake up and put actions behind your dreams. And then he said, don't forget to help others. That changed my life. Now, I think when she said, I'm sorry, I think she is crying in court. Look, doctor, I wonder if that is impacting the judge here. Maybe not necessarily the emotion, maybe the emotion of the attorney, but talking about the impact he had, the career that he had, the future? I mean, do judges consider the impact that someone can have, the benefit they might have to society?
I believe so. I mean,
Okay.
I've done hundreds of designations for inmates across the country throughout my career. The main thing is, going back to that pre-sentence report, looking at the offense and conduct, and then when had been interviewed, did he take responsibility? Does the things that reports about him teaching these classes, are they backed up by when he met with the probation officer? Did he actually accept responsibility? All those things come into play, but at the end of the day, there's still going to be a judgment. So while it'll be more interesting to see if he is sentenced to 3 to 5 or 7 years or 10 years. Will he still continue to teach classes? Will he still
Yeah.
continue to fight
Yeah.
for other inmates? That's the test is going to come when the judgment comes down. So I think it's a little bit of theater as far as the defense attorney, not necessarily being emotional, because that's not a problem, but I just think that's not going to make a major impact on the judge's decision, because he's going to ultimately weigh all of the information that has been gathered throughout this case.
Got another question for you from Brittany Curry. Since a lot of countries deny entry to a felon, how would his international travel be affected?
Well, if once he's released, he's probably going to be on supervised release. So any travel that he has, he's going to have to go through his probation officer. So during his supervised release, so any travel outside of the jurisdiction that he releases from will have to be cleared by the probation office.
So Safa, something interesting is going on here too. I want to mention Nicole Westmoreland has been saying Mr. Combs was there. He said, "Listen, sorry. Mr. Combs is just a man, and he's made some mistakes. He has flaws like we all do. But how many of us can say that we've helped so many lives, countless lives? He's been in jail, and he's remorseful. I spend every day speaking with him." The judge kind of took objection earlier on about where he basically said it doesn't appear that Sean Combs is really accepting responsibility for what he did here. Is the defense downplaying the crimes too much? Is this going to work against them in terms of sentencing?
I don't think that they're trying to downplay the crimes, but what I think they're trying to do is highlight the other aspects that the judge needs to and will ultimately consider. So somewhat taking accountability, yes, and there's going to be a need for that from Mr. Combs's behalf, but also saying, yes, judge, and it's towing a fine line, because in their mind, there is still some dispute on whether or not these are actual victims, or dispute about the conviction and some of the conduct or the alleged facts that the judge is going to consider. So towing that line between accepting responsibility and accountability for that, but also taking that accountability and highlighting all of the other things that Mr. Combs is known for. And I think that it's very unique here. And I really hope I'm not wrong as I'm saying this. I think that Ms. Westmoreland, she is the African-American attorney on the team.
Yes.
And so I think it's very interesting that she is delivering the statement at this moment for Mr. Combs, who is obviously a Black man who, is one of the pioneers in the hip hop world and in the entertainment world. And again, to her point earlier, is he has been one of the few, or one of the first, that has been able to sort of leverage, Black or African-American talent and things of that nature into the entertainment industry. And also, to her point, up his impact on her when she had her visit to DC. I don't think that will significantly impact the judge's decision, but it's interesting to see the lens that they are trying to convey to the court through this statement with this attorney.
By the way, Sierra, we put up a poll regarding one of the bombshells that came out today. How do you feel that Diddy lined up speaking events, even though he's in custody still? 45% say disrespectful to victims. 26% say moving too fast, 18% just business, 11% say smart PR. That was a big bombshell, right? And you had mentioned why it confuses you with respect. I think you said the math is not mathing.
The math is not mathing, Jesse. And I'm not good at math, but it's not mathing, okay? So that poll, it is interesting because while we were on air, you broke that bombshell. And I think I even interrupted you. I was so shocked to hear that according to federal prosecutors, P. Diddy has lined up this speaking engagement for next week in Miami. But let me go back to the math and break it down if I can. So P. Diddy's team, the defense, is asking for 14 months, essentially time served, but not quite, because he was arrested and booked into MDC Brooklyn on September 16th, 2024. So we're not quite at the 13-month situation because right now we're only at October 3rd. So if they're asking for 14 months, let's say they get it, that's what they wanted, right? So that's a little bit more time. I mean, that's pushing us into November. So if he has this speaking engagement rather, set for next week, why are they asking for the 14 months? That doesn't make sense to me. But honestly, if you're asking me about the poll, I am a little shocked that there is this alleged speaking engagement that he has booked. However, it is P. Diddy, so how surprised should we be?
Dr. Hendricks, that's a good point. Dr. Hendricks, does it make sense to you?
Well, if he gets the 14-month sentence, a year and a day sentence triggers 47 days of good conduct time. So he's already served a year in prison. So if he gets the 14 months,
He could get out.
he can get out within a few days. I don't have a computer in front of me to do the
But
calculation.
that makes it seem like he really thought he's getting out.
Right. Exactly. So they're hedging their bet that he's going to get that 14-month sentence, and he's prepared to do the things that he wants to do in the community and beyond once he gets out. And I think that's why they've established a date for this speaking engagement in Miami.
They were not. It was the prosecution was not happy about that. They basically said it shows his hubris about it. Super chat question from Christina Lester. Thank you, Christina. Really appreciate it. Jesse, will Ben Chu be joining us today? He will not be joining us today, but my gosh, isn't Ben always in our minds? Isn't he always in our hearts? So let's keep it there. No, but Ben's a busy guy. Won't be making it today, but maybe we'll be able to relay that question to him nonetheless. Okay. Joe Rod says, I'm still laughing that the Punisher is at the court. Yes, he is there. Nicole Westmoreland, in the MDC, Mr. Combs started asking people their dreams. That's how free game for Diddy was born. No one's done this in the MDC before. Is that true?
I believe so. You know, as we know, Mr. Combs is a very creative individual, and I'm sure he probably had a little bit of homework done on the evidence-based courses that they already have at the facility. So I'm not surprised that he came up with this particular um, course for the individuals, and especially since he's not going to get paid for facilitating this class, so why not call it free game? And the timing of it all makes sense as well, because I'm sure he didn't have time during the trial phase to have time to be talking to inmates on a daily basis because he was preparing for trial. But post sentence, since July, I mean, he's had enough time to create this course and begin facilitating it to the other individuals in the building. And of course, at the end of the day, this is to help him ultimately because he's not going to be able to benefit from any type of courses because he's going to have to serve a day for a day.
Yep.
At 85% if he does get above 14 months.
Hey, Safa, here's a question for you. This is from Ray Santiago. Can the president pardon him?
Well, yes, he can. At this point, Mr. Combs has been convicted. And so now, if the judge or excuse me, not the judge, but if Mr. Trump wanted to, he could certainly consider a pardon for Mr. Combs.
You think he's going to do it?
Nah. I think there was conversation about it, and then Trump said something to the effect that maybe Diddy was on the opposite side of the political spectrum as him. So I think Mr. Trump's going to leave that one alone.
What did you make, Dr. Hendricks, of the video? So we've been playing it a little bit. Have you ever seen that before, where a video has been put together highlighting the achievements, the career, the volunteer service, the benefits someone has provided to a community? Have you seen that? Has that been effective before?
No, I have not seen it before, but obviously we're now living in a technology age, and I think this may be the start of something. I'm sure other individuals who have access to footage or B-roll or photos that they may be able to show their goodwill in the communities that they come from across the country. they may be able to establish something like that, like Mr. Combs is doing, to show his human side. And this should be something to illustrate for all individuals that are being incarcerated across this country, that they may be humanized, and that they may have to take responsibility for their actions, but they still can contribute something to society as they move forward. So I think this is a good thing that he's doing to show his human side, even though he's convicted of the two counts that he was. And I believe that this could be a start of something in the future for other individuals who are facing federal and state time.
Sierra, there's a lot of question, a lot of feeling about the emotion there today, right? So there's a poll up that says, how do you think Diddy will react when he hears his fate? 37% say he'll be emotional, 29% say calm and composed, 20% will say shocked, 14% say defiant. What is the feeling outside that courthouse? What has been the feeling during the course of this trial? There are complicated emotions for people. I think a big part of it was, the Sean Combs that we knew, the Sean Combs that was beloved, the Sean Combs that was renowned, to hear the allegations against him and to hear what he was convicted of was a shock to many people. And it kind of goes into that poll about, does your feeling about him change? Does your view on him change? But there are complicated feelings where people don't believe the victims in this case. There are people who don't believe he should have been convicted. There are people who believe he should have been convicted across the board. What is that feeling that you're seeing from outside the courthouse and as you've been covering this trial?
I think it's hard, right? Because the reason that we all are following this case is because we know the name Sean P. Diddy Combs because he was a celebrity. And that's really what it is. When we know a celebrity, we know them from afar. We idolize them because of their music or movies, etc. And we don't necessarily know what's going on behind closed doors. But now with this trial, with everything seemingly out in the open, it does, to your point in that poll we spoke about earlier, change the course of public opinion in regards to P. Diddy and the allegation and now conviction that he has. So I guess it remains to be seen what sort of reaction Diddy himself, Sean Combs, will have when this sentence is handed down. As for what's going on right here, I've seen a little bit of everything. Earlier throughout this live stream today, I've heard multiple people running up and down the street yelling, "Free Diddy." So there are still supporters here for P. Diddy. Additionally, I just saw a man moments ago who came over live streaming and said, "I've been watching Law and Crime. I love you guys." So we have people here who are watching our live stream down at the courthouse supporting what we're talking about here. So it's an interesting juxtaposition of emotions here on both sides.
I want to get 2 quick points from both my guests before I have to sign them off. Sierra's going to stay with us, of course. So there's an update here, Dr. Hendricks, from court, Nicole Westmoreland. There is no benefit to warehousing Mr. Combs in prison. Thank you. Judge asked Mr. Steele. Mr. Steele says, Brian Steele, one of his defense attorneys, we wanted his children to come up, then show the video. Judge says, please come forward. My name is Quincy Brown. He's my father. So we're about to hear from Quincy Brown.
Yes.
No benefit to warehousing Mr. Combs in prison?
Well, I mean, of course, the defense is going to say that because, they don't want their client to be behind bars. So, I mean, but in terms of him, being held accountable for his actions, and the judge is going to have to make that decision. And that's why they have the high responsibility of being a federal judge, is that they are going to be able to measure all of the information based on the evidence, based on criminal history, based on what he can bring to the table in the community later on in his life. And ultimately, that judge is going to have to make that decision. So, but I'm not surprised that his defense attorney said there's no public benefit from it. So, I mean, and that's a question for a lot of different individuals who are incarcerated. But ultimately, he's going to have to take responsibility for his actions, and it may include some jail time.
They're moving pretty quickly, Safa, through these statements from family. Quincy Brown says, this is his son, he is transformed. He will not jeopardize his freedom again. As his children, we wish to heal together. Next up, my name is Justin Combs. I ask you, give my father a second chance. My father is my superhero. My father always told me to believe in God. I talk to my father every day, every other hour. Next up, I'm Christian Combs. I'm the one who most resembled my pops, my mannerism. My whole life, I studied my dad up and down. He is the greatest man in the world, my superhero. Is this going to have an impact on the judge's decision, Safa?
I think it's most certainly going to have an impact. And I think that this, in part, is going to be the defense's strongest tactic to get the judge to come in alignment with their sentencing request. Right now, what you see is obviously the children of Mr. Combs who are really delivering heartfelt, heart impacting, and pulling at the judge's heartstrings for leniency for their father. And these are the individuals that truly have firsthand relationships and that will be impacted the most with Mr. Combs' absence. So I think that what they're going to be saying and what his other children continue to say will have a compelling effect on the judge. So compelling that, you know, he'd give him time served or the 14 months essentially, probably not. But I think that these statements from the children are going to really echo in the judge's mind as he considers his sentence.
Safa Robinson Ferrer, Dr. Dwayne Hendricks, thank you both so much for coming on. Really, really appreciate your expert insight and analysis into this as we continue into another hour of the Sean Diddy Combs sentencing. Sierra Gillespie and I will be right back. We have new guests coming on. Again, I said full day affair. We don't know how long this sentencing is going to happen, but we're covering it for you right here on Long Crime. We'll be right back.
Well, there you have it. They are discussing all kinds of different angles and different ways that the judge is going to say something for Mr. Combs. His children have spoken up, including his sons, who called him their superhero. It's a lot. It's a lot. But I think it's going to come down to one, you know, a single blow, just like saying this is how much he has, and he has to serve this out, and we'll see what happens after that. That's what I think is going to happen. I don't even think they're going to stand at the microphones too long. They might field some questions, but I doubt it's going to take, you know, more than 20 minutes. I guess half an hour maybe. That they're going to stand outside at the microphones. I just want to know what the hell is going on right now. The sons are speaking to the judge. They're begging for mercy and grace. Mercy and grace aren't going to get you anywhere. Justice will. Justice says that you get what you deserve. When you stop getting what you get, if you don't get what you deserve, then that's a complete imbalance of morality. All the people that have been wrongfully accused and not acquitted and gone to jail innocent, prison innocent, and have been executed as an innocent person. That's the real injustice. That's the real sadness. And that's what's so difficult to bear when it comes to capital punishment, is because I would have to know without a shadow of a doubt, without even an inkling of doubt, that this person did the crime, that they are worthy of this execution, and that's what I think it is. But this, of course, isn't even close to anywhere close to that severity of punishment. This is just a few years behind bars. He'll probably get tops, I don't know, 7 or 8 years ago in prison, maybe even less. And of course, they have the time served and the behavior, good behavior. He had bad behavior actually. He was taking the other he was buying cards, I think he was doing, for phone time. That's a no-no, to put it lightly. So he didn't have the best behavior. He wasn't on his absolute best behavior during his time at the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn, New York, United States of America. Okay, we got a wobbling nigga. He's wobbling. He got a white shirt and a mask and a blue hat, blue sneakers, and he got the cane. So we shall see. We shall see. I got 3 people in here, very quiet, not saying a word. Haven't been saying a word for a while. Must be eating a bowl of cereal or something. I don't know. But I appreciate you for stepping up and watching with me. Appreciate it a lot. So, did he do it? He did it. And he got the verdict of guilty on very lesser charges. If he was guilty on other charges, it would have been a problem. He'd been in jail for the rest of his life, most likely. Or a good chunk of it. 40, 50 years, maybe. He doesn't have that much time left, really. And he probably doesn't have that much time. There's a few people walking in, the doors right now. I don't know what their relation to the trial to Diddy or anything. And what is the point of revolving doors? There's a point why there are revolving doors. I just don't know what it is. What is the point of a revolving door? Somebody please explain that to me. Diddy has been, offering putting himself on the altar of mercy. He wants to have mercy, he says. He wants to have grace. He wants to be forgiven for his past crimes. But all he's going to do is get out again and do the freak offs, but he's going to do them legally, I would imagine. He said he never wants to commit a crime again. He's blemished. He used to be untouched. He used to be untouchable. He had the New York club shooting. He got off on that, free and clear. No convictions tied to his name. Only Shine got a conviction. He was sent to prison for either a little under 10 years, a little over 10 years. And that's amazing. I know that Megan Cuniff is her sexy ass is covering this situation as well. She's giving live updates, I think. But I'm sticking with law and crime. Fair use all the way. Fair use. Salute. Fair use. You show all of their videos all the time. You don't have to pay a dime. They get more views. Everybody wins. It's New York City, so of course sirens have to be blaring. No matter where you are, I think, in one of the boroughs, you're gonna hear sirens going off. P. Diddy's son speaking to judge, stand by for live coverage. Who's in there? Who's is I don't even know if I just said her name. Oh my god, I can't Kunif. I can't remember her first name. This is how my brain works, or doesn't work. Megan Kunif. I don't know if she's inside or not, and putting out X messages. I'm not sure. But this could take all day. This could go into the evening. I want to see how far this goes. I want to know. But I will be back. One moment.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Our live coverage here on Long Crime of Sean Diddy Combs sentencing continues. I'm Jesse Weber, and thank you so much for joining us. We still do not know the sentence for Sean Combs after he was convicted of 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution, moving people across state lines, international lines, for the purposes of sex work. This includes the victims, Cassie Ventura and Jane. But we kind of got a hint. The judge earlier on, Judge Arun Subramanian, said that he does not see a reason to deviate from the sentencing guidelines of about 5 to 7 years in prison. Is that a definitive answer as to what he's going to do? No, because what are we seeing right now? It's the defense's turn to put kind of mitigating evidence forward, to ask for leniency. And that, by the way, I've said this before, I'll say it again. That's what makes this sentencing hearing so interesting. We have no idea what the exact sentence will be. There's no pro forma mandatory sentence. There's a range here. Defense was asking for 14 months, basically asking for him to be released from the MDC immediately. The prosecution was asking for 11 years in prison. Are we going to get that? But the defense right now is calling Sean Combs' family members to provide statements to the court. I mentioned before that Justin and Quincy had made statements. Christian Combs has just told the court, which is interesting considering what Sean Combs was convicted of. He told me to treat women like a queen, and I do. I see in his eyes as his twin that he has changed. Next up, my name is Jesse Combs, and I'm 18 years old. Apparently, she's crying as she's giving this statement. When my mother died, I was just a little girl. I remember my dad sitting us down. It helped me survive when I just wanted my mom. My name is Chance Combs, his daughter. He's changed. She's crying as well. He speaks with a clear mind. My name is Delilah Combs. We watch our 2-year-old sister. She cannot grow up fatherless. Your Honor, please let us move forward, not as a headline, but as a family. She's crying as well. Judge says, thank you all. This is important for me to hear. Brian Steele, Sean Combs' defense attorney, says, we would like to show the movie. So there was a movie that was prepared, this compilation of, we'll play it here as B-roll. We can't play the audio due to copyright reasons, but Sean Combs' life, his career, the work that he's done for the community. It's interesting seeing this as we talk about what impact this will have on the judge. It's up to his discretion about what the sentence will be here. But I'm here right now with prison consultant Justin Paperny. I'm here with litigator Rich Schoenstein, trial attorney. And I'm also here with Sierra Gillespie, who is outside that federal courthouse. And by the way, Elizabeth Milner is inside in that courtroom as well. We'll get to her later. Rich, I'll start with you. Do you think this is going to have an impact on the judge?
No. You're asking about the video? I think the video would have a negative impact on the judge. I don't think this video is for the judge. I think the video is for the public. I think the video is for his fans. I think the video is for his supporters and people who have an interest, who are going to see it on the news or on social media. That video, from the perspective of influencing the judge, to me, is a negative. I don't think that video is what he wanted to give to the judge. The letter that he submitted was a decent effort to persuade the judge. I believe the letter was for the judge and the video is for the public.
We're also here with trial attorney Dante Pointer. Dante, do you think those statements from the family, those emotional statements from the family where the judge just said, this is important for me to hear, do you think that's going to affect the sentence? Do you think the judge has already gone in with a sentence and may be swayed by what he's hearing? Dante, I think you have are you muted? Okay, we got you. Yep. You were saying?
That's certainly Diddy's team and his family's hope, is that those cries, those pleas for help, the idea that the punishment is not just borne by Diddy alone, but also by his family, and that can have repercussions as well, is something that the judge should take into consideration. However, when the judge starts off by talking about the guidelines say what they say in terms of 6 to 7 years, you're now having to kind of battle back from that position and identify some points of mitigation that would cause the judge, persuade the judge to go below the sentencing guidelines.
Or do you think it's, hey, I'm not going to go past it. I still agree. He might say, I still agree 5 to 7 years, Dante, but I'm not going to 11. I'm not going past it. That, you think that's where these statements, this video could come into play?
Well, certainly it could come into play for that. I mean, look, If you're playing defense, which Combs is because he's been convicted, then you're trying to put a cap on the maximum punishment that you can get at minimum. In your best case scenario, you've provided persuasive information that makes the judge want to depart below the guidelines, which is their best case scenario, right? So the best case scenario, you want the judge not to even reach the 5 to 7 year marker. Worst case scenario, please don't go above the guidelines and hit me with the 11 years the prosecution is banging on their drum about.
Now, we do have a super chat question from Bravado Agency. Such a great super chat question. Bravado Agency, just wait 1 second. I will get to it. I just want to go to Justin Paperny about something. It is important to note, Justin, and I want you to clarify it for our audience, okay? If he is sentenced to significant prison time, so anywhere 5 years and more, how much time will he actually serve? And where do you think he will serve it?
That answer actually helps with the video, if I can touch on that quickly. I think the video does a good job of helping the judge look at the totality of his life, along with the statements from the children and the letters. It's important because these videos and letters lay out some vision of what he will do moving forward. So even if it doesn't directly impact the sentence, there are promises in this copy that the Bureau of Prisons can later use down the road to determine if he is authentic, if he is following through on the commitments that he made in this letter, or he is now asking a case manager to take the totality of his life into consideration in sending him direct to home confinement. So that's why I think it's important for the mitigation. The question is, will he follow through? I think he will, given what he's done while he's in custody. I think a lot of it's been impressive. To the sentence, based on this crime, as I understand it, he would be ineligible to get earned time credits under the First Step Act, a law that President Trump signed in 2018. These earned time credits can take up to 1 year off of your sentence. And with BOP directives, these credits can continue to stack. As a result of this conviction, he is ineligible. So that's additional time he would serve in prison. If the sentence, I presume, is 3 years or longer, if I were betting, he would eventually get transferred from MDC. Per the First Step Act, they want to send you to a prison within 500 miles of your release address. I presume it would be a low security prison. If in California, most likely Lompoc or Terminal Island here in San Pedro. If it's the short sentence his legal team is asking for, probably 3 years or less, with good time together with what he served, he may say, I'd just like to finish the rest of my sentence here.
Yep, very consistent with what Dr. Hendricks was saying. I think we're working on getting Sierra Gillespie up as we do. I just want to go now, Rich, to Bravado Agency. This question, the super chat question, Rich. Judge Subramanian, clerk for Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg. She embraced her judicial role with the solemn responsibility of following the law. How might this influence affect Judge Subramanian today?
Well, I don't know if it's the Ruth Bader Ginsburg connection, although she was, of course, one of the significant Supreme Court justices of our lifetime and a great place to clerk. Judge Subramanian, I think, has been trying to act within the scope of the law throughout these proceedings. I think he wants to follow the law. And obviously, no judge wants to get reversed. So they always try to follow the law. So I do believe he's going to do his best to consistently adhere to the legal principles and guidelines. That said, at the end of the day, he has some discretion in sentencing. That's what sentencing is all about. That's why even the proposed, the PSR is in a range, and he can go outside of that range, acting consistently with the law. So he will try his best, and we will see what he comes up with.
Well, I'm here with Sierra Gillespie as well. Raises an interesting question. We got this question here from Luna Wolf WY. Do you think, Sierra, do you think people will protest and or riot if he gets the max time? So I guess they're referring to what, 20 years in prison, which seems unlikely. You're outside that courthouse. You're looking at the scene. I hope for your sake and everyone's sake that doesn't happen, but what do you think?
I don't necessarily think that there's going to be a 20-year sentence here today. I mean, I think that seems pretty extreme. We could maybe rule that out. However, I could see if there is a lengthy sentence that the people here, just based on the vibe, could do something. I mean, last time I was here when the verdicts came down, I know I keep talking about this, but it was very notable that people were squirting baby oil and lube at the courthouse here, the federal courthouse in the Southern District of New York. I mean, it's New York. Anything can happen here. There have been people up and down the streets yelling, "Free Diddy." There have been people running behind me in my live shots and pointing at the monitor saying, "That's Jesse Weber." You know, people do not mind coming up to us. People do not mind yelling. I mean, so I think there are a decent amount of Diddy supporters here. And if there was a sentence that wasn't great for P. Diddy, I'm not surprised if I'm going to hear some people yelling. Maybe I'm going to see some more baby oil and lube shouting. I mean, there are police barricades and there are officers around in case things do get out of control. And again, when the verdicts came down, there were police officers here who had to control traffic. There were so many people, and it had a heightened sense of security here. So, I mean, I guess we'll wait and see what the sentence really is, but I wouldn't be surprised if we get some outbursts from people here in New York.
And just so you know, I pay those people very well to say those comments about me. But that's a side note. Justin, got a poll question we put in. Put it up. Do you believe Diddy's claimed transformation? 63% say no, it feels like damage control. 19% say yes, people can grow. 11% say hard to say. 7% say maybe. The reason I'm posing this question to you is because Diddy, in his letter to the judge, talked about how the MDC changed him, talked about the good that he can do on the outside, how this has been a transformative moment. We haven't heard from him in court yet, but look at this, what it seems to be, people are very skeptical about this idea of him being transformed. Your take on it?
So I can understand the skepticism. I've been to prison, and a lot of people make a lot of claims. I can understand it's in his lawyer's interest to talk about the transformation. I think they're doing a pretty good job. I'm a believer or buyer because we're beginning to compile some evidence from people inside of that prison who are willing to put their name to a letter that says, he is impacting me, he is helping me. There are people that go to prison who play the victim all day. They blame, they excuse, they watch television. They do nothing to try to contribute. So I find it very helpful. I find it positive that while he's been in this really difficult detention center, stripped from his family through his own bad choices, he's making the most of the experience. In my opinion, that's the biggest mitigation argument that he has. There's no doubt how much his children love and support and miss him. And I can understand a judge might say, if you were so concerned about your children, you might have given more thought to your conduct. I've been to enough sentencing hearings to know. So the children have done an excellent job. I think his lawyers are doing a very good job of doing what they're paid to do. To his mitigation, avoiding problems, which you shouldn't be rewarded for if you're compliant, but still a lot of people are not. The best thing he has going for him, even if it doesn't directly impact his sentence today because it could influence a case manager down the road, is the work that he has done while he is in custody to provide value to those who have not had the opportunities, the benefits that he has had throughout a lifetime. I think it's real. I think it is significant. And I think the judge may comment on it, but if not, you could expect a case manager down the road to be influenced if he continues to do it. It just doesn't stop at sentencing. He's continuing to build a record for the rest of his life, frankly. This isn't a legal strategy for him. It is a mitigation strategy for his children, for his family. But I think it's very genuine what he's done, and I think it's very encouraging. I would just encourage him to continue whatever the number is today.
So we have an update from court. That video that they were playing is over. It's been played.
Okay.
The judge says, Mr. Steele, who will be speaking next? Brian Steele says, the Reverend Dr. Johnson. Then the man from the reentry program, if you permit. Judge says, any more lawyers? Brian Steele says, myself. Then Mr. Donaldson. They're going to resume now at 2 p.m. Eastern. Adante, this may take quite some time. Is this typical? Is this typical to see a sentencing on these kind of federal charges take a full day like this?
It's not typical to see a full day of a sentencing. However, I don't think it's the charges. I think it's who is being charged and who is being sentenced is why it's taking such a long time. It's not uncommon because you do have to have, both sides, if you will, not only the court weigh in with the sentencing and its analysis, but also the prosecutors and whoever the victims want us to talk. And of course, here, the defendant has an opportunity. So it's not a quick situation like you might see in state court where, a person could be sentenced within about 15, 20 minutes. This is a federal court. And so it's a much more elaborate process. Nevertheless, what I think you see here are two titans, if you will. You have the United States government on one side, and you know they're asking for 11 years. They're beating their drum. They're pulling anything and everything that they feel the court should consider. But the defendant also has the right to do that. And he's well-heeled. He has a number of attorneys looking at it, and they're going to play all the angles to Diddy's benefit. And keep in mind, the judge should and is instructed to take into consideration more than just what was in the four corners of the conviction. The judge could take in all the other testimony that was about other bad acts, but at the same time, the defendant gets to present the court with all of the things Diddy has done, be it a school that he funded in his neighborhood, provided free education and boarding to people, and all the other generous acts that he's done over the years. The judge has to then balance all those things to ultimately come out with the sentence. And of course, we're all waiting with bated breath to find out what that will be.
Rich, I want to jump on something you mentioned before, his letter to the court. By all accounts, Sean Combs is going to provide a statement in court today. It may echo what his letter said. I was playing before his apology video that came out after the Cassie tape was published by CNN. A lot of people didn't buy it. They didn't believe him. He was also accused of committing crimes after that video came out. What can he say in a best case scenario? What can he say? What can he do that may affect the judge's decision here, given that, as you said so well, that the judge has a lot of discretion here?
I think the themes that he wants to hit on, and they were in his letter, are remorse, regret, and rehabilitation. And Justin really spelled this out well. I too thought that is by far his strongest argument, that he can do good and is already doing good and is really capable if he's earnest about it. This is someone who's capable of doing immense good in the public if he gets out and if he does it. And I think that is his strongest argument. He needs to be careful, though, because there were things in the letter that the judge didn't like and the prosecutors harped on. He can't say anything negative about any witness or any victim. He doesn't want to say anything to deny committing these crimes or to deflect responsibility. He was pretty good in the letter, but he did sort of say something about Mia that I think was misplaced in that letter. He doesn't want to do any of that. He wants to keep it short. He wants it to be heartfelt. I assume he's not going to read something. He's going to use his presenter ability. And to your point, Jesse, about how this is taking a long time, for better or worse, this is a very well-equipped defendant, right? It is the rare defendant that can produce a video to play at their sentencing hearing. I'm not sure I've ever seen that before. Or bring in, multiple children and a reverend and other impact statements and have multiple lawyers make arguments and then get up and say something. So there is a lot to be said. But when it's his turn, remorse, regret, rehabilitation, sit down.
So that's a really good breakdown of what he needs to do. And it's interesting, Justin, because I'm thinking about it. On one hand, the judge could say, my gosh, it's so unique what Sean Combs has been doing in prison, helping his fellow inmates. We got a lot of letters from people who say he's changed their lives. He may be committed to doing well on the outside. Could the judge take the other view? Well, not everybody's in Sean Combs' position. Not everybody has the ability to teach business classes and use that for their benefit at sentencing. And if I use that to benefit him, that places him in an unfair position. And I'm curious, whether the judge may say something like that. And while it's great what he's doing and commends him for doing it, he can't use it as a deciding factor to determine what his sentence should be. I'm just curious your opinion on it, Justin.
So there's a nonprofit I'm affiliated with called Prison Professors Charitable Corporation that is in every BOP prison. It influences millions of people, and a number of people will volunteer to that nonprofit, and it's been very helpful through sentencing hearings, and judges have commented on it. It has never been harmful. I don't think this work that he did would be harmful unless you have the lawyers or Mr. Combs try to oversell it, right? The impact of it, or if it wasn't real. I've been to sentencing hearings where judges will say, yes, I saw you go to the soup kitchen once a week. You've truly changed the world. And any volunteer work is clearly working against them. So I think it has to be realistic. It has to be measurable. I think 1 year is a sustained period of time. I don't think you should punish him for having skills that he's choosing to use to help people. What's the alternative? Sit there all day in isolation and complain? He shouldn't be hurt or impacted negatively by trying to help people. Some people try to oversell it. It doesn't appear as if he has. I would argue that for him to get maximum benefit, regardless of the sentence today, as someone who's been to federal prison, but I was in federal prison in 2008 when there was no prison reform. There was no agenda to advance my release date. Measures have changed through the First Step Act, more that we think is coming. So it's really in his interest whether he gets 5 years, 7 years, 11 years to say, Your Honor, regardless of what happens today at sentencing, I'm going to continue this through my sentence, probation, for the rest of my life and use this experience as an asset to influence many of the brothers that I have met here in prison.
Okay, so I have big news. Elizabeth Milner, Queen Elizabeth, is with us right now. She is straight from the courtroom. She was in there for the entirety of the day so far. Elizabeth, it is so great to see you. I have to start with this. You can tell me how Sean Combs appears, how he looks, but you got to tell me what the emotion was like in the courtroom in the past hour. We're reading about it. We're hearing what his children, his attorney, Nicole Westmoreland, that they were sobbing, but I don't know if it's really doing it justice for what the feeling is like in that courtroom. Can you break it down for us?
Yeah, absolutely, Jesse. Well, when Sean Combs first came into the courtroom today, you know, we were knowing what the tone would necessarily be. Would he come in? Would he appear confident? Well, when he did come in today, he was kind of in, he was in civilian clothes. Now he wasn't in the MDC jumpsuit or anything like that. He was wearing a tan sweater, white undershirt, dark pants, all of his tattoos covered up. He waved at his family and he did prayers, hands to him. And I noted even in my notes, because we're not allowed to have electronic devices when we're in the courtroom, just about how nervous, to me at least, he seemed while walking in. And I can only imagine how he feels being in that predicament. He is facing sentencing. It could go either way. I think a lot of people obviously are anticipating what that sentence will ultimately be, but you could tell like it felt like the weight of the world was on him. And then I think, Jesse, honestly, when, you know, we had an attorney speak before Nicole Westmoreland came on, that was Jason Driscoll, really kind of honing in on kind of some of the legal arguments. But I was very surprised, honestly, to see Nicole Westmoreland get so emotional during this sentencing, you know, and it really kind of began when she started talking about Revolt Television and all of Sean Combs's accomplishments, something that the defense, I feel like, has been using this as a way to kind of appease to not only the judge, but possibly the public in terms of his redemption when it comes to just wanting people to not think about this case, not think about the trial, not think about these allegations, but more so really just talk about his accomplishment and what he's done for the community, and more specifically what he's done to the Black community. And so Nicole Westmoreland really getting emotional when she was talking about how he spent a lot of time helping his community, how he helped break the chain of systemic racism, how he opened 3 charter schools in poverty-stricken areas, how he employed thousands of people. He gave opportunity to inner-city individuals. His companies were very diverse. He inspired generations to follow. They were they were talking about vote or die. And then Nicole Westmoreland kind of made it a little more personal, where she was discussing how some of her interests were where she was super passionate about mass incarceration. She went to an event 8 years ago, and who was the speaker there? None other than who would end up being her client years later, and that was Sean Diddy Combs. And she said that he had said something along the lines of, listen, everyone, don't be afraid to dream. Just remember to wake up, put those actions behind your dreams. And she said that pretty much changed her life. She says, Mr. Combs isn't larger than life. He's just a man who made mistakes. And then I think the tears really started to fall when the children came to speak at the podium today. And it wasn't even necessarily a situation where they were rushed over into the front of the courtroom and all had to turn. It was really just kind of a simple, casual measure. They all got up to the podium. They all stood together, and it's 6 of them, minus the 7th child, that being, of course, baby Love, who's only 2 years old. Didn't see her in the courtroom or anything like that, but I did see her mother, Dana Tran, inside there. But all the kids lined up at the podium. It's seated near the jury box. And Quincy Brown speaks first. And I think what's important to note is Quincy Brown, his biological father is actually Albie Shura, who had a relationship with Kim Porter. They were together. But Sean Combs adopted Quincy when he was very young. And then there was kind of some talk before, prior, just about the relationship between Quincy Brown and his biological father. But in terms of what he was speaking about today in sentencing, he said that he's our father. In front of us, we see a changed man week after week. We can see him evolve. Our father will never do anything to jeopardize his freedom. Now, Justin Combs spoke afterwards. Christian Combs spoke after that. But Jesse Combs is really where it started to kind of pick up in terms of the emotions again, where she immediately started crying. And I can only imagine how that feels to speak in front of not only the judge, but in front of your father, in front of a whole bunch of people in the media who want to hear what the kids have to say. Because even though we saw them inside the courtroom, Jesse, even though we've seen them in passing in the cafeteria and other things like that, this is the first time we're really kind of hearing them speak about how their lives have been impacted by Sean Combs's the allegations that have been against him and the conduct, all of that stuff. But they said right up the front, they were like, we're not here to make excuses for him. We aren't here to excuse his mistakes. We need him in our lives. Jesse Combs talking about how she lost her mom, that her mom being Kim Porter when she was very young, and that Sean Combs promised to be there to keep them safe. Then Chance Combs spoke afterwards, and she said that we're just daughters who need our father. When we talk, he speaks with a clear mind now. He's more patient. He's thoughtful. He wants to be a better man. He wants to be a better father. He's parented our 2-year-old sister from jail, and I see glimpses of our father during that. She said our sister deserves, and that the sister being 2-year-old Love deserves a father who is present to teach her how to ride a bike, to tuck her in at night before she goes to bed, something that all kids want from their parents, right? Then Delilah Combs afterwards spoke after Chance. She said that we're scared of the thought of not having our mom and our dad in our life. And she says that these are the years that we'll never get back. She says, I know that the missing years hurt because we lost our mom and they've already lost so much. So really that was kind of a time where we were really kind of seeing everyone get a little emotional in terms of people on the defendant's side. Sean Combs himself, I think it was a moment where we were kind of seeing him inside the courtroom at the defense table really kind of turn and look at his children. Kind of hard for him to keep a straight face with that. Like, he was so emotional, which I understand. He's a father, and he's a father to many children, and the kids have gone through a lot in their life. And so it was very emotional, Jesse. I can definitely say that. It was a lot of tears inside the gallery, especially on Sean Combs' side, but definitely from Sean Combs himself too. He was very emotional while his kids.
She always stood at the
There's a lot at stake.
with a
It's
smile
not surprising you're
her
seeing
nose.
this.
You can see
By the
where
way, before I ask you something else, I just have to let you know
smile would make
the amount of love
why is
that you're
she
getting
smiling?
online
Favorite
is
number
quite
two.
palpable.
It's true. She sat
Basti
there
Feld, greetings, my queen. We love you in Germany.
and every
Christina Lester, super chat comment, who's been great today. Tell Elizabeth her skin is glowing as per usual. Nikki Hayes, how are you, Elizabeth? We heart and appreciate you.
every day.
Anto Grego, beautiful Jesse and Queen Elizabeth, love you guys. You make a great team.
What
Malin Bourbon, oh, how I missed the chat, the lunchtime show, and the Long Crime team
was
panel. Long Crime, thank you for all your hard work.
was
So, and super chat question from Mike.
Princess,
What's the
we
update?
have
Well, I
to
think
change pee-pee.
Elizabeth
So
just
rest
laid
of
out the
course,
entire update.
after
I will ask you
sufficient
this.
coffee, maple syrup,
There was a
jam,
question
butterscotch
from
nuts, and a
the lone medic.
tangerine, and a
How
side
long
order
does
of ham.
Elizabeth think
This
Diddy will
is
be
just
sentenced for?
all made up by.
Wasn't there a
There is no
comment
meaning to it.
today?
It doesn't add
Wasn't
up
there a
to
comment
anything.
today,
It's
Elizabeth,
just
from the
him
judge
adding
that
to
he
the
does
story
not
that
see
he
any
was told.
reason to
He kind
deviate
of sets you on
from the
a
guidelines of
quest
what,
where there's
5
no
to 7
end by
years?
saying, and if you set your mind free, baby,
Yeah,
maybe
so
you'd
there was a lot of
understand. But
math that I
there's
was
nothing to
honestly
understand.
doing, Jess,
Doesn't
because
have
when they're
any.
talking about the
The song
sentencing
again is
guidelines, they're
from
always
the
talking
point of
about
view
it in
of one of
ranges
the
of
kids
months.
in
And
the
so
class.
because there are 12 months in a
Cynthia
year, I'm having
was
to
the
do quick
prettiest
math.
dress.
So really what the judge is kind of looking at and what the
Maybe
PSR
we were not
recommendation
really using the
was
word
70 to
autism
87
or
months, which by my
neurodivergent at the
calculations, because I didn't
time
have
the
a
song was
calculator
written, much less
inside that courtroom,
when
about
you
6
have
or
the
7
Prince
years. So I
heard
could
the
see it
story of an
possibly
autistic
being
girl and
definitely at
still
the
had
higher range
enough
than maybe the defense was
human
expecting. I think,
respect for her.
especially in
The song is filled with
terms of the
human
judge's tone
respect for
today,
her,
when
that
she
it
brought
doesn't,
up
it
that
notices
Sean
that
Combs
she
had
is
been
different, but
talking
doesn't make it
publicly
sound
about
like she's
possibly
weird.
doing an
She had
in-person
on the
speaking
prettiest
engagement in
dress.
Miami. I think
It
actually
didn't
I take that
feel
back. It wasn't the
soft.
judge who brought that up, but it was more
Sometimes
so
I
the
wondered if
government
the
who
mates were in
specifically
her
brought that up, because it
lunchbox.
seems like from the
Me and
defense's side that
Lucy,
they were
Captain's
expecting
daughter,
possibly for
opened it.
him to
When Cynthia
be
wasn't
released today
around,
pending
what
the
happened?
outcome of what the
Lucy
sentencing
cried.
may
I
be. And
almost
so
died. You
in
we
terms of
found
my
it.
personal
what's
It's
nuts?
meant
I
to
don't
be
think the
trippy.
judge's
It's meant
death
to be
is
psychedelic,
going
but
to
it is
be
realistic.
lenient today. And I don't know if
Things that
necessarily the
happened
victim
in this
impact
kindergarten
statement, seeing
class
the video
around
that played inside the
cute
courtroom, hearing from
Virgin
Sean
girl
Combs's
in the
children,
verse.
hearing from his defense
Cynthia
attorneys
had
will
a
sway
happy
him in any
face,
type of way. I
just
think
like the
he's
one she draws
probably already has his
every
decision already
wall,
made. But if I were
every
to have
school.
my guess,
But
I
it's
All
wouldn't
right. It's
put it
for
past him
worthy
to have
cause. Go
anything
on, Cynthia.
below
salute,
2
sir.
years, and
Go
possibly
on, Cynthia.
with the
Here's the
possibility of time
story
served. That's
of
only
a
another year in
neurodivergent
prison, and so
autistic
we'll
girl.
see what the outcome will
Says,
be once that
let's
sentence is eventually
show her
handed
some
down,
love.
which will be
This
later this
mom
afternoon for sure.
loves Cynthia. It
Yeah,
recognizes
so we
that
have a question
something has
also,
arrived, but
and I apologize
we
if you answered
accept
it
her
before, but
just the same. It's
it's
a
from Rebecca
very
L. What is Diddy
beautiful
wearing
message.
today?
Stop.
Yes, well, Rebecca, Diddy is wearing, because I always write it down, whatever he is wearing inside, is wearing a tan sweater, white undershirt, and he's wearing dark pants today, which is different from the last time I actually saw him in the courtroom, and that being the hearing that happened just last week when he actually appeared in the NBC jumpsuit. And so still kind of a similar color, but definitely in civilian clothes as opposed to last week's hearing.
And by the way, this revelation that Mia, who is one of the victims in this case, claimed that Sean Combs sexually assaulted her. She was supposed to provide a statement today. She had provided a letter to the court. The defense objected to her providing a statement in court. She didn't want to speak today. I mean, can you talk to us about that revelation too? That happened at the beginning of the day.
That was a big revelation. I was expecting to hear some in-person victim impact statements, especially from government witnesses. And so it was a big shocker when Christy Slavic said today that Mia no longer wants or wishes to give a victim impact statement. And she, Christy Slavic had said that Mia had submitted a written statement, and that was the same letter from the government sentencing memo. And then it was interesting, Jesse, honestly, to hear the judge kind of get a little kind of testy a little bit with the defense's side, because he pretty much said the tone of the defense's letter in response to Mia giving a victim impact statement was just inappropriate. And the tone of that letter was pretty harsh. It was kind of the same tone and impact that the cross-examination was, where they set out in legal filing, they called her a liar. They said that she was having kind of a fake demeanor while she was on the witness stand. There's all of these things. So it, honestly, Jesse, it wasn't too much of a surprise that she did end up changing her mind, but I can understand why she might have been apprehensive about coming into court today, especially given the defense's response to her just wanting to give a victim impact statement, something that we see that's pretty routine in these sentencing hearings.
So, Elizabeth, I know you have to jump back into that courtroom. Excellent reporting. You're going to come back later on. We will see when the sentence is handed down. And also, Elizabeth's going to be on with me for a special sidebar later when we break down everything that happened in court today. Elizabeth Milner, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Jesse.
All right. So Sierra's going to come back on in a little bit. All my guests, Rich, Justin, Adante, stay with me. We're going to take a quick break on our end. The court is currently in break. When they come back, we'll come back and we'll continue to provide live coverage of Sean Diddy Combs' sentencing day. Stay with us.
Okay. I was up to six viewers. Now I'm down to 0. I got a donut. Thanks for the donut. I appreciate it. Thanks for... Oh man. So okay. So they just showed, the kids going into the building I don't know if it was a few minutes ago, maybe an hour ago. They are, staunch supporters of their father. If anything, they're not backing down on any of the what the judge might hand down as a sentence. They're not afraid. They're very confident. They're very collected. They're very cool and calm. They seem to be very focused as well. It just a matter of time. All this is a matter of time. These things, the legal system is ridiculous. I mean, the whole system of getting benefits to getting, serving time, and it takes a long time. I mean, even from the point of a crime all the way up into when the trial starts, could be a year or more. I mean, they talk about a speedy trial. Huh. That's interesting. And like I said, with benefits, man, if I knew what I could get benefits from a start, see, nobody tells you this stuff. This stuff I don't even know now. I probably could get a house or 2 houses or something like that under the Veterans Affairs. but nobody tells you until somebody tells you. If you know, you know. I was in the loony bin, the psych ward, the puzzle factory, the funny farm, the cuckoo's nest, the nut house. This stream is wild. ATO Faye fact. Okay. Thanks for that, Rick James. You are my one and only viewer right now. Appreciate it. But at least I have 1,002 subscribers now. It used to be 1,001. Now it says 1,002. But anyway, yeah, benefits are crazy because I technically, well, I don't know if I would have been able to get them. I don't know. It's the weird thing about time and the weird thing about life. Because I was in the psych ward for a little over a month. And when I came out of the psych ward and was on the workforce as a barista in Starbucks, I was working. I was doing the job. I was putting in work. I was doing the best customer service. Had calls from all over the country. People traveling, saying there was a really great barista. I don't know his name, but you know he did a good job. You know, he's a black kid, I think, or something like that. I guess they said. I don't know what they said. Or they saw my name tag and said, "Oh, this guy named Skyler." And I got a letter personally written from the CEO. I got a plaque. Actually, I'll show it to you right now. It's an extra effort award. It reads, Skylar Saunders, thank you for your great customer service to our guests. Brian Galliant, Senior Vice President. What is this? Motorways Region. And it's it. And there's another one that says, Dear Skylar, congratulations on being nominated by your team and selected by the Motorway Division as a recipient of the Above and Beyond Award for 2010. Your adaptability and outstanding customer service for our customers at the Delaware Plaza is appreciated and recognized for this award. Please contact the OC Tanner website and using the code provided on your certificate, select a gift from HMS Host for your customer service and commitment. I'm truly thankful to have associates like you in our business. Sincerely, Brian Gallant. So that's just, you know, I'm crazy. I can put in the work and do a really great job, but at the same time, it's difficult for me to do work like that. I like doing work like this where I can do whatever the hell I want to do, when the hell I want to do it. So that's what it is. And you know, fast forward, that was in 2010. I didn't get my benefits to 2016. And it was 2012 when I filed them. I filed the benefit for 100% benefits for my disability in 2012. Didn't take effect till 2016. And that's because I didn't tell people that I was seeing things and hearing things. I see things and I hear things. I just didn't tell anybody that. Once I told the doctor in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, that I'm seeing things and hearing things, he's like, well, okay, well, this is a... He's got to get to 100%. So I got the 100% rating, which is tax-free money from the government. One thing was I had to pay back. It was a really weird thing because it was like I had $9,000, right? And in order to get more benefits, I had to, you know, pay back that $9,000 that I used. And then fast forward to like 2019 or 2020, I got a check in the mail for from the IRS saying that I had paid, you know, too much into the system and accumulated over the years, and I got $4,000. So the legal system, the medical system is very weird, very strange. You know how it works, how it functions, and then you die, and then you die. All of this, and then your death. So it's just amazing. That's how, like, one of my favorite movies is Adaptation, and in it, Nicolas Cage plays Charlie Kaufman, the actual screenwriter of the movie. It's a very meta movie. It's a super meta movie, but he plays him, and he says, nothing goes on in the world at a writing conference with a real life a portrayal of the real life Robert McKee. If I said that right, make sure I said that right. Is it Robert McKee? I'm making sure. All right. Yeah, Robert McKee, and that's played by Brian Cox. And he's like, "Are you out of your effing mind? Nothing happens in the world." And he goes on to, describe certain situations. A child laying on the steps while his dead mother just, a few feet from him. Somebody, decides to risk their life for their friend. Somebody over here it betrays their best friend for a woman. There's things are going on all the time in this world. I've not said the words "I'm bored" since I was 11 years old. I wasn't allowed to say I'm bored. And that was the last time I remember ever saying I'm bored, because there's just so much going on. Just think about all the books and TV shows and movies. There's always some, problems in the world that can be solved through heroism, through morality, through ethics. That's the power of our humanity. And things are always going on everywhere at any time, at any place. It's a very, very intriguing world. Very intriguing world. Bros before hows? Rick James? Is that how you get down? Bros before hows? Okay. Is the PCP that strong today? What's going on? I still don't, getting back to this case, I still don't like the fact that the video of Cassie was even played in the courtroom. He was not tried for that particular incident. It was wrong, and he's suffering the consequences, I think, because they wanted to stick him with some kind of charge, and it stuck. He has conviction to his name forever and ever until he dies. And even after he dies, it's going to be remembered as a conviction. But I think that video should not have been played in court. It has nothing to do, absolutely nothing to do with his escorting prostitutes across state lines. And that is such a non-crime. Okay, so he's escorted people against. It's not a crime in any context. In a context, killing someone is a crime. In context, it also is not a crime. It's also what you get awards and medals for. And I wanted to say this, but my internet went out yesterday. I'm switching up topics. I'm just going back and forth. I called me crazy, but I didn't mind the Casey video. You meant Cassie, and you're saying call me crazy. Okay, I'm getting through with the PCP here, Rick James. I did mind the Cassie video. I thought it was horrific. I thought it was disgusting. He should have been brought up on charges for that, but they couldn't do it in time. It was past the expiration period. Diddy walking out a free man. Bumba in the house. Everybody give Bumba a hand. Bumba's the truth. But I was saying with government shutdowns, why isn't ICE shut down? Shut down ICE. That's the government agency that needs to be shut down. That's what I wanted to say yesterday. I didn't get a chance to address that, but I just wanted to say ICE needs to be shut down completely. It needs to be taken off. 07. What's 07? I'm confused. What is that? What is that, Bumba? I'm about to start calling you Bumba. Let me get my banners on the screen. Visit .focus_ on his YouTube channel and subscribe, like, and comment. If you enjoy Call of Duty and other first-person shooters, you will not be disappointed. Tell him that Silly Sky sent you. Also, visit lifestrongapparel.com for your raw sea moss needs. After making your selections, type in SKYLER20 Skylar20 as a promo to receive 20% off your purchases. Tell Mr. Pang Silly Sky sent you. Visit Beha Jackson's YouTube page and subscribe to learn more about sardines on the grill, fried chicken, near beer, and female strippers. Adult, of course. Tell him Silly Sky sent you in the comments. I appreciate it. And of course, finally, but not last but not least, go to Z Therapy on YouTube for all your Zumba needs. Move and groove to the rhythms and tell friends and family members to join in too. Tell her Sky sent you. Subscribe to Holly Correnti. I'm going to change that up. Okay. Oh, good. This is going to scroll, so this is the real one. Until 2 p.m. What is that? It's about 13 minutes from now. 12 minutes from now. Stand by for live coverage in court and on break until 2 p.m. Salute to Bumba. Salute to Bumba. I got 0 people. I got a donut again. Donuts. I got the donut. 0 people are watching me right now. Zero people are watching me right now. Stand by for live coverage then. This is exhausting. But I'm with it. I'm just saying it's exhausting for the security people, the dogs, the photographers, the videographers. They're sitting. I guess it's pretty cool out. What is the temperature like in New York? See, I'm pissed off at this. The U.S. military struck another alleged drug trafficking boat in the Caribbean, killing 4 men on board. What the hell is that? I don't even know what that is. Is that murder? I would imagine that's murder, right? For drugs. They're killing. They're not even carrying weapons or anything like that. For drugs. I'm so appalled. I'm so appalled. It's 72 degrees, so it's about room temperature in New York right now. But I just got the update saying that the United States struck a boat in the Caribbean and killed 4 men. Allegedly, not even sure, not even definite that it's a boat carrying drugs. This is like a double whammy. Okay, we got somebody doing the wiring. Somebody's getting the wiring together. Okay, I got one person in here. I think it's Bumba. Bumba Clot. Stop your blood clot crying. To kick the dog. Everybody lying. No lying. Your jeans too tight. Your voice too bright. I got 2 people in here. Is it Rick James and Bumba? Who is it? Who's in here? Yeah, that just pisses me off to win. Shut down the DEA. Who did it? Let me see who did this. Somebody did this. I think it's maybe the military. It says U.S. strikes boat off of Venezuela and questions over action against drug gangs. On an alleged drug trafficking boat in the Caribbean early Friday. Designated terrorist organization. Hegseth, what's his name? Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth has said. Narco trafficking vessel. Lethal kinetic strike on it. These strikes will continue until the attacks on the American people are over, Hegseth wrote. This is disgusting. This is traumatizing. It's just drugs, kids. It's just drugs. I think adults, not little kids, should be taking drugs if they wish and be able to control their lives or don't touch the stuff at all. I think you have the ability. You're grown-ups now. You have the options of not taking the drugs, and if you do take the drugs, controlling your intake and your behavior with the said drugs. I don't think it's that complicated. Put a rehab center on every corner. Make them all privatized and ensure that these people get the proper treatment that they need because they obviously couldn't handle the drugs. Let that be a beacon for them, shining a new pathway for them. We're talking about drugs. We're talking about the pink cocaine, the ketamine, the I always forget this. I think it's GBH because GBH. I always say GHB, but I think it's GBH. Let me make sure. No, it's GHB, I think. I don't know. What is this? GBH. GHB. Okay. Not GBH. GHB. Let them take GHB. Let them take ketamine. Let them take cocaine, the real cocaine. Coke is Coke again. They must have did the Coca-Cola thing. They had classic Coke, or they had Coke, right? And they had new Coke. That spanned for a few decades. Now they're back to classic Coke. The recipe has changed. It's a lot more potent. It's a lot more powerful. You get a better high, maybe even a cleaner high. Maybe you don't even get addicted as much, or maybe you do. I don't know. Hold on, I gotta change something now. I don't know. Hold on, let me make sure I get this right. I have to change my banner. Hold on. Just give me a second.
thought you wanted to give me audio.
Just fixing up some stuff. Hold on. Appreciate your time. All right, they're getting the wires out. I don't know what this means. It's getting. It looks like it's getting down to the wire. What's sister girl doing? She got the phone to her ear. Can't see her because of the. This is blocking it. The X feed. She looks like she's one of the professionals, though. I don't know. He's restacking the mics. I don't know what he's doing. Who are these people coming in and out of the courthouse? Are they have trial dates? Who are they? Are they workers? Are they? I don't understand. Who are these people? About 3 minutes, they should be back in session. Yeah, she looks like she's a professional. She's one of the crew. Sister girl is testing the mics, I guess. I don't know. She's making sure they all work. Let me make sure. Let me turn on the sound. Yeah, she's testing the mics.
You're not hearing an actual voice? No. Hold on. He's changing it. Hang on. This is my fox helping me. The Lord for them. Can you hear us now? Can you guys hear us in the LA office? Can you hear us? I can hear you. You can hear me, but they gotta hear me over in LA. Hello? Line level?
Anticipation is building as they get these microphones together. So who was that lady with that big bag? What's she doing? What is her role in the courtroom or the courthouse? What's she doing? She get that new iPhone 19? Sister girl over here and this white man. Sister girl running back and forth.
Hello. We're coming to you live from New York City. Can you guys hear me? Coming to you live from New York City.
And then they put it on mute, so can't tell what they're saying. But she's trying to, I think, get in touch with people across the country, whether the microphone system is being heard or not. Hey, smoke weed every day. All right, it's 2:00. Quarter on break until 2. Let's see what happens.
And welcome back to our live coverage of Sean Diddy Combs' sentencing out in federal court in downtown Manhattan. I'm Jesse Weber. Really, thank you so much for joining us. We are waiting for what that official sentence will be. We're waiting for the court to start up again. And it was a highly emotional moment earlier on today when several of Sean Combs' children took the stand and provided impact statements, provided statements to the court, asking the judge to be lenient in his sentence after Sean Combs was convicted of 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution in his trial over the summer. We reported earlier on that it seems the judge has indicated that he will not deviate, or let me rephrase, he sees no reason to deviate at this point from the recommended sentence of 5 to 7 years in prison. There is something potentially that could change his mind to go one way or another. Remember, his defense attorneys were asking for 14 months. Prosecutors were asking for 11 years. There is an unknown here. We don't know which way the judge will actually go. But as we talked about, Elizabeth Milner, who was inside that courtroom, these were highly, highly emotional statements where you heard crying, sobbing. Sean Combs was getting emotional. It's being reported by NBC that more than 30 members of Sean Combs' family and friends are sitting in the first several rows of that courtroom. Obviously, there's no cameras there, but we're doing our best to update you in real time about what's happening. As soon as they go back live, we will let you know. But right now, I want to discuss what we're seeing, what is happening. I want to bring in trial attorney Adante Pointer. I want to bring in prison consultant Justin Paperny. I want to bring in litigator Rich Schoenstein. And also we have with us Sierra Gillespie, who's outside that courthouse. But Justin, I'll start with you. There was something that you said about what Elizabeth was referring to. Elizabeth was talking about what she was witnessing in that courtroom, what the feeling was like, maybe where the judge might be going. What did you take away from it?
About 10 months ago in an interview with Elizabeth, she asked me, so like, what is success for Sean Combs if convicted? And success would be trying to get the shortest sentence possible, of course. The guideline, 70 to 87, that's still a year and a half of his life. That's a big range. So even though the judge is inclined to give a sentence within those guidelines, it would be really successful for Mr. Combs if he got that 70 or 71. And maybe the video, the letters, I'm hopeful the work that he has done while in custody could convince this judge to give him the shortest sentence possible. I do think there's value he could provide to the community, provide there's some metrics that are holding him accountable. He would be on supervised release, but that would be a huge win, I told Elizabeth, and I remind everyone right now, that is a big gap. 17 months is no joke. And perhaps his lawyers, but moreover, the work that he's done on the inside could convince the judge to give him 70 months. That would be a massive win for him.
Rich, you were listening to my description of the statements from the children as we were talking about in real time. You heard Elizabeth's description. What were your thoughts on whether or not that's going to have an impact on the judge's sentencing here?
I don't think it's going to have an impact on the judge's sentencing. And I want to bring back one of my themes here. There are two things going on today. One is a genuine effort by the defense to influence the judge's sentence. And the second is making a public statement on behalf of Sean Combs to his fans and to the rest of the public about him. I thought the video was targeted at the latter effort. And the children, too, I think is more part of the public effort to vindicate him and tell his full story. A federal judge is not going to pay any heed to the fact that Sean Combs has children. There are numerous people in the criminal justice system in prison who have children, men, women, prisoners with children, and that is not a basis to reduce a sentence. And in some ways, the fact that he has children should have increased his vigilance, should have been further responsibility for him to act appropriately and not commit crime. So I don't think it's a successful argument for the courts. I think it is potentially a successful argument for the public-facing portion of his presentation.
Why then, Rich, did the judge say that was important for me to hear? Not just thank you, appreciate your words, that was important for me to hear.
Well, I do think the judge wants to give a voice to everybody affected. One of the purposes of a sentencing hearing is to allow victims to be heard, is to allow family members and other supporters to be heard and to express themselves publicly. And I'm sure the judge was acknowledging them. Those family members haven't committed any crimes, and they have been hurt by this. Don't hear me as saying there is not something real and dramatic about a child being deprived a connection with their parent for a substantial period of time. That's horrible. And I think the judge was acknowledging that. I just really don't see it impacting the sentence.
So
one thing that, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Dante, I was just going to ask you about something about this, about your reaction to this, but also I should note what we can expect, right? What we can expect for the rest of the day. We understand that 2 more of his lawyers will be speaking. Sean Combs will be making a statement. A reverend's going to be making a statement. I'm not sure if the prosecution's going to be calling anybody, or they may just read letters into the record regarding maybe some of the victims. But your reaction to what Rich said, and also what we can expect for the remainder of the day. What are you looking out for?
Yeah, sure. I mean, kids certainly give a perspective, and I think it's an important one because who they're dealing with and what they've described is, hey, we've seen our own father change, be more patient, more guidance, more present, even though not physically present, but perhaps more emotionally present and giving more sound advice than the entertainer and the person who was zipping across the world for these sexcapades or freak-offs. So I think it's important that their perspective was heard. At the end of the day, I agree with Rich. I'm not sure how much it's really going to sway the court because there's many defendants who come before a judge who have kids and all kind of family obligations, and they still get sentenced to long and hard time. So I don't see that as being determinative of the sentence, although it's something that will be taken into consideration. But will it impact it? Probably not. And to go to what you said earlier, or what was said in terms of there's a year and a half or 17 months, if you will, of time difference between the bottom range and the top range for these charges. And as being someone who's visited clients in prison, being somebody who's represented clients in these cases, be it in state court or federal criminal defense cases, every day in custody is equivalent to 1,000 days here in the free world. So we talk about numbers, we talk about months, we talk about years somewhat cavalierly. But when you're facing that time and you have to do that time, all of those days, months, years, hours, and minutes and seconds count. And it's something not to be taken lightly.
Now, Justin, I'm going to have you jump in on the conversation, but I also want to read you something. I want to read you a paragraph from Sean Combs' letter to the court. He may echo similar statements when he provides a statement to court today. For over a year, I've been locked in one room with 25 other incarcerated people, sharing the same one room. In this room that I share, there are no windows. There's no natural clean air. There's no sunlight. We all live in one room. We eat, sleep, use the toilet, take showers, and prepare meals all in the same room. The conditions that my actions have placed me in are inhumane. I don't tell you this for pity or sympathy. I'm simply sharing my truth and the truth of my fellow incarcerated people. We have no clean drinking water, and we boil our drinking water. We all share one washing machine, which is broken. I am surrounded by drugs, and I live every day with the constant threat of being stabbed or losing my life. Again, I am not expecting pity or sympathy, but my time at MDC has changed me forever. I think that last line is the key there, why he's saying that, right?
There's no doubt that it's changed him. And I can tell you that experience in MDC, where hundreds of people in our community have served time, is unlike any experience in a minimum security camp or a low security prison, right? It is different. And that year should count for something. I think to Adante's point, it is hard to be in prison. It is harder to be in that facility. Most people would say, I'd rather endure 2.5 years in a minimum security camp, 3 years than 1 year at MDC. I think that accounts for something. To the comments about children, I'm hopeful that the judge does look at the collateral consequences that follow for his life. Because whether he gets 70 months, 87 months, or 14 months, or the 11 years, this is a lifelong stain that he needs to work to overcome, indeed for his children too. So I'm hopeful, because I don't think justice is served if he gets 70, 87 months, or 11 years. I think we send people to prison for far too long. I'm of the opinion there is certainly a consequence here. He's enduring it. He could be an asset to the community. So I don't think it should be measured in the length of the sentence, but what can he contribute moving forward? There are collateral consequences for the children. And I think the video and these letters can be impactful. And that's what good mitigation should do, address all of these collateral consequences. Because even if he walks out of there today, there's more trouble ahead for him. And that's why success for him would be getting that 70 months in lieu of the 87. I think the 11 years is too long of a request. That could perhaps turn out to hurt him. We saw a couple of days ago, Charlie Javis was sentenced. The government asked for 12 months in the 12 years in the Frank JP Morgan scam. Her lawyers asked for 18 months. The judge gave 85 months. Sometimes too long of an ask, too much of an overreach could actually work to the defendant's benefit. We'll see, I guess. Got to express the consequences.
By the way, we have questions coming in. Please submit your questions right now. We're going to be live basically all day until the sentencing is wrapped up. So if you have questions about the case, the sentencing, please shoot them in. This is from Sydney Sexton. Adante, I'll throw this to you. Just for comparison purposes, what would the max sentence be for these charges? What would the maximum sentence be for these charges in New York State court versus federal court? And can that be taken into consideration for sentencing? I mean, I'll preempt it and say, I don't think that there's a transportation to engage in prostitution charge in New York per se, but you tell me.
Yeah, I don't know whether there's a corresponding state court charge because the Mann Act is about transporting people across state lines, okay, into different states, versus if it was a New York-based state court or state law-based charge, it would be about transporting people for prostitution within the state of New York, I would think. So I'm not sure what that is. I can tell you that, you know, under these charges, I believe it's 20 years, 10 years apiece for each charge if he were sentenced to consecutive sentences. So, you know, he's facing a ton of time, and there's a lot of people out there who think about 10 years, a decade, potentially 2 decades of someone's life for, if you look at just the 4 corners of the charge, paying money, and then you look at the facts around that particular charge, paying money for other people to cross state lines to have sex and essentially be a voyeur. You know, I'm of the persuasion, if you will, that, you know, that's a heavy price to pay for that particular conduct. However, there are just as many people out there who consider everything he did reprehensible, despicable, and that he's earned every minute and hour of his potential charge. But from my perspective, having been in the courtroom and see people charged, sentenced for a lot less time for what I think are much more serious or much more violent crimes, and even less violent crimes, you know, I think all bets are off. But I'm happy to see that we're not, in my opinion, looking at 11 years for this particular charge.
So, by the way, I'm giving everybody updates about what's happening in court. The afternoon session is back. The judge is back. Sean Combs is back. Apparently, he did a prayer gesture, blew a kiss toward his mother, Janice Combs. It looks like we're going to hear more from the defense. By the way, Rich, you go to letters that the prosecution has submitted. Deontay Nash, who was the stylist who testified for the prosecution, in his letter, true change cannot exist without acknowledging the harm one has caused. Claiming to have changed while continuing to defend the very behavior that led to incarceration is not accountability. It is avoidance. Mr. Combs repeatedly shifts between denying responsibility, seeking sympathy, and reshaping the narrative to suit his immediate needs. Real transformation is consistent, honest, and uncomfortable. It does not depend on who is watching or what outcome is desired. Until he confronts his actions as wrong and takes full responsibility, any claim of change is hollow. He goes on to say, Judge, this is not a good man. You know what's interesting about that is earlier today, Judge Subramanian made the comment that it appears that Sean Combs is not really denying what he did or not accepting responsibility for what he did, the transportation to engage in prostitution. I wonder if the judge is going to be persuaded by a letter like this.
Yeah, let's talk about that. Let's go back to the theme I was talking about remorse, regret, and rehabilitation. And this goes to remorse and regret. So Sean Combs has repeatedly taken responsibility for the one videotaped act of violence against Cassie, which he sort of had to because it's captured on video and it's horrific. And he has taken responsibility. He has apologized for that, and he apologizes for it in the letter. And in the letter to the judge, he sort of vaguely takes responsibility, and he says he'll never commit another crime, but he doesn't specifically take responsibility. Now, juxtapose that with his courtroom strategy, which was, as the judge said, a full-throated defense against the charges he was ultimately convicted of, arguing today that the victims aren't really victims of this account of these crimes and shouldn't be allowed to speak. And it's hard to reconcile someone who says I'm remorseful and regretful with a legal posture that says he didn't commit these crimes and there weren't any victims. And I think the judge is struggling with that a little bit. Anybody can, on the eve of sentencing, say, I'm sorry and I've changed. So the question is, are they really sorry? And have they really changed? Or is that just performative? And there's at least some concern in this case that it's performative.
By the way, we have an update in court. They're back, right? So judge has asked Mr. Steele. Judge has said, Mr. Steele, Brian Steele has said, I am honored to practice in this majestic courthouse. I sit here with tears in my eyes. I can't believe we're here. Sean has impacted America in such a positive way. Sierra Gillespie, you're outside that courthouse. You've been providing updates about what you're seeing, what you're hearing. Aside from the fact that Dr. Hendricks, who we had on earlier, actually paid you a visit in downtown court, what are you seeing? Has the feeling changed outside the courtroom as we're coming now to the second half of the day?
Yeah, it was so cool, first of all, to see Dr. Dwayne Hendricks, because as you know, Jesse, most of our guests we know virtually. So all the guests we have on today, I know them, but I've never met them in real life. So that was cool to have him in studio and here. And I guess it's kind of a symbol of what we've been seeing, right? More people have been coming here as the day stretches on. And that's kind of what we said at the start of the day, right? We don't know how long this could go. It could be really quick, it could be long. And now as the day is going farther and farther along, it seems like it's a lengthier sentencing. More people are coming, more people are interested. And that's kind of something that we've seen. The crowd is getting bigger behind me, almost as if we're on the precipice of something happening. People are cheering actually right now, just for a moment, right behind me. So I know that people are following along with what's happening. And I think it's interesting that we've seen so many speakers in the way of the defense. It's almost as if people are getting antsy, wanting to know what's going to happen. Is this being dragged out for some reason, or will we have a ruling pretty soon? I mean, that's just kind of the vibe as I'm seeing it right now.
So one thing I want to ask you, Sierra, I mean, we put up a poll. It says, what outcome would surprise you the most today? 50% say no jail time. I think that's pretty accurate. 43% the max sentence, 20 years. Diddy speaking emotionally in court, 7%. We get this question from Young T from the UK. Have lots of people who've been convicted of this crime and are first-time offenders who face so much time in prison or any prison time at all. I think there's a question here about the seriousness of these charges and what is a potential sentence here when we're talking about transportation to engage in prostitution when it's not coupled with a conviction for racketeering or not coupled with a conviction for sex trafficking. What can you tell us about this?
As far as the maximum sentence that P. Diddy could face, he could spend 20 years behind bars because he has 2 convictions on transportation to engage in prostitution. And the maximum sentences there is 10 years per. So, 10 plus 10 is 20. So the tops is 20 here. I'm not expecting to see that. It sounds like via our poll, a lot of our viewers aren't either. And I know a lot of our guests that we've been talking to today don't tend to think, especially with this being an initial conviction for P. Diddy, that he will actually spend the 20 years behind bars. Now, the prosecution is hoping for around 11. That's what they were asking for. The defense, they were hoping for around 14 months, which theoretically, based on time served, he could be released very shortly. I mean, we heard from the government today that P. Diddy allegedly already has a speaking engagement set up for next week. So it does seem that the defense is putting their eggs in that basket that, yeah, maybe he really will get out. It sounds like the other recommendation is around 5 to 7 years. And I know I've heard from a lot of our guests today who believe that's likely the sentence that he will receive. And that's something that I'm thinking too, probably within the 5 to 7 range would be my guess. But I mean, the max you truly could face could be 20.
Yeah, that's interesting. And by the way, we have an update from court. Brian Steele says, the jury has spoken. We have been convicted of 2 counts of the Mann Act. Sean's father was killed when he was 3. He was raised in Harlem in the 1970s. It was different. His mother had 3 jobs, moved them to Mount Vernon. A lot of the statements from the attorneys today have been talking about his life, talking about his career, talking about the work that he has done. Justin Paperny, I'll go back to you on a lot of this as we're listening to this. What's interesting about this is, I'm sure it's important for the judge to understand the circumstances of the defendant's life and talk about what impact he could have outside of prison. Do you think that there has been situations during the course of the filings leading up to sentencing and comments that have been made today where it seems there's a lack of appreciation for what he was convicted of? I mean, Sierra reported about it too. We talked about it earlier. he booked dates to appear in Miami next week? That would signify that he thought he was going to get time served and get out today.
So I have several thoughts. I'm not sure if that, I'm not 100% buyer on this event in Miami. I don't know who could have organized that. Because even if he got sentenced today to time served, he's still going to be on some form of supervision. And as a guy that's been on supervision, I know you have to report to a probation officer who's going to approve work, travel, certainly a speaking event. So I'm not 100% buyer, or it was a mistake if that's true. Let me put that out there. Look, his lawyer, who I know is doing what he's supposed to do, asking the judge to take the totality of his life into consideration. To Adante's point earlier, let's acknowledge there are people who have endured great trauma and loss of parents who did not go on to break the law. And certainly that's what you could expect the prosecution and judge to consider. The win could be the judge considers it enough to sentence on the lower end. I am convinced the only reason he gets the shortest sentence possible is if the judge is a believer and buyer in the work that he's begun to do over the last year of helping other people in a measurable, documented way. And if he's convinced, despite this letter from Cassie, which is devastating to read, if this judge is convinced he will never return to another courtroom, and in my experience, judges tend to depart in part if they are convinced this defendant won't return. And time will tell. I'm only concerned with what he does. That is what moves me most. And I'm hopeful the judge considers as much of it as possible at the sentencing when he gets sentenced today.
Yeah, I'm reading a little bit of this letter from Cassie Ventura, Dante. During my time with Combs, I was at a constant state of hypervigilance, as I always anticipating demands for sex acts, otherwise fearing retribution for any perceived slight. My descent into substance abuse was directly correlated with the increased control over my body. Spent the last 7 years of my life slowly rebuilding myself, physically getting clean from the drug abuse Sean Combs forced and encouraged, and mentally understanding how to live with a seemingly insurmountable level of trauma. I still have nightmares and flashbacks on a regular everyday basis and continue to require psychological care.
No, son, the Sun 90, they did not sentence him yet. They will most likely, though, in the coming, I guess, minutes or hours. Diddy's wearing a tan sweater. He's now with the jumpsuit. Once again, he's got the gray beard and the gray hair, looking like he's 68 years old rather than 55. So the judge did not sentence him yet. It's still, they're still doing a lot of commentary. I think they're just filling time because there's not much going on and there's a lot going. I'm predicting 5 years or 10 years with time served. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be 5 or 10 years with the time served. Also, he has changed his ways because he was a bad kind of inmate. He was taking the callers' minutes from their cards illegal, unofficially. You're not supposed to do that. But he has some kind of free game situation for the inmates. Allegedly, he had some kind of program that he was running, showing them how to invest in the music business and how to run businesses. He should walk though. Why should he walk though? He paid them. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He must have paid them. But why should he walk, son of Sun 90? Why do you think he should walk? Why should he stroll out of that courtroom diddy bopping with his chest poked out and his head lifted high? Just imagine that, that happening. He'll probably get on his knees and beg to the Lord, his God, to please release him from the clutches of the law. Sun 90 says, I feel like he should walk because a lot of those people aren't people there suing him only want financial gain and not actual justice. Do you think he still got his jet, or did he liquidate it? Yeah, I think everything's in place. I think he's supposed to sell his house, but nobody wanted to buy it. It was, I think he was selling it for like $51 million or something like that. His house in Los Angeles, and it just escaped being part of the fires that occurred so many months ago. But I still think he has his personal jet. I think he still has his personal jet. That's the house where the legendary potties took place. Yeah, you're on a headset. You're doing autocorrect. I'll help you through. Parties took place and not the baby oil parties. If that's what you meant, you said legendary parties. You meant to say parties, right? Not legendary potties, right? I'll walk you through. Don't worry. I'll make sure you get your comment heard correctly. But yeah, I think they occurred in all yeah, I think occurred in all the places in New York, LA, Miami. He probably had different hotels across the country that he had, these freak off sessions in, allegedly. I'm not sure. I mean, I would imagine. I just left a beautiful hotel. I mean, it was wonderful. It was only $1,000 for 2 nights. 2 nights. It was only $1,000. I thought it was gonna be like $2,500. It was the River Suite Hotel in Pennsylvania. And I'm sure he probably had multiple, $40,000 a night hotel rooms for his bank. And the one I went to was very swanky, but I'm sure he had $40,000 or $50,000 a night hotel rooms, or even more. And now they're showing the video of him being, conscious and caring about the elderly and kids, and going on tour, Mr. Brother Love and all that. All right. Yeah, he was a great real estate portfolio. He has a great real estate portfolio. I wonder if he still has a house in the hand. Yeah, another one. Another freak off session. Yeah. Who did you go with, Rick? I don't know if Rick James is in the building. He might be. He may not be. Rick James may not be here, Sun 90. I think you're the only one in the queue. But I appreciate you for sticking around and continue to berate my dumb ass. That's the whole point. You got to keep me on my toes. I appreciate that. Don't go soft on me now. Don't ever go soft. Go hard. Pause. But yeah, so Diddy, yeah, it's just, I thought this was going, the verdict was like, it was like bam. I mean, it took a little bit, it was like maybe an hour, 2 hours. This is going on for maybe 5 or 6 hours now, because I came in a little bit later. Did you go to the hotel with Rick James? No, I did not go to the hotel with Rick James. No, sir. I'm not about that life. That was funny. But yeah, it was a great hotel. It was a weird hotel though. It was like made from like a factory, and they didn't have an exercise room or a pool, but they had a basketball court. It was very eccentric, very, very weird kind of hotel. But it was nice, but it was just kind of odd. They gave you complimentary snacks. That was one of the first times I saw that. No alcohol though. I don't do alcohol. I'm a teetotaler. So let me see here. No, I didn't have one with me. No. I had my dad. We were spending some time in Pennsylvania. So I did not have a woman with me. No. I did not have a woman with me. We had separate beds It was awesome. It's great. So the Obama curse is still in effect. He calls it a curse. It's still in effect, yes. Until see, what's her name? Sierra in the top right box. She's not married, I don't think. She's not sporting a ring, so if she wants to holla at me, she has time. So the Obama curse is still in effect. That was funny. That was cute. That was funny. Would you date a woman with kids? I already had. My second serious girlfriend had a son. It's crazy now. I mean, this is how time, I will always say, goes by fast. I was saying this with my sister. She said, the days are long, the years are short. That's what I think is a proper way to look at it. But anyway, he was 3 years old. This is 2010, right? So fast forward to now, he's 18. He's a grown ass man. He's 50. He's 18 years old. It was 15 years ago. So she had him out of wedlock. I guess the baby father ran off or something like that. He didn't want to deal with her or anything, but she obviously raised him well and made sure that she was able to raise him. I think she raised him to be a man. But yeah, that was the only time I ever dated a woman with kids. Everybody, the other two after her were single and in their 20s. See this girl, this one woman, what's her name? I'm about to send her a message. I'm about to get in her DMs. She hosts the Scandal. Wait, hold on. Oh my God, what is it? I can't see it now. There it is, Sierra Gillespie. I like to see about what's going on in her life. She's got this Diddy trial she's going after. Probably got good pay. She probably makes $80,000 to $100,000 a year, something like that. I would imagine. I'm gonna try away from single moms. Why? They're MILFs. Single moms are all right. I remember spoiling him. I used to get him toys and stuff. That was fun. I used to give him noise toys to bother her. All the toys that make all that racket, fire engines and sirens and all that stuff. That was fun. I just buy him all kinds of stuff. Disney toys pop up and make songs and stuff like that. It was cool. For me at least, and for him, not so much for her and her parents. She lived at her parents' house. That was, that's another reason I think why. One reason I didn't go with my first serious girlfriend was because she was in the Marine Corps at the time, and I just started my Marine Corps career. She was already in it, and I just took her on a date. We didn't have any kind of sexual relationships or anything like that. We just dated for a little while. Here we go. But okay, she was Hispanic and white. The first serious girlfriend. The next serious girlfriend was a black queen. She was a Caribbean witch. She was a West Indian witch, but she was cool too. I liked her style. I liked her. She was real spunky. She was real energetic, and she said she had ADHD and stuff like that. But she just was very assertive and strong, and she was only like 5'3" or something like that. So she was kind of short and petite, my kind of body. That's what I like on a woman especially a black woman. But snow bunnies, never really. You never had a snow bunny. You never had the pink toe, the white flesh. Oh, you're missing out. And then the third girlfriend, she was like super Christian. She was like, I remember we were laying on the couch together. She was like, watch where your hands are going. And so like, I was just like, oh man, can't even feel her up or anything like that. I couldn't even give her a wet willy. She was very chaste, and that's good. I like chaste women. She wasn't like a floozy or anything like that. So she was very confident. She was ugly though. She wasn't the most beautiful woman. She knew it. She asked me, "You're looking at my head, aren't you? I got a funny shaped head." It's like she knew she had a funny shaped head. So she was just like, she knew it. I said black queens forever, snow bunnies never, because of the news reporter you said you want. Oh, okay. Yeah, I definitely go after the snow bunnies. I love all women, as you've seen. The only woman, the closest I ever got to a yellow woman, or what most people say is Asian. I hate using the word Asian because there's so many different places in Asia. It's like saying African. And there's other reasons, but she was a yellow woman. She was from Vietnam. She was in my 8th grade class. We were really cool together. And I also had a kind of a girlfriend that was Puerto Rican. I think she was full Puerto Rican in 8th grade as well. And I guess she regarded me as her boyfriend. Oh, no. That's a totally different person, Rick James. That's different. Hold on. Okay, she said, watch with your hands are going. Mine would have been on the doorknob on my way home. Yeah, well, she was good people. We went to the movies together. We went to Dave and Buster's. It was cool. We went on little dates. That's one of my favorite things to do. Just to go out on a date with a female, unwind their, peel back their mind, understand what their position in life is. I like doing that. Tell us about the girl in it wasn't the Army, it was the Marine Corps that fished at you and you gave her 2 fished. Flashed, you mean? Thumbs down. You said her milk had gone bad. Yeah. It was in the desert. I was making a fire. I could make a hell of a fire. I made a box. You call them a box fire? I don't know what you call them. But you put, you make like a square box. You make a box, and you put the rest of the kindling in it. And then you set it on fire, and then the fire just shoots up. But anyway, after I made the fire, I was walking by. She said, "You want to see me?" I was like, "All right, let's see him." She pulled him out. It was kind of saggy, kind of going one way, the other one going another direction. I was like, "I give them titties 2 thumbs down. The milk is gone bad." Like the sketch from Dave Chappelle with Rick James. With Rick James, exactly. See, so that the Rick James, the singer and funk star. Peel back, pause. Why is peel back a pause? Why do you have to pause on peel back? Rick James is laughing his ass. Okay, I think he's laughing at my dumb ass. I can kind of understand what that means now. Sometimes I don't understand when people, put the emojis and emoticons on. But I kind of understand it now. So that's part of my story. I mean, it's very roundabout. I'm looking. Maybe the fifth one could be the Fifth Element. My 5th serious girlfriend. I don't know. I don't care what her ethnic background is, as long as she's about business and we can make money together. That'd be wonderful. I have a certain time, and I didn't say my 4th one. My 4th girlfriend was a white girl, white woman. She was 20 years old. We went out on many occasions. I've met her at a concert. I met her at a Odd Future concert. Then we went to an August Wilson play. Then we went to in between various restaurants. Then we went to the Boston Symphony Orchestra. I smashed her at least 5 to 6 times, I think, over a 2-month period. That was good. I was stingy with the tool, as Mr. Terrain always says. I didn't want to say. One time he was like, "Why hasn't anybody said this? They're stingy with the tool." I was just saying my way of saying it. That's his way of saying it. I want to have my own words. So I say, I'll just say stingy with the tool in honor of him. You know, hopefully he'll get better. He'll get well now. Forget soon. Get well now. It's a scary story. What's a scary story? So we got 3 people in here now. Talking heads are going, back and forth, talking about this case. And I used to hate that term too. Kings and queens. Like, hey king, what's up, king? Hey, how you doing, my beautiful queen? I used to be like, this is rub me the wrong way. But if you've earned the title, then you're okay. Same thing with the queen of rock, the king of rap, the king of soul, the queen of soul, the queen of funk, the king of funk. All that used to bother me. It used to bother me, but we earn those titles. See, the kings and queens of millennia have all just been appointed because of their birth, mainly, just because they were born. They won the womb lottery. Your story about mommy milkers, the mommy milkers. I don't know what you mean. I thought that was a funny story. It's just, why are you laughing then? If it was scary, I don't understand. But anyway, maybe it's not for me to understand. Rick James. Let me put a banner under here. Hopefully it won't go. I think it's gonna go with the. Yeah, it's going over the captions. I'll keep the banner off here. Yeah, so I can't complain. I won't complain. I had really great relationships with all 4 of these women. And this is how fast time goes. Haven't been with a woman in 13 years. Sorry, I've been getting money. If I'm not going to be with a woman, I at least can get this money. And I'm getting this money in good money, tax-free money. So I ain't got nothing to worry about. I ain't got nothing to be, boo-hooing, oh, poor me, whatever the case may be. But Diddy. Oh my God. Diddy is just, like I said, I'm all for the DEA now. I'm all for, stopping drug traffickers now until we pass the laws that say scheduled drugs. All these different cases should be, they should be exonerated. Anybody that has been convicted of a crime for drugs or prostitution, because they're not real crimes. Selling, producing and manufacturing drugs and using and consuming drugs, participating in sexual acts for money or for some kind of profit or whatever the case may be. I guess that's how you designate what a prostitute is. What the hell is what the hell is prostitution? What the hell is prostitution? I mean, you going over a state line and you have sex with a woman, and you pay for the hotel, you pay for the motel, or you pay for the Airbnb or wherever the hell it is. Is that prostitution? You paid for it, so it has to be like literally like you have to put money into her account or something like that. What does it mean? No, I would never. I know you have though, Rick James. Though Rick James saying, "Sir, would you ever pay for a cat?" Meow. And he has a little cat. I never would, never directly. I have I mean, we all have, I think, straight men, and I guess, not straight. I mean, whoever's been in a relationship, but I can only speak for straight men like myself, heterosexuals. You pay for their, the gas, you pay for the meal, you pay for the movie, you pay for the play, you pay for the orchestra, you pay for all these things. You pay to go to the Dave and Buster's. You pay for all that. All that has to come out of your paycheck. So is that prostitution? What the hell is prostitution? What constitutes a prostitute? In the words of Lupe Fiasco, what constitutes a prostitute? That's my question. P. Diddy convicted of transportation to engage in prostitution. What the hell does that mean? What does that mean? It has no bearing. It has no undercurrent to it. And there's no reason. There's no earthly reason. You can only subscribe to some kind of supernatural being or deity to explain why prostitution and drugs should continue to be illegal. Excuse me. I probably spent over 50 grand on that directly. I can imagine, Rick James. They're showing a real bad picture. They're showing Diddy with his hands like this. If you're listening to this show, if you're watching the show, you can see it. He's like this. He looks real bad. It's not looking good for him. So, I mean, prostitution is what it is. It shouldn't be illegal. It's not really even immoral. It's not even really unethical. It's just trading one value for another, just like anything else on the market. But the thing is, they can't regulate and control it. There's no regulation or controls over drugs and prostitution. And of course, taxes, but that comes after. There's no regulation or controls on selling drugs or consuming drugs, on participating in prostitution, whether you're the buyer, whether you're the John or you're the hoe, whether you're the lady of the night, and if you're the gentleman of leisure, you should be getting paid without having to pay taxes, without having controls or regulations levied against you. Having a government, see, that's the thing they're going to do. In the future, they're going to try to legalize drugs and prostitution, but they're going to, of course, have measures. There's going to be somebody's going to check them every year for STDs or something like that, or they're going to have to check them for the mileage on the cooch, how many thrusts they can take over a lifespan or during their career. But really, I mean, it's just, that's what would happen. I mean, it still needs to be a laissez-faire, complete, free, capitalist society. Completely. Rick, do you... Okay. Son 90s action, Rick James. Rick, do you buy some bussy? But he put Busey, but I think he meant to say bussy because he's on some kind of autocorrect or something like that. We're going on at least, I think this has gone on for at least 6 hours. My count is 4 hours and 45 minutes, but I came in late. This is just crazy. You talking to me, Sun 90? Did you upgrade your phone yet? No, not yet. Probably on Sunday or Monday. I'm not sure. I'm gonna get that iPhone Pro Max 17 Pro Max. Then I'm gonna get the latest Apple Watch. Yeah, so yeah, I'm gonna get the latest Apple Watch and the latest iPhone. Which color are you getting? I'm probably gonna get a silver iPhone, and just a black Apple Watch mainly, probably. And I don't think they have colors for the Apple Watch, actually. I don't think so. They have colors for the bands, though. I'll just get a black band or a blue band, something like that. Yeah, I got the Ultra. Okay, cool. Cool. They have a black Ultra and a silver one. Oh, yeah. Okay. Might get the silver. I don't know. Let's see. We'll see. But I'm glad I'm able to pay for it. I just paid off my goddamn fence that cost $5,000. It was put in, I think, like 2023. Took me like obviously 2 years to pay it off. A little over 2 years. But I'm glad we were able to do that. So, but that was crazy. They hit me for like $3,000 in interest charges or something like that. I was like, man, I have it, but goddamn, y'all are crazy. Then they took it back and then they added it as a credit. So yeah. Yes, a fence around the property. Technically not my fence, but the fence I paid for because I live on his grounds. Oh, but yeah, so I still think that Cassie video did not have to be shown in court. She shouldn't even have been in court. She was pregnant, for God's sake. Did she have the child? Did she have the baby yet? I don't even know if she had the baby yet. I think she did. But she could have went in labor right on the stand. That was crazy. All that is what the prosecution wanted to do. They wanted to show her, oh, she's vulnerable. She's a poor woman. She was beaten and she was stomped on, and now she's pregnant and she's trying to live her life. She got $20 million. She'll be all right. Any prediction on what celebrities would stand next to Diddy when he come home? I can't think of any. Maybe Ashton Kutcher. Ashton Kutcher will probably be. She shouldn't have been in court. She's an opportunist, in my opinion. Yeah, I would agree. Definite opportunist. And she had the tears in her eyes. Oh, like she didn't have anything to do with it. Saying they had the daggone they had the goddamn text. I'm paraphrasing, but she was essentially saying, "Yeah, I'm down for a freak off anytime" or something like that. I was like, "This is Cassie. This is the one pissing in her mouth until she choked or whatever, you know." And she's supposed to be Miss. Oh, I was just a baby in the woods, and he manhandled me and all this. You were part of this thing too. You were not just a casual observer of all these different events. I mean, it's a shame. It's sad, but it's just the truth. Sir, what would your freak off look like? My freak off would look like just I don't want, I'm not a freak, so I wouldn't want too many people in the room. It would just be me. It was the female and myself, the woman and me. That's all it would be. I don't want even a threesome. I don't even want to do I don't. If you want to do threesomes, Hey, do your thing, but I just got to focus on one person, one female at a time. That's it. No shadow play? What is shadow? I don't even know what that means. I should know what that means. Exactly. She was basically his personal, okay, rag and porta potty. Yeah, exactly. That's true. That's too vanilla. Shadow play is too vanilla? Too vanilla what? What are you talking? What are you saying? Now I'm lost, Rick James. You're saying too vanilla what? Too vanilla. I think Rick Ross will still be by his side. That's a good point. That's a good point. Rick Ross will probably still Bugatti boys. He would still be with Puff. Yay, of course. Yay would still be with Puff. I'm trying to think who else. Maybe Lil Kim, maybe because she had her time in jail. She didn't say anything except she lied in court to protect other people. And she got perjury charged. She went to jail. She went to prison for like 2 years or something. You're a freaks officer. How am I a freak officer? How am I a freak officer? Please tell me how I'm a freak off. But yeah, so I guess Yay, Rick, Kim, Ashton, and the couple, Matthew Broderick and oh god, what's her name? The horse face broad he married. What's her name? I'm about to look it up. Damn it. What's her name? I'm looking it up. I can't think of it. Sarah Jessica Parker, Ashton Kutcher, Kim, Rick, and Ye. Those are the celebrities that are going to be standing by him when he gets out. Whenever he gets out. We'll see how long he has. Anyway, this is like momentous. This is like the most tension building I've seen in quite some time. This is more so than the verdict. The verdict was pretty quick. They're like, on the charges of Rico, not guilty. On the charges of I forget what the other one was, but then they said the charges of prostitution across state lines, guilty. Prostitution across for ready to transport prostitutes, guilty. And then they just went away. That was it. That was the last thing they said. I'm saying your freak off is too vanilla, sir. Oh, so you gotta write the letters correctly. It's not TWO. I'm correcting a 76-year-old man right here. TOO is what you meant to say. You're saying two. I thought there was two vanillas or something like that. I'm like, there are one or two vanillas. TOO is more than or over. That's how you pronounce two. That's how you write two. TO. But yeah, of course. I'm a vanilla guy. I'm not. I like freaky sex that's like within bounds. I don't like to get crazy with it. I like missionary's nice. Doggy styles. The Hound's Way. There's a comedian. She says it shouldn't even be called doggy style anymore. It should be called the Hound's Way. But yeah, I like Hound's Way, Missionary. Those are the best. Just lay there and receive me. That's what it is. That's what I got from Mr. Terrain. Just lay there and receive me. Just take it in, take it all on all fours. If you must, sit back on the bed. Let me do my thing. Just be like a dead fish. That's how it's like, girl, just lay back and just enjoy the ride. I'll do a reverse cowgirl. You know, if she does a reverse cowgirl, that's cool. Or even a cowgirl, that's cool. We tried a few positions. It was awesome. It's pretty cool. Do you like screamers? No. Soft whimpers are nothing. She was. We didn't even discuss. We didn't say like, all right, you shouldn't be that quiet. One time, you know, she was the one that's saying, she was like, "F me, F me, F me," and I'm like, you know, calm down. Shh. You know, she's like talking the whole time, and then she the next like a few weeks later, she's like, she's standing in the door jam, and I'm just getting up, and because I was sleeping in her bed, then I got kicked out because I was snoring, so I had to sleep on the couch. But so I went up to her, and she was just like, "You have to be quiet because my roommate," and I was like, "You're the one that makes all the noise," and she didn't say nothing after that. Because it was the truth. She was the one that made all the different. So I don't like screamers. I'm not into. No. Just lay there, be quiet, and take this D. That's all I need from you right now. Facts. I can't. I will never lie on this platform. I have, I guess, thousands of shows now, at least hundreds, and I've never lied once. And if I did, do something that was even close to a lie, I corrected myself. So it's going on 5 hours for me. This is unprecedented. Diddy's money is still long though, and I don't think they froze his assets. I think they only freeze your assets when you commit a fraudulent crime or you did something with, like if the RICO charge is stuck, then they would have froze his assets, I think. But for something like prostitution, it's really not even a crime, so they can't. Well, do we freeze his assets? Hell no, you know. He still has what, $400 million or something like that, 300 million. I think it's decreased over the year since he was in prison, or detained, I should say. I think it's been, since in that time, his net worth has decreased significantly for many reasons, obvious reasons, Son of Sun 90 says the asset was never here to freeze. I believe he put them in a shell company or in his mother name. True. He was sitting on 800 million. He was sitting on $1 billion. I think he had like 1.1 billion at one point, and then it kind of tumbled down to 800 million. That's true. So he might have put it into a trust. I think that I do think that is a good point, Son of Sun 90. I think he put it into a trust. But if he didn't put it in a trust, he said he probably lost $100 million, give or take. Yeah, somewhere around 100 million, maybe 200 million. I'm not sure, but he tried to. This is the sickest part. He tried to get bail 3 times and was denied 3 times, and it was bail that was $50 million. I've never heard that before. I heard somebody trying to get bail. Oh yeah, $1 million, $3 million, maybe even $10 million, but $50 million, and you said no? Wow, that's some cold. That's cold. That is cold. If you can't even get a bail for $50 million, if he was smart, he would have filed for bankruptcy, but I think he wanted to keep his image. Everything would have been in my mother name or in my family office name. Yes. Put it in somebody else, put it in a trust. That's good business. Put it in a trust. And don't use any, cash. Use credit. Use credit for everything. I know he had like at least one black card. I think all you need is one black card, but make sure you use credit and pay it back, pay it full. He would have been able to pay it back in full, but make sure you use credit. That is the whole point. A black card would have been that would have been like nothing to Diddy. He would have used that black card like it was a younger, like a step sibling or something, a younger step sibling. Pull out my black card. That's my little nigga. Who said that? Who? Anybody know? Before you even look it up, don't even type it in. Who said that? Pull out my black card. That's my little nigga. You can look it up if you want, but I was just trying to see who can get it the fastest. Son 90 or Rick James. If you can pull it up. Pull out my black card. That's my little nigga. Yes, Wayne. Wayne said that. Yes. You got it, Son 90. Juicy J, exactly. That's one of my favorite hip-hop songs of all time. Hit it from the side like a mother bass drum. Eardrums? Mike Will made it. Bands will make her dance. Bands will make her dance. CC's popping and they ain't using hands. Bands will make her dance. All right, that's all I can say because I'll get a copyright strike. This is a top 10 Skylar Saunders sees episode fact. Well, thank you, Rick James. It's one of the top 10 longest. The longest I ever had was 7 hours. Let's see if this will go any further. Are they going to go to the nighttime or is it going to be at dark? Are they going to have lights up? Do they have lights equipped? What do you say? What's your name, girl? And not your stripper name. I make it rain on you like a window pane. That guy needs a comb. That's Weber. I think his name is Weber. I always forget his name. They need to put his name up real quick. I forget his first name. Something Weber, I think. I should know his name. I can't remember it though. Hold on. I'm gonna look it up. Jesse Weber. That's his name. Sidebar with Jesse Weber. Jesse Weber. Look at Diddy though. This is some crazy. Got the glasses on. Got the gray beard. Got the white collar shirt. Got the tan or yellow. I don't know if that's tan or yellow. I think it's tan. Tan sweater. Look at her face. She was distraught. And who were the guys with the A's on their shirts? Who were those guys? This is a terrible caption. I mean, it's like could be better. Look at these pink toes in these boxes. Are you kidding me? These lovely white angels. Ninjas always go blind when they gotta stand trial. Ninjas always go blind when they gotta stand. Oh yeah. I looked that up. I actually researched that. Everyone from Eminem to DMX to who else? Oh God, there's a few more people that wore glasses. It's all about presenting yourself, projecting a certain image of intelligence and perceptiveness, and the ability to to show off some kind of sensitivity, and it's just it works. It actually works. It's a very human, biological kind of thing. It's almost a chemical kind of thing. It's in your mind. It's like you're saying, oh, this person has glasses on. They must be reading. They must read well. They must talk well. They must be speaking well. They must be thoughtful. They're wearing glasses, even though they could be a complete illiterate, never read a book in their life. All you gotta do is throw some glasses on them and a clean white dress shirt and a sweater, and they look like they're intellectual from Harvard or Yale or something like that. They look like they're a tenured professor or something. TK, thank you. TK and who's the last person who was in there? I think YNW Melly. I think YNW Melly. I think he had glasses on. Thank you, Son of Sun 9. That made me trigger YNW Melly. And I believe he had glasses on when he was in. It's a psychological thing. It's all psychological, but it's a very effective thing, because just imagine what if she was wearing a clown costume or whatever. It depends what you wear. It all depends what you wear. It all depends what you wear. Imagine if they're wearing, red and white stripes and a beanie or something like that. If Jesse Weber was wearing a red and white striped shirt with a beanie and and he looked like Where's Waldo? He looked like Waldo from Where's Waldo. I mean, that's a psychological thing. You're going to be distracted. You're like, why is he wearing it? But you see a guy, oh, wow, he's wearing glasses. Wow, he's wearing a crisp dress shirt. Oh my God, he's wearing a sweater. This is extraordinary. He must be some very sophisticated kind of guy. He's all right. Like, your brain does that. You can't help it. You literally cannot help that. That's a fact of biochemistry. Not really saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying for what it is. I'm sure some people have been able to get over on juries and sentencing occasions. What happened to TK, by the way? Is he still in jail? Is he out of jail? What happened to TK? I don't even know what happened to that nigga. Is he out on bail, fresh out of jail, California scheming? So when I step on the steam, I'm hearing Hoochie screaming. He right where he need to be. I think they gave him life. Woo! No, that one of them Melly niggas, he was gonna get like 60 to 100 years or something crazy. He was like, and the judge is like, do you understand that? He was like, yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor, I do. I understand. What did TK do? Just give me a brief synopsis. What was it? Murder? Was it murder? Was it murder was the case that they gave him? Sun 90? See, it said Sean Combs ditches jail's jumpsuit for tan sweater at sentencing. See, that's what I don't understand either. Sometimes they do have them in the courtroom with the jumpsuit. And the other thing was one of the Ryan Melly cats, he was wearing fresh Jordans. He had a pair of fresh red and white Jordans. I was like, what the hell is that about? And I was trying to see if he had the laces in them. I think they took the laces out. I had to make sure they had the laces out because you can't have laces in prison. They're showing this picture over and over again. This nigga with his back broken, praying to Jesus and God, thanking him for not having life in prison. I don't know if those sketches were for today. That one was not for today. That was for when he was first given the verdict. Yeah, I remember that. I remember that when that first exactly happened. But he right where we need to be. I think they gave him life. Yeah, I have to look that up. TK. I have to look at what happened to TK. I don't even know where TK's from. Where's TK from? From where does he originate? I just thinking about this whole thing. They said P. Diddy's attorney sobbed while addressing the judge. Which attorney was that? Was that the female, the black attorney, the black woman, or the man? I think it was the black woman though. The black woman may have sobbed. I'm not sure. It's not clear. It just says attorney. It didn't say which one while addressing the judge. That's some old wild mess. To sob in front of the judge. Woo! Like what kind of act is that though? Was that an act? Was she acting or he acting? How sincere were those tears? That's what I want to know. How sincere were those tears? Were they crocodile tears? Were they, he's been in for over a year. Let him out. He's got children. Okay, nobody cares about him being in for over a year. Nobody cares the fact that he's got children. Plenty of people in the prison system have children out in the world. Probably over 1 million. I remember watching a Sesame Street episode. I think they're talking about kids, parents are in the prison system and stuff like that. Wow. Let me hear what this pretty white woman has to say.
Joe, Dr. Laura R. Palmer asks,
Damn it.
do you think the judge will use Diddy as an example for this type of behavior as a signal to other blanketed abusers?
I think that he could. The good news is the difficulty with that is that P. Diddy, on To the Good or to the Bad, is a very unusual case, right? He's a unicorn in that he's this big, rich, powerful guy. Do I walk away from this believing that people with resources are not going to still be better off than without those that are without resources? No, it's not going to change anybody's mind that way. Making him an example, I guess that's a possibility, but he's so different because some of us or most of us won't be similarly situated. But will he look at maybe a lack of him being contrite, a lack of him?
I know that Son to Son 90, they just took the bar out. They just put the box out. That was a good one, though. That was good. I like how you positioned that. That was funny. Because they just when I said it, they put them all. I think they'll go back to her, though.
They would, right? Which is not most of us. So the making of an example, yeah, perhaps as it pertains to the domestic violence side, without considering that Diddy is such a unicorn. But most of us are not going to be walking away going, "Oh, I got to make sure I don't do what Diddy did, so that I'm not similarly situated," because I'm not similarly situated. Most of us aren't.
We got a question from Alessia Makari. How long have they been inside? Since 10:05 a.m. We have been on the air since 10 o'clock this morning as well. Sierra's been out there since that time as well. Hopefully the weather's been holding up and everything's okay there. But look, we don't want you to miss a minute of what is happening inside that courtroom, particularly since there's no cameras. Interesting development in court. So Xavier Donaldson says, now what I'm about to tell you is in respect to what the prosecution accused Sean Combs of. Do you remember earlier on in the day when they go, he's got speaking engagements in Miami scheduled for next week, seemingly trying to suggest he's not taking any of this seriously. He thinks he's going to get out. Well, the defense fired back and said it's not a speaking engagement. It's a way to say that it's helping people. It's one of these events where he's going to help people and talk about the danger of criminal activity and what life was like inside. So Xavier Donaldson says, we have a speaker ready to say these are not speaking engagements. May he speak. It's the executive director of Reentry One.
Okay, so they're not getting to the white woman. I'll wait. I'll let them. Let me see if I can just put on mute. They'll get to the white woman later, but until then, I want to say how stupid it is that you can't put cameras in the courtroom. I think this is the stupidest thing ever. You're gonna have a murder trial, a double murder trial. That was OJ, and you could have cameras. Hold on, now I want to see this. This pretty white girl.
Rise that for how has he been helping people inside? And two, this is a question from Caba Corp TV. The judge had 3 months to look at all these statements. Why wait until the sentence day to decide? So I guess it's an idea of there has been a lot that the judge has had to see, and there's a lot that has been prepared. You need a day to actually go through it and make the final arguments. But as we talk about what was being prepared, what were these inmates saying about Sean Combs?
So let's start with your first question, Jesse. What was P. Diddy, Sean Combs, helping all of these inmates with? And it sounds like it was some
There we
sort of
go.
game, you know, the free game with Diddy. And basically what it was to lift spirits. Talk about, you know, what we're going to do when we get out of here, positivity. And again, we have to remember that prior to all of this, Sean Diddy Combs, we know his name because he was very successful, both as a music artist, but also an entrepreneur when we're talking about Bad Boy Records or Sean John or Deleon Tequila, whatever it may be. He had a business enterprise, really, so to speak. And I think what he's doing and helping these inmates is, hey, okay, here's what's going to happen when you get out of here. Here are ways that you can, you know, better yourself, both in the career way, but also the mindset of, you know, being a better person, reform, kind of the bottom line in all of that. And I think that's the underlying thing here. We're hearing you just were reading one of the updates from Giovanni in court saying, yes, I have in fact seen a difference with P. Diddy, with Sean Combs, you know, interacting with some of these other inmates and, you know, what he's done with them at MDC. Now, on to your second question about Judge Arun Subramanian, the fact that he's had, 3 months to go through and read all of these letters and collect all that information. Honestly, if you're asking me, I think he's been ruminating on it for maybe more than all of that time. He knew when he sat on the bench for the trial that he was going to be involved in the sentencing if there would be a conviction. So, of course, he's paying close attention throughout the entire trial, just to be fair at the trial. But he has to have in the back of his mind, okay, if there is a conviction, which it turns out there was, he's going to have to be involved in this sentencing. So if you're asking me, and kind of to the point that Serena Townsend was just talking about there, I believe that Judge Arun Subramanian went in today kind of knowing what he was getting into. I'm sure he prepared something. I'm sure he thought about all of it because yes, it seems like a long day today. I've been standing outside here, outside of the courthouse for, you know, X amount of hours. It seems like a long day. However, when someone's life is in the balance here, the future of P. Diddy, whether he'll be able to watch his young children grow up, that's a really big day and it's probably going by pretty fast for him. So I think that Judge Arun Subramanian just wants to make sure that he's being very fair about it, thinking through everything, looking through all of the guidelines. So he definitely was preparing a bit before that, but who's to say, could he be swayed by what is being said right now in court as we speak?
Yeah, and it takes a while to prepare all that information. The pre-sentencing report takes some time. They have to do a kind of a full background analysis of Sean Combs. It also depends when these letters are submitted to the court and are able to be reviewed by the judge. You have so many from family and inmates and people who testified at the trial. Sean Combs, the victim. So he is scheduling a lot of time for this. It is interesting. Giovanni Saris says in court, this is a new update. When a person creates his own program while incarcerated, it shows something. I know, I've done it. Not even a parking ticket since. I work with probation. I speak at many different functions with the private prison operator that we work with. So trying to suggest that Sean Combs, if he was going to be speaking next week or was planning to, it was for a good purpose. It wasn't like, hey, I'm going to be out. I'm going to do speaking engagements. I think they're trying to really reverse that narrative. That seems to be what they've been doing throughout the course of the day. Serena, this is interesting. It's a question from Brittany Curry. Is there a possibility of Diddy being able to have his
now
record
we get to see this
expunged
white
after
goddess.
so much time passes?
That's a toughie. I wouldn't expect
I got
that
you,
a record
toughie.
like this would be expunged anytime soon. There are mechanisms to expunge records in certain situations, but I would be surprised with this type of conviction, especially considering how many counts he was facing and all of the extraneous stuff that we learned about him during this trial. I think it would be hard to expunge. I'm not saying it's an impossibility, but I wouldn't hold my breath.
Mm. You know, Joe, it's interesting when we talk about what the judge is considering here, because in a way, Sean Combs is different than anyone else. If the analysis is, hey, I have the possibility of releasing somebody who, if I take him at his word, he has the power, the resources, the opportunity, the expertise to really help a lot of people. Again, assuming everything Sean Combs is saying is true. And if he can go out and try to help people, former inmates re-enter society like this organization, or try to tell people, let me tell you about what happened if you break the law. Let me tell you about my time at the MDC. If he can help people in a positive way, and not like any other kind of criminal defendant. There's criminal defendants who say all the time, I'll be a different person. I've learned from my actions. I want to be a productive member of society. It's a little different when you talk about Sean Combs. But should that be used to his advantage? Does that put him in a different position that can work to his benefit, whereas somebody else who is convicted of transportation to engage in prostitution may not have the same ability to do good as Sean Combs?
Well, Sean Combs has the ability to do good with resources put behind it, right? And so it is something to be considered, but it shouldn't be determinative, right? Because if I'm being cynical, here's a guy buying his way out of trouble, lessening the blow, as it were. Meanwhile, you've got people that are scared for their safety because of same resources he can use to help people. He can also use to intimidate people. He can also use to make people feel a certain way. And naturally, Cassie and others would feel a certain type of way about whenever he's going to be free, whether that's a year from now or whether that's 10 years from now. So, we don't want to consider what his resources may be able to do so much that it wipes away consideration of the people that he actually hurt that were, as the judge said, that were actually victims. So, it's a bit dangerous. And then, when we get into that question, I think it makes it easier to come out on Diddy's side this way if he doesn't appear arrogant, if he doesn't appear like certain misunderstandings are happening. They've got to be on top of this narrative. There should never have been a discussion about him doing a speech next week. He wouldn't have been worse off for setting it up after he got out. You know what I mean? It still lends toward this thing that if he's being arrogant, if he's being flippant, if he's being a certain way that people, would make him less sympathetic. He has to get rid of that, and he hasn't done that yet.
Giovanni Saris from this reentry program. Judge, we're eager to work with Mr. Combs in the same way. We have established engagements in communities in need. Lastly, our mission is centered in the idea that those closest to the problem will solve it. The judge says, okay, thank you very much. So we're waiting to see who speaks next and whether or not we're coming to the conclusion, which, by the way, Sierra, we just got this question from Dojo Jojo. Could this overflow into Monday? I hope not, but I mean, is it possible?
I mean, I hope not also, but I guess it is possible. It's interesting because this morning, reporter Elizabeth Milner and I met up, pretty early. Again, there was kind of a long line, so I saw her before she went into the courthouse where she is right now in the sentencing room. And we were chatting about this, and Elizabeth said, yeah, I've actually heard rumors that maybe this could go into Monday. So it is kind of out there in the ether that, yeah, maybe this could go out until Monday. However, it's interesting that this sentencing has lasted as long as it has already. I mean, it's 3:30 exactly Eastern time as I'm talking to you right now. This started at around 10 o'clock this morning. So for it to go this long already is very interesting. I think at the very least, it stands out the lengthy process that has happened so far. But as we've seen with anything in the case against P. Diddy, anything is possible. And that means it could possibly trickle over into Monday. I don't know that it's likely, but it could happen.
Well, Mark Agnifilo, I think the argument you could say is Sean Combs' main defense attorney just made a statement to the court. It's getting late. I'll be brief. I started in the Manhattan DA's office in 1990. We mostly had to put people in jail. 1996, the Center for Court Innovation started John Jay, did a lot of studies. Domestic violence tends to come from childhood trauma. I think that's what he was saying. So interesting trying to explain that again about, trauma, drug use, what have potentially spawned a lot of Sean Combs' behavior here. Serena, we're getting to potentially the end of this. How does it work now? Sean Combs will provide a statement. What's going to happen next in terms of what the judge will do? Is he going to take a break? How long will he speak for? What can we expect?
Well, different judges are different with respect to how quickly they render their decision after hearing all of this. I think even if the judge did come in with his prepared decision and he knows what he's going to do, if I were a betting girl, I would bet that he will take at least a short break, even just for optics, to show that he's considering everything that happened today. And then we'll get his decision. He'll probably make not the most lengthy speech, but he'll probably say a bunch of things before just letting it all out there. And then we'll know. And obviously, if Diddy is not released today on a time served, and technically, even if he does get a very short sentence, they'll bring him back to do the calculations. So I don't expect either way for Sean Diddy Combs to be walking out of that courtroom today.
Just one follow-up question. Is this unusual sentencing hearing like this, Serena? We have a poll up. Are you surprised the sentencing is taking this long? 71% said, yes, I'm losing my patience. 29% said, no, it makes sense. Have you seen something like this?
This is the longest sentencing I've ever seen. I think the only people benefiting from this sentence are the lawyers who are billing hourly.
Why don't you say it more bluntly, can't you, Serena?
Look at her talking crazy, sexy, talking wild. She's saying the lawyer's getting billed in that per hour. That's the only thing they're getting too. Son of Son said he's definitely being arrogant. He focused on the task at hand, which is convincing them that he's an innocent man. I'm not muted anymore. I'm not testing. See, I'm still talking now. But yeah. So that's what they're benefiting. They're not whining and crying and complaining. The lawyers are happy. They're like, shoot, I'm getting what? They get paid what? $800 to $900 an hour, something crazy. $1,000 an hour, maybe. I don't know. But they're not complaining. They're not complaining. All right, let's go back into this.
Tony that any star would want to write on.
You want a different question? I'll give you a different question. We got a question from Matthew Colombo, Joe. What will some of the security risks be with Diddy being around other inmates due to the severity of the crime? So assuming he is sentenced to prison, what will be some of the security risks?
Well, the Diddy's of the world could be marks. They could be people that, you get points for doing things to, right? And so therefore you really have to take some precautions on some level to analyze potential threats, make sure he's in certain areas. Now, depending on what level prison he's in, if he's in a lower security place, that might be one thing. If he's in a higher security place, there would be another thing. So there would be, and in that way, there may be some precedent in that they compare what they've done pertaining to other people that were considered celebrities and things like that. What places do you normally send them to? What level of security do you how married are you to the level of security based on the crime committed and convicted of, and versus how do you deviate from that, if at all? And so a lot of those things are going to figure in. This way, you have a little bit more of a precedent because famous people do go to jail sometimes. But my sense is they would take precautions at whatever place he's supposed to be housed at based on what he was convicted of.
We have an update from court. So we're getting a sense of how much longer this is going to be. Mark Agnifilo just said, we found in the microfilm there how his father died and a drug deal gone bad. Maybe that's the trauma. He had major depressive disorder. Okay, I'm going to sit down in 5 minutes. Then Miss Slavic and Mr. Combs will have the last word. Okay, so we are getting to the end of this. Sierra, we've been talking all day about what Sean Combs will say, what he needs to say. Will it be consistent with the letter that he wrote to the judge? As somebody who's followed this case from the very beginning, what are you going to be on the lookout for when Sean Combs speaks?
I think it will probably be relatively consistent with what we read in the letter, right? I mean, Diddy had much time while he's been in MDC Brooklyn to come forth and put together kind of his thoughts about what he feels, how he's changed, how he's been reformed, and what he will do, how he will not reoffend, etc. But I do feel like there's something extra in the courtroom. There's something different besides just, writing with a pen and paper about how you're feeling versus actually having to speak publicly in front of people and talk about something. Once again, it's essentially his life on the line here when we're talking about his young daughter, Love. She's a toddler. He wants to see his daughter, grow up, and not to mention even the adult children. They're in a very important time in their lives. Any father, I assume, would want to be out with his children, not behind bars. So to him, this is of the utmost importance, not to mention that he's already spent more than a year behind bars at MDC Brooklyn. And this is a common theme we've talked about throughout our entire live stream today. It's not a great place to be, right? We've heard a lot of pretty negative things about it. Of course he wants to leave, especially after he's accustomed to the lavish mansions in Miami and in LA and, familiar with New York. All of those things Diddy wants to be out for. However, back to my point about the heightened, sensitivity, the feeling in the courtroom, I think this is really Diddy's moment. He's sat through so many hours of the trial where he just kind of had to be very stoic. Of course, he reacted to some things. However, he didn't get up there and speak. He didn't testify. We know that Diddy, prior to all of this, liked to speak his mind, liked to set the record straight, so to speak. And now this is his one chance after waiting months and months, even years since the first allegations came out. Not to mention his mother's there, his children are there. They've cried, his attorneys have cried. This is a very high intensity moment. I do think that we'll see some sort of intense emotion from P. Diddy himself about all of this, begging to have his sentence be on the lower end.
Begging is a good question because Mark Agnifilo just said, I'm asking you to release him today. He has been punished publicly. Everyone knows every twist and turn in this case. This is also a form of general deterrence. The publicity that he got, Miss Ventura's lawsuit, it destroyed his businesses. Is that a compelling argument, Joe? Is that a compelling argument that he has suffered enough? He has been punished enough that there's not more that you should do to him?
Not particularly, because, America is a great country in that America is a country of a comeback. And there's nothing to say that P. Diddy can't come all the way back. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, I don't know that Cassie ever gets over what happened. Maybe she gets through it. Maybe the victims get through it, but they are forever changed. And so I don't want that minimized for anyone, right? And I think it would be very unfair to them for us to minimize that, particularly when you get, P. Diddy, all of the things that he wants to do. Well, he wants to see his toddler grow up. He wants to see fill in the blank or whatever else. Well, didn't you want to before all of this started happening? Didn't you want to back when you were up for conviction? Maybe you should have got convicted in the Shine case 15, 20 years ago. We've already been here. You already know what this is like. And here we are again. You've already done a religious album. You've already done all of the things that make you look like a changed man. Meanwhile, no change. So if the judge wants to consider what he's saying and take it seriously, and look at the potential that he could be as a force for good with resources put behind it, that's fine. But what he's been through in and of itself, that wouldn't move me, not even one iota.
Particularly, as we mentioned earlier, the letter from Cassie Ventura when she talked about how much she's struggling and the nightmares she goes through. And the court was keen to say she is a victim of this crime. Yes, Sean Combs was acquitted of sex trafficking with respect to Cassie, but she is a victim of transportation to engage in prostitution. Okay, Serena, you might have noticed I didn't come to you for a while because I have a bunch of questions for you that I'm going to read in succession to you. So let's go to the first one. Confused and Callie asks, what are typical parole rules in New York and federal release and for how long?
Oh, that's a good question. So it's all dependent on the person who is convicted and what they're convicted of, and so many other things that you learn about that person in interviews and whatnot. So it will all depend, which is always a lawyer's favorite answer. It depends, but it will be a level of pretty serious supervision. He may not be able to leave the city or the state or the country without permission. There are going to be restrictions as to that, to travel, as to where he can live, as to what he can do. Maybe there's a curfew. There are many, many factors that are taken into consideration when you are on supervised release. You can always petition to change those restrictions as time goes on, as you show that you're behaving yourself, etc. There may be drug tests, for example. There's a lot. There could be, for example, like unannounced searches or visits. There's a lot of even if you're free, is what I'm trying to say. There's a lot of restrictions on your freedom.
Yeah, that's a good point. So wait, we're going to take a quick break before we get into Sean Combs because he's going to be speaking soon. Real quick super chat question for you, Serena. This is from Annette McMullen. Thank you so much for the super chat question. If this case was not involving a mega superstar, if and how would this be different? In other words, if the defendant was not Sean Combs, how would this play out?
First of all, you would never know about it. There are so many people, and I like that we have this platform to say this. There are so many people who are going through, similar charges or worse charges or easier charges that nobody ever knows about. It's cases like this that actually educate the public as to their rights, our rights, the criminal justice system in general. So it's great. It's actually great that we have this program, and it's great that we're able to kind of follow these things. But you should know that there is a difference, because the people who don't get that attention may not necessarily have the means to hire competent representation, or maybe the type of representation that they really want to speak for them. They may not be able to kind of get the public behind them to get that support. We see that with Diddy. We see that with other, high profile cases. And so, and sometimes judges and lawyers get away with certain things when there isn't that microscope on them. So in a certain way, celebrities are watched more when these things happen, and therefore, judges and attorneys are held to the highest level of our law. But in other ways, sometimes we see that celebrities are looked upon to be made an example of. So it's potentially a wash in the end, but the biggest thing that you get out of this type of situation is that the public starts to learn a lot about the system.
And a lot about these crimes. I mean, how many, hopefully everybody became an expert in sex trafficking and racketeering at the very least. Okay, we're going to take a quick break. So as Sean Combs' defense attorney, Mark Agnifilo, is asking for a 14-month sentence. They're saying we're asking for a lot, says Sean Combs has genuine psychological challenges, that he suffers from PTSD. They're asking for leniency. Another lawyer is going to speak. Sean Combs is going to speak. Hopefully we get to that sentence. Let's take a quick break. We will be right back with our live coverage.
I'm going to take a quick break too. While they're breaking, enjoy the phones, the microphones, and security people in the door, in the live feed. I'll be back.
No, Frio. Open kid. Open kid.
And welcome back to Law and Crime, everybody. Our live coverage of the Sean Diddy Combs sentencing. I'm Jesse Weber. Thank you for joining us on our continued coverage of this. We are in hour 7 maybe now. We are hopefully coming to the end of this. We are waiting any minute now for Sean Combs to deliver his statement to the court. We already know he provided a letter in advance of this. This is in advance of him officially being sentenced on 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution. It will all be up to Judge Arun Subramanian on which way he will sentence Sean Combs. He indicated earlier that he doesn't see a reason to deviate from the 5 to 7 years, that range of prison, but he's also heard a lot today from attorneys, from Sean Combs' family. And I will note that right before we're about to hear from Sean Combs, and by the way, I say that there are no cameras allowed in that courtroom, but we're reporting to you live. Prosecutor Christy Slavic made the point that only one of the 5 defense attorneys who spoke today mentioned Combs' alleged victims in their presentations. That it was all about Sean Combs and, why he should be released and he suffered enough, but not mentioning the victims. And I wonder if that's going to be a problem. Let me bring back in Serena Townsend. Let me bring back in Joe Richardson. Let me bring back in Sierra Gillespie. Sierra, I'll start with you. That is interesting, right? I mean, there has been a lack of talking about Jane. There has been a lack of talking about Cassie Ventura. Obviously, the defense has particular positions about them throughout the course of this case, throughout the course of litigation leading into sentencing. But that is a point.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wanted to make sure it was Sierra, not Serena. So I was going to see if Serena was starting to talk, but that was in fact for Sierra. So I will go ahead and answer that question now. I mean, talking about Cassie, talking about Jane, I mean, these are very vital, right? Because they're a huge part of the trial. And I think that Judge Arun Subramanian, of course, has to consider these things. I mean, he said it early on today. It was a question mark. The defense was saying, okay, I don't even know if these people should be considered as part of it, as part of victims. But he ruled, yes, they are in fact victims. And I think, of course, it's going to be in the back of his mind the testimony that they had, going through and recounting some of the trauma that they had. Of course, that's something that's going to be coming up. And I do have to wonder if when P. Diddy himself does finally address the court, if he's going to mention these people, because that's the allegation here, right, is trauma and abuse. And I wonder if he's going to say, yeah, I did some things wrong. Here's how I learned, and here's how I'm going to get better. And I guess I wonder if that's something that he might address.
Well, it's interesting that you say that because, Serena, in Sean Combs' letter, to the court, he said, my sadness was my motivator. I have to admit my downfall was rooted in my selfishness. The scene and images of me assaulting Cassie play over and over in my head daily. I literally lost my mind. I was dead wrong for putting my hands on the woman that I loved. I'm sorry for that. It always will be. My domestic violence will always be a heavy burden that I will have to.
Bob, salute to you, sir. Robert Nacer, Bob, he says, the session started a 10-minute break 14 minutes ago. Wake me up when something happens. Oh, it's on. Sean Combs preparing to deliver a full statement in court for the first time in the courtroom where he was tried. Asked the judge for 1 minute to prepare. Wow. Okay. I'm going to change my title because it kind of didn't fit for the rest of it. Let me see. Oh, my God. Okay.
Forever carry.
And sympathy to be thrown his way. So even if he's thinking about appealing, there's a lot of things that you could appeal, not necessarily having to do with his guilt. It could be a procedural thing that the prosecution messed up when you appeal something. So I do think on balance, he really just needs to go full force and get on his knees.
Bob says, I'll be interested to read the transcript of his remarks to the judge. One thing's for sure, the man knows how to express himself clearly and powerfully. Yes. And he's throwing around his $50 million. He was trying to get for bail, using that as leverage, which didn't help anything. I don't know if the judge was I don't know if he was embarrassed or if he felt himself to be a bit miffed at the fact that Puff was throwing around $50 million in his face. He may have been offended by that. Bob says one of the hardest things I've had to handle is having to be quiet, not being able to express how sorry I am for my actions. I want to thank you for giving me the chance to finally speak up for myself. This is Bob saying this. Where are you getting this, Bob? I'm not getting this from Law and Crime.
And bank.
What he can't. Well, what he's very careful of saying is,
you've got these different dynamics playing out, and it's going to be interesting to see where it goes and how believable he comes out, and can he come off like it's not about him? Can he come off like it's not him being narcissistic? And can he come off understanding in the eyes of the judge, in the eyes of the public, why maybe he ought to get more time? And despite that, I'm asking you, Your Honor, to give me less time. And here's why. Is there an acknowledgement that you're not unreasonable for doing any of this? He's not going to give up the ghost on all that because they want to keep all their appealable issues. But how is he going to come off the way that he needs to come off to maximize his opportunity here?
Well, this is the next thing you just said. I apologize to Jane for bringing you into my mess. I would like to apologize to all the victims of domestic violence. Remember, he hasn't been charged with domestic violence. He wasn't convicted of domestic violence. I know that the disgusting video triggered people, meaning the video of him beating Cassie Ventura. I was sick from the drugs. I needed help, but I didn't get the help. Okay, so let me break this down in real time, Serena. So now he's apologized both to Cassie and Jane. Again, not for transporting them for sex work, but for hurting them for domestic violence. He goes, I knew better. My faith taught me better. I'm not this larger than life person. I'm just a human being. I'm trying my best. I lost my freedom and the opportunity to raise my children and be there for my mother. I lost all my businesses.
Bob, yeah, I think that is. I don't think they'll print the whole statement in real time, but they've just shared the opening of what Combs said, addressing the judge in the court. Okay, the court you're saying is just the people, and essentially the audience of it. So it's just the judge, the convict, he's convicted, and the people in the courtroom. So my thing is still, it hasn't changed. This is the sad part about our society right now, is the fact that he is going to prison for something that shouldn't be illegal. That's the sad part. But I want him to go to prison for it. I think he should be punished for it because it is it's an offense. It's an offendable action. He added, "I'm just a human being." Okay, here we go. That's one of the worst things. And I'm looking at the New York Times with you. I'm right there with you. They just updated it as well. Yep. He says his conduct is disgusting, shameful, and sick. His mother and his faith taught him better, he said. I'm not this larger than life person, he added. I'm just a human being. Because of my decisions, I lost my freedom. I lost the opportunity to effectively raise my children and be there for my mother. Okay, they were saying that on Sidebar as well. Sean Combs said, I lost all my businesses. I lost my career. I totally destroyed my reputation. Yes, you have. And you should be punished for it. I mean, it's like, it's a different situation. It's totally different context. Okay, here he says, Sean Combs turned to his family in the spectators gallery and apologized to his children, saying they deserve better. To his mother, he said, I failed you as a son, and I'm sorry. This could just be theater. I'm not trying to be theatrical, but this could be theater. This could all be theater. It's a way of showing that he is contrite and showing that he's feeling some way. But I absolutely abhor, I hate and detest that whole line, I am only a human being, as if saying only human beings can be responsible for vicious, ugly acts and being disgusting and being low grade and being, a criminal and stuff like that. You know who else were only human beings? Everyone from Louis Armstrong to Neil Armstrong, they were human beings too, so they made great achievements in their own specific fields. They did great things. So they were only human beings. He was only a human being when he was doing his career as a businessman and as a performer. He was just a human being. Bob says, no, this won't be enough to save him from prison. No, nor should it. Exactly. Best I can tell, he's just looking for a lighter sentence and earlier parole. I see that. Bob continues and says, it would be bad if he got off the hook entirely, unjust as well as a terrible example. Exactly, yes. And I think he knows all that. This is all damage control, doing what he's got to do, saying what he's got to say. Exactly. You're making an important point here. Yes. Lots of superstars don't let themselves go off the rails. Exactly. I mean, I really hate it when people say, but I'm only human. I'm only human. Oh my God, I'm only human. You know who else is only human? Madame Curie. She was only human. You know who else was only human? Toni Morrison. She was only human. There are plenty of people, even today, they're only human. Taylor Swift is only human. I can't name a whole lot of politicians, but I'm just saying people in the arts and sciences. Ben Carson, he's only human. So what is that line about? What is that about? Why do people always reach for that line? I'm only human. That's why I can't control myself. I can't control my actions. I can't control my thoughts and how I express them. I'm only human. I hate that. I really abhor it. I really abhor it. All right, let's see what else is there. Okay, here we go. This is another part. Here's some more. Looking back and forth from prepared remarks on the table in front of him, Sean Combs apologized to his community for letting y'all down, after seeking to be a shining example of what people of color could accomplish in the business world and beyond. Let me stop and put a pin in there right there. You are not a credit to your race. Yeah, exactly. Bill Cosby. That's a good joke, Sir Rick James. Bill Cosby is only human, and he see what happened to him. But anyway, looking back and forth from he says he was a shining example of what people of color could accomplish in the business world and beyond. Yes, to some extent that's true, but just as a human being, as a man, what you could accomplish, not because of the color of your skin, it's the content of your character. As somebody once said, he was only human too. Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. You're supposed to be you're supposed to be based on your content of your character, your morality, your ethics, your intelligence, not just the fact that you're in the skin of a human, you're in the form of a human being. Let me see. And I think he knows it all. This is all okay. You're making okay. Got you. This is fun. Switching back and forth. This is fun. He says, I ask your honor for mercy. Mercy. I beg your honor. For mercy. Sean Combs said, I ask your honor for a chance to be a father again. I ask your honor for a chance to be a son again. I ask your honor for a chance to be a leader in my community again. Sean Combs declared that he has nobody to blame but himself, but he asked the judge for another chance, saying he is willing to comply with any condition that the court sets. Okay. All right. Let me see if there's any other updates. As a matter of fact, there is. I don't care about the fame or the money or making records or performing, Sean Combs said, seeking to persuade the judge that his intention is to dedicate himself to helping others. Here we go with altruism, including other inmates. See, it's this is all kinds of just wrong. It's anti-mind, it's anti-man, and it's anti-reason. It's completely, devoid of rationality. They're appealing to altruists. They're appealing to people, helping others. There's nothing wrong with helping others if you want to. And in this case, it's a totally different context. He has to say he wants to help others and has to do for others. And it's all about the next man because he's trying to get out of jail. He's trying to get out of prison. He has one of a lengthy prison sentence. Anybody else would ask for that, but they would think in the first place of not doing that. Let me look for something real quick. Okay. All right. So, yeah, Bob has some great points. I thank you for putting up the updates because they're just talking, and I'm trying to get the straight dope. Exactly what is being said. I don't take lightly the Mann Act conviction, Sean Combs said. I understand the severity of it, and I'm having to deal with the consequences. Acknowledging the prosecutors wanted the judge to make an example out of him with the sentence. Mr. Combs pleaded with the judge to make an example of what a person can do if they get another chance. No matter what anybody says, I know that I'm truly sorry for it all, Sean Combs said as he concluded his remarks, which lasted about 12 minutes. Jesus. That's like a report. That's almost like a dissertation. Like, if it was as a presented to a lecture hall or something like that. Okay, so we're gonna be seeing some activity pretty soon, I'm sure. We got these live updates. But yeah, this is I want him to do prison time. But it's sad because he shouldn't. But I do want him to do prison time because it is on the books right now that it is a crime to transfer prostitutes for sex across state lines. And that's what he's convicted of. And he should serve time for that. But he should be a fighter. He should be somebody on the front line saying, this should not be a crime. That's what he should be really saying. This should not be a crime. Prostitution should not be a crime. That's the whole point I'm just trying to say. But he should be doing the time for the crime as it stands today in 2025. Maybe in 2035, there may not be a Mann Act. There may not be a clauses against prostitution. That could be possible. But as it stands right now, today, he should be sentenced to at least 10 years in prison. At least. And probably 10 years for both. He won't. He'll probably get 7 or 8 years in prison, if that, with probation, with good behavior, with time served. They may be lenient on him. But I've been saying this ever since. I've been saying he should get the prison time because as it stands on the books. And that's another thing. I beg for your mercy. He's not saying I beg for your justice. He's saying for your grace and your mercy. That's a very Christian thing. Sean Combs is back in his seat and speaking with his lawyers during a brief break in the proceedings. Yeah, mercy is always on the lips of a Christian. That's part of the Christian doctrine. To have grace and mercy instead of justice and therefore peace. They say no justice, no peace. But they want peace, they want grace and mercy at the same time. They want to eat their cake and have it too. That's just the sadness. That's just the reality of it all. Let me see what they're doing over here.
Diddy Combs after he was convicted of these 2 Mann Act violations?
I think that, per what Serena says, Judge Arun Subramanian came into this with the thought in his mind of what he wanted the sentence to be. He's going to consider it for his next 5 minutes. But if you're asking me, my prediction is still that 5 to 7 year range. I don't think that he's going to go on the lower end, what the defense wants, that 14-month sentence. I don't think it's going to be quite as long as what the prosecution is hoping for with the 11 years, which is a significant amount of time. But 5 to 7 years to me is still pretty significant. I mean, if we're talking about his young daughter, Love, she's, a toddler at this point. Add 5 years and she's nearly headed into later elementary school. That's a huge chunk of a child's life. And so I do think the 5 to 7 year range, I'm maybe going to guess 5 years if that's my guess.
Serena, I'll ask you what you think in terms of a sentence, and also what can we expect from Judge Arun Subramanian? Is he going to be making a significant long statement as well?
So I agree with Sierra. I'm looking single digit sentence here. I think the judge is going to probably just meet in the middle between, the lower end of the sentence and the 11 years that the prosecution is asking for. So I would be comfortable saying probably 5-6 years is around where I think this will land. And like Sierra mentioned, the charges that he was actually convicted of are serious, but in the grand scheme of things, with respect to the RICO charge that he could have been facing, are far less severe than what he would have been facing. So I do think there's going to be a significant cut on the sentence. And the judge is going to give a statement, probably not an extraordinarily long statement, but a statement explaining his rationale, a statement that says, I've heard from both sides. I credit such and such from this side of the bench. I credit such and such from this side of the bench. I don't find these particular arguments persuasive. He's going to break it down a little bit, and he's going to give his rationale and then probably end with the actual sentence amount.
You tell me, Joe, is there a possibility he could really significantly downgrade this to 14 months, 16 months, 18 months? Why? Because he said earlier, after hearing the children, it was important to hear them. It was important to hear them. He just heard Sean Combs. His defense attorneys, almost all of them spoke. I believe almost all of them spoke. I don't know if that changed his consensus about this. You heard Sean Combs talk about the vile conditions he was in for over a year. Does that matter? Does that not? He wasn't convicted of the more serious charges, which, by the way, when you talk about Mann Act convictions and when they can reach the higher end of the scale, it's when they're usually coupled with a sex trafficking operation or a racketeering operation. There was violence a part of this. There were aggravating conditions a part of this. But are we looking at it the wrong way? Could the judge come back and shock us all and say 14 months, 18 months, Joe?
It's possible, but I don't think it's probable because, among other things, if he really deviates a long way down, I think he's going to have some explaining to do. And so he's going to explain himself anyway, right? But I don't know that people jump up and down and say, there's some people that really love Diddy. Diddy comes in too high. Oh my God, he gave him 8, 9, 10 years. The sky is falling. There might be a few people. I think there will be more people that may say that this was a slap in the face of the people that were the victims in this case, et cetera, et cetera, if he really deviates down a great deal. So I think where we end up arriving is still somewhere in the sentencing guidelines. I think we stay there. Now, it's possible. I don't think we're looking at it the wrong way, Jesse, but it's possible that despite how we're looking at it, judge being the judge can say that for some reason, this is an unusual circumstance. I think he's gone through enough. I'm compelled by him saying X, Y, Z. He was not convicted of those other crimes. I'm looking at it in light of the crimes that he was actually convicted of, et cetera, and arrive there. I don't think it happens that way.
Him saying, I want you to make an example of what a person can do if they get another chance. To me, that felt like a powerful statement, particularly, again, you go to this idea of the work that he's been doing inside. And if we take him at his word, he genuinely feels remorseful, wants to lead a different life, has the opportunity, the resources, the prestige, where people will listen and maybe they can change their lives. In that sense, if we take it all as true, there is a benefit there, but it doesn't negate what he did. It doesn't negate what he was convicted of. It doesn't negate that there are victims in this case. It's not a victimless crime. Sierra, we have this comment from It's Me Trish. He wasn't worried about his child or his children when he did all of this. Why should the judge worry about the child?
That's a hard one, because if we're talking about children, they're innocent in all of this. I mean, none of us really picked our parents. I'm sure Diddy's children, they didn't pick him as a dad. They just kind of, were born, and that's what it was. And so the kids are innocent if you're thinking about it in that way. They didn't choose their dad. They didn't choose that he would be caught up in all of this and go into the conviction. So if we're looking on that hand and that sort of thing, yeah, it is valuable to consider that these kids would be raised without their father, and that's tricky. However, to the point of whatever our viewer was who wrote in this question, was P. Diddy thinking about his kids when he violated the Mann Act, when he did this crime that he's now been convicted of? If he really was a great dad, we're showing the video here of him being, a caring father who's a family man. But was he thinking about his children when he was going through and, all of the allegations that we heard at trial a lot?
So sorry to interrupt. I want to let you know, Judge Subramanian is back. He has begun officially delivering his sentence. He says to the court, he says to Sean Combs, at the outset, I want you to understand, Mr. Combs, you are not being sentenced for acquitted conduct. So he's not being sentenced for racketeering. He's not being sentenced for sex trafficking. But under 3553, which, by the way, is the federal statute regarding imposition of a sentence, under 3553, I must consider many things. Mr. Combs, you are a self-made artist who has inspired community of color. Okay, so we're stopping right there. We're waiting for these updates to come in real time. Serena, does that I'm going to tell you, there's a but, right? Yes, you've done many things, but, and that might not be good for Sean Combs.
When a judge gives any sort of remarks like that, there's always a but. And when you start hearing good things, be prepared for the flip side, because it's coming. And I will say, to your earlier comments about turning life around, this is a very different type of crime than your typical one-day event. Yes, he was a great guy in certain other aspects of his life, perhaps, but he was living a lifestyle of these crimes. It's very different from a defendant who appears in front of a judge who had one bad day, right? Got robbed one person, got into a fight with one person and stabbed that person. This was a lifestyle.
Okay, another update. Judge says, we saw the video. The free game course in the MDC, the court hopes you continue to expand it. You are devoted to your family. The court, of course, considers the collateral consequences. The court has to consider all of your history here. And when that's true, by the way, the factors to be considered in imposing a sentence are I'm looking at the statute, the nature and circumstances of the offense, the history and characteristics of the defendant, the need for the sentence to be imposed, the kinds of sentences available, the kind of sentence and the sentencing range, any pertinent policy statement, the need to avoid unwarranted sentence disparities among defendants. So just looking for an update here. Okay. A history of good works can't wash away the record in this case. You abused these women. You used that abuse to get your way. Freak-offs and hotel nights. The evidence of the abuse is massive. I was sitting right here during the testimony. Joe, this isn't good for Sean Combs.
No, it's not good for Sean Combs, because he started off with good stuff and he says, but on the other hand, you know what I mean? Because to my mind, it could be different, but a lot of times you start off with the part, not with the part that you're going to end with. You know what I mean? Here's the good news, but here's the bad news, and here we are because of the bad news, as opposed to here's the bad news, and here's the good news, and here's where we are because of the good news. I think the order of things may dictate that, he's going to come at him, and it's not going to be a low-end type sentence.
Sierra, this is very consistent with what we talked about before, where that video was being played of Sean Combs, where you look at his history of helping others, you look at his works in the community. You and I had talked about it. The argument would be, yes, but at the same time, he was committing crimes. Or after his apology video for Cassie, he was accused of committing crimes. It seems that the judge is being consistent with this. And I apologize if I have to cut you off if the judge says something, but your thoughts?
No, please do cut me off because I want the updates as much as you do, Jesse, and so do our viewers. But I think it's confusing here, right? But two things can be true. P. Diddy can have all the love in the world for his children, and he can be a great dad to them. But on the other side of the coin, he did commit these acts, and it is violence. And I think the
Yep.
thing that was most telling to me from what we've heard. All right, let's hear that update, Jesse.
Sierra, I'm going to throw it right back to you, but this is the judge. This was subjugation. That is the reality of what happened. These offenses irreparably harmed two women. You plied them with drugs. Why did it happen so long? You had the power and resources to keep it going. You were more than a John. Again, Sierra, it was the idea of this happened so many times. I said I think that was something the judge was going to consider here.
And what he said very specifically is that I was sitting right here. I heard the testimony. And I think that is what is so vital when we were talking about the way that the judge was going to end up with all of this sentencing is the fact that it wasn't today he decided it. It wasn't in the 3 months that he had to go through and read all of those letters. No, it was when he was sitting there in the courtroom seeing Cassie and Jane and Mia and all of the testimony there that this happened over and over again. It wasn't, to your point, to what Serena said earlier, this wasn't a one-time thing. This was a pattern of abuse that the prosecution put on and displayed, and then here we have a conviction. And so I do think that all of this is kind of running through Judge Arun Submarinian's mind as he's coming forth, putting down this sentence, because, I mean, it's really hard to ignore.
All right, Judge, this just came in. A significant sentence is required to deter. You say you're sorry and you won't do it again. After Miss Ventura's civil lawsuit was filed, after the video was public, an investigation started. You had a brutal hotel night with Jane, punched her in the head. Serena, that is the key here. That is something we have talked about during the course of the day. It didn't deter him. There were significant episodes that came out after the investigation, after the apology. He was arrested with materials in his hotel room that would indicate a freak off. I think we're looking here at maybe 5 to 7. I don't know yet. What can happen any second, but I think we're looking at significant prison time here.
Yeah, I mean, I think the judge makes an incredible note that, you've had the chance to deter. You were not deterred. You were given an opportunity over and over again, specifically during the investigation, and you can't be stopped. And if you can't be stopped, I'm going to have to be the one to stop you.
Yep. And by the way, the judge has considered his history. He said about the fact that, he became Sean Combs after his father died. That is especially impressive given the early and violent death of your father and the trauma that must have left. So he's appreciating all this, but at the same time, he's hitting all the factors and he's talking about the evidence that came out during the course of this trial. He just said, Jane says he told her, take this pill, go out there, bleep his bleep him. I don't care. The court is not convinced this would not happen again. The court has considered the programs. They are outweighed by the trial record in this case. Now I'm wondering here, Joe, are we talking double digits?
I think we're going a little higher. We'll see how high we go. But 5 to 7 at least, and maybe even a little bit more. That's what it's sounding like. And there's an argument that the record supports that. Diddy was extra arrogant, and the length of time, I think, is incredibly persuasive and moving for the judge. Obviously, this is not something that happened once or twice and he got his hand caught in the cookie jar. This was built into what Diddy did. This was his culture, and he was truly lawless, just to put it where it really is. And so, the judge has been very honest about, I don't think that this deters you. And, I tell you, that tracks with me. Maybe we're all wrong, but to go off of what we've had happen and had said and had done and the trial record, that's not unreasonable for the judge to say that.
I am wondering also, Serena, if this is grounds for an appeal where the court says, I'm not sentencing you on racketeering or sex. Okay, hold on. Here we go. Exploitation and violence against women must be met with real accountability to promote respect for the law. Okay, hold on one second. I'm getting the sentence right now. Okay, here we go. Oh boy.
I'm sweating.
Exploitation and violence against women must be met with real accountability to promote respect for the law. The court reaches a few conclusions. 135 months would be more than necessary. Now, I don't know if that means that that's the actual sentence right now, but 135 months is over 11 years in prison. So over 11 years in prison would be more than necessary. That's what the judge is saying here, Serena. I don't know if that's the official sentence as of yet. We're waiting to get confirmation about that. But what does that say?
Well, just to throw that number out there like that means that at least he was considering the 11 years that the prosecution put forth, and maybe even more than that. It sounds like he's kind of tempering it, like that is more than necessary and it'll be less than the 11. But it also sounds like he at least considered it very seriously as an option.
Now I'm wondering, Sierra, are we talking 7 years? I mean, again, it's something we talked about earlier. Maybe the benefit of the family speaking and the benefit of the work that he's done. I'm wondering if 7 years is what we might be looking at. Again, I'm waiting for official confirmation on the sentence here, Sierra.
I think that is possible here, that maybe he's saying, okay, yes, the prosecution, the government brought forward this number of 11 years. Yeah, that is more than necessary based on, oh, we actually have an update, Jesse. I'm going to throw back to you.
Yep. A sentence over 11 years is not reasonable. So anybody that thought he would get 20 years, that's not happening. A sentence over 11 years is not reasonable. Even the probation department recommends a sentence less than half of that. But 14 months time served, that would not be sufficient. So he has rejected the defense's recommendation of 14 months. In other words, Diddy is not getting out of prison. He is not getting out of prison today. When he would, we're waiting. I'm not, it's not like I have these updates and I'm purposely delaying. I'm getting to them in real time as we are getting them. Sierra, so again, we're now looking at between 14 months and 11 years. But I guess, again, going back to this idea of we're looking at 7.
I mean, all speculation as of right now, but I think the most important thing is what you just said there, Jesse. P. Diddy, Sean Combs, is not getting out of jail today. And the 14-month recommendation that the defense brought has just been thrown completely out the window. The judge says, no, that's not sufficient enough. And I think what he's saying could be taken in a couple of different ways. One, that the 11 years is sufficient. Yes, I mean, based on your conviction here, because again, remember, this is a conviction. 11 years makes sense. It checks out. I agree with the prosecution. But to what Serena said earlier, perhaps, oh, and we do have a new update. Jesse,
I think we have the official sentence right now for Sean Diddy Combs. After being convicted of 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution, the judge has just said, here the data shows a wide variety of sentences. Weighing all of the relevant factors, the court determines that the sentence is 50 months of incarceration. So 50 months of incarceration is a little over 4 years. It's 4.16 years in prison. Now, that is a bit lower than what the range was of 5 to 7 years, Sierra. Let's start there. If I'm reading this correct, and we're talking 50 months, and I'm waiting for, we have another update coming in. I'm just waiting to see what it is. But right now, it appears that Sean Combs has officially been sentenced to 50 months of incarceration. So 4 years in prison. You talk about time served, right? About a year. Are we talking now then 3 years, right, Sierra?
Yeah, so about 3 more years based on the 1 year that he has already served. And I guess, I mean, it is a win for P. Diddy, and that the government asked for 11. You know, the recommendation was 5 to 7, which a lot of us guessed would happen. I mean, yes, he wanted to be out today. That was his goal. The defense, of course, wanting the 14 months. but 3 years compared to the 11 that the judge says, yeah, that's warranted. I mean, there's a huge difference in the range there, more than a decade versus less than half of a decade. We've got another update,
Yep.
Jesse, back to you.
Yep. Serena, Sean Combs was sentenced to 50 months of incarceration by Judge Subramanian, so a little over 4 years. That minus the 14 months already served. Is that the appropriate sentence, Serena?
Well, I'm sure Diddy is not thrilled to not walk out today, but he should be pretty happy with his defense team, because I think the judge giving less than half of the prosecutor's recommendation and also less than what the pre-sentence report had said is a win for him. I do believe that 4 years is a win in this particular case.
Joe, what did it? Was it his letter? Was it the letters of family? Was it the children speaking? Was it the work that he's doing behind bars? Was it the nature of these charges? You know, as much as we say that the judge was not convinced to throw out the charges, right? The defense put forward that motion saying transportation to engage in prostitution should be thrown out. This is not prostitution. It's protected by the First Amendment. The judge didn't buy it. But the argument, hey, he wasn't convicted of racketeering. He wasn't convicted of sex trafficking, just the prostitution charges, can't create a disparity based on other defendants who are sentenced. Maybe 4 years is appropriate and won't be overturned on appeal.
Yeah, I mean, I think he had to position this a certain way. And there's a couple things to figure in. First of all, we got to go back to the fact that the defense did an enormous job in getting him off of the most serious charges, right? So we're talking about something that's going to be smaller and it's going to be less time anyway. Next, there's a probation department recommendation, right? Which put things at a certain place. And it sounded like, even though the judge talked about how 11 years wouldn't have necessarily been unreasonable, and he said 14 months would have been entirely unreasonable if I am hearing it correctly, he still is in line in that he doesn't want to do something that'll necessarily be appealable, and he wants to arrive somewhere not too far afield from the recommendations themselves. And so again, here's Diddy in a situation where he did a lot better than he might have. And the day that he was found guilty of most of everything, it ensured that he would have a date that he would get home at some point anyway. So he will get home. He's better off than he may have been, than a lot of people would have been, even though he's not coming home today.
Serena, does he serve the full 3 years, or does he serve 85%? In other words, would he serve 2.5 years?
So there is opportunity for him to get out earlier on good behavior. And so the calculation is not exact. And time will tell whether he will be getting out with some time off from the full 3. I know it's a 4-year sentence. Obviously, the 14 months counts. You already deduct that. I mean, that's definitely coming off because he does have credit for the time served. So already it's less than the sentence that he's getting, the 4 years. But yeah, he could very easily be walking out sooner rather than later. So the children will have their father home sooner than they expected. And as Joe mentioned before, he can be on his comeback tour, in no time.
We had a poll up. What do you think Diddy's sentence will be? So 31% said less than 5 years. They were correct. It's interesting as we're processing the sentence of 4 years, time served 3, maybe 85%, so 2.5, 3 years to serve behind bars. I wonder if he's actually going to now have to serve it at the MDC because it's it's a lesser sentence than we were anticipating. I will say the court imposes a fine of $500,000, including to defray the costs of imprisonment. There is no restitution, but there is forfeiture as reflected in the order. There is a $5,000 fine under the statute and a special assessment of $200. Sierra, I go to you. This is interesting because I also wonder what the reaction is going to be outside that courthouse in a few minutes. What we're going to hear from the attorneys, what we're going to hear from supporters of Sean Combs, what we might be hearing from potential victims or people who are there opposed to Sean Combs. Are you seeing anything outside since the sentence has been read?
You know what's interesting, Jesse? After the verdict came down, you could feel it in the air. It was, intense. You could actually feel the emotion. Now that the sentence has been handed down, it seems to me like no one around us actually knows that it was handed down. I mean, it did
Wow.
just happen. We're probably one of the first ones to report it at all, but there's been no commotion. There's been no cheering. There's been no free Diddy, in support of Diddy. There's been no opposition to Diddy. That has been pretty interesting to me overall. I mean, as far as what we're going to hear from the attorneys, I said this about the verdict, and I'm going to say it about this too. I think it's a win for P. Diddy. I mean, the fact that he was up against this RICO charge, the racketeering conspiracy, had he been convicted of that, he could have faced essentially the rest of his life behind bars. Now he had pretty much the lowest charge that he was convicted of, this transportation to engage in prostitution. And now, based on what Serena is saying with the 4 years, and maybe he could serve less based on, good behavior, etc. I'm going to say that's a huge win for Diddy, especially when his life was in the balance. And I wonder if that's what we're going to hear. I wonder if prosecutors are going to say, we asked for the 11 years. The judge says it was warranted, and yet we didn't get the 11 years. And I wonder if the defense is going to say it's still too much. It's far too long. Get him out with his children. We're going to appeal. I mean, so there's still a lot ahead.
Well, first of all, the judge said this is, quote, hard time, but also indicated that he's going to have a life after prison. He'll be, 59, 60 years old, potentially, probably 59 years old. The judge says, I want to speak to the strong women who came forward. Miss Ventura and Jane, you've been through trauma we can't imagine. Miss Ventura said it was forced sex and degradation. I want to say, we heard you. You weren't just speaking to the jurors, but to other victims. You stood up to power. It's not easy. Violence behind closed doors doesn't have to stay secret forever. I know you still bear trauma, but you've taught us you don't have to stay a victim. Now, Serena, that is important. That's an important statement from the judge here, because there are those who will look at this and say, this is not enough time, that this doesn't recognize what the victims went through in a case like this, particularly Cassie, when we talk about the video that was shown. It's felt very deliberate on the part of the judge. But to be clear, the prosecution doesn't have grounds to appeal this. Oh, the judge said 11 years, gave 4. They can't fight this, right?
Correct. They can't. And I agree with you that it does seem like the judge was issuing a little bit of an apology to the women, to Cassie, to the victims for this sentence, which is an interesting point. I mean, the judge obviously knows that unlike most cases, this will be publicized one way or another. People will have very strong opinions about the fact that a 4-year sentence really calculates to basically like 2.5 more years in prison for a Diddy. Which does feel probably to the victims a little bit like a slap on the wrist. So I do think that that statement was necessary from the judge. I don't know that it's going to fix the feelings that Cassie and others may be feeling right now.
Joe, we have a question from Jane Elaine. The judge specifically mentioned that he exploited women, but that wasn't the charge. So does he have grounds to appeal and get the sentence overturned?
No, I don't think that he will. Again, there's a lot of crossover in terms of some of the things that occurred. It is, there's an argument. This is a form of exploitation, transferring somebody across state lines, transporting them for purposes of prostitution. So I don't think that there will be grounds just because of the words that he used in this context. And again, there's a lot of gray area here in terms of the crossover between the crimes. There are some larger statements to be made. Not every statement that he made is within the confines of the trial of what he was tried and convicted of. So in other words, if he was to say, for instance, Diddy, you've done some bad things. Well, yeah, he has done some bad things. And he's talking generally about the fact that he's done some things that are reprehensible, et cetera. So not every word he's going to use. I think there's an argument that he did exploit women. I think that it is a form of exploitation to transport someone across state lines, et cetera. So there's not going to be this technical violation for using that word as an example.
You think about what he's about to go through here, Serena. By all accounts, the way that he described it in his letter, today in general, it was hell. I mean, he went through a year of hell in that MDC. No, no sympathy there, but you think about what he's going to go through now, maybe potentially another 3 years of that, whether it's there or another facility. What is his life going to look like now?
Well, MDC is really a hellhole, like you mentioned. But the truth of the matter is, everybody who's incarcerated there goes through that, not just Sean Diddy Combs. You know, he does have this platform to kind of educate people now about the prison conditions and jail conditions, and that's great. But it's not like he's special. It's not like he's unique. Everybody who gets accused of a crime and detained while facing those charges has to go through that. His life is going to be not so great. I mean, if he goes upstate, it'll probably be better than it has been at MDC, to be honest with you. He'll probably have better treatment upstate than he's had at MDC. That being said, you know, obviously he's going to be isolated. He's not going to have his freedom. He's not going to have this publicity, you know, where he goes to court and everybody talks about him. So hopefully he'll have some time to reflect on all of this. Maybe he'll do some good back there. He'll help some fellow inmates, entertain them or whatever else it is. And then when he comes out, hopefully he'll be changed. But it does seem like quite a short period of time for him to be able to change behind the bars back there.
Judge Arun Subramanian just said this to Sean Combs, that he's likely in a dark place right now, but, quote, there is a light at the end of the tunnel. These letters, all those letters that I saw, show that you have a universe of people who love you. Let them lift you up now, just like you've lifted them up for so many years. Sierra, this is from a human point of view. I have to tell you, from a legal point of view, I'll tell you, Judge Arun Subramanian, throughout the course of this trial, I was very impressed with his rulings. I was very impressed with his demeanor, how he handled such a high-profile case with difficult subject matter. And to take the time to address both Sean Combs and to address the victims in this case in a very particular way, it says a lot about this judge. And I have to just tell you, from a personal point of view, I was very impressed with the way that he handled it. What's your take on this?
It's interesting that you bring that up, Jesse, because today, being back here in the Southern District of New York, I'm kind of going back in my mind and reviewing the case as a whole. I mean, I know I covered it every day. You did, Elizabeth did. So we all were kind of immersed in all of this. And I was thinking about how Judge Arun Subramanian really had the weight of the world on his shoulders today when it comes to the sentencing in terms of how much is at stake. And I was thinking back to all the rulings that he had previously made, and I thought that he was very diplomatic. I mean, I didn't personally see any sort of wild favoritism for one side or another. I thought that it was interesting today that he ruled that the victims were victims, that he was going to take into consideration some of the testimony in regards to, you know, the RICO charge, the racketeering conspiracy, in regards to this conviction on the transportation to engage in prostitution. But I do think he did a very good job of being fair, addressing Diddy, saying this isn't the end of the line for you. You said that you had remorse. You said that there was reform. You still can do that, while also acknowledging the huge amount of trauma that these victims have had to endure on a public stage, no less. This is, you know, one of the most high-profile cases we've ever covered here on Law and Crime, and I think he did so very eloquently.
So the judge, by the way, later on, we're going to have Elizabeth Milner out, and we're going to do a special sidebar episode with her because I want to know what it was like in that courtroom when this sentence was handed down. I want to know what it was like when Sean Combs delivered his words. So we're definitely going to get her on to talk about that. What I do want to say, I want to thank everybody for coming on, and I want to get some final thoughts. So, Serena, I'll start with you. It's been a long day. It's been a long 2 years since this all began, really. It's been a long trial. Your thoughts on this?
Well, I think it's the end of a very long chapter, as you said. I think that the trial was comprehensive. I think the sentencing date was comprehensive. Like, I do think that every single box was checked throughout this entire experience. It didn't feel rushed. It didn't feel like anybody dropped any balls, really. I mean, everybody fought for their side of the argument. And the judge, I agree with you, you know, was listening and made rulings throughout that seemed thoughtful and based on law. So look, I think that the judge came in with probably what he expected to say and didn't change what the sentence he anticipated giving was. I think that the sentence feels a little low, but I also understand that the defense did a nice job at making sure that Diddy was not convicted of the worst, and we're left with two crimes that really don't carry necessarily the lengthiest of sentences. So I think the judge tried to balance out everybody's arguments, look at the probation report, and kind of meet somewhat in the middle, but gave Diddy a little bit of a boost there.
Darling 618 asked me, Jesse, do you think this was fair? I don't know if fair is the word I would use. Do I understand it? Absolutely. Absolutely. This was not going to be a situation where he was going to get 20 years in prison. He wasn't convicted of the most serious charges. So without coupling that, without tying that to the prostitution charges, it mitigates it. It makes it less of a crime. But the amount of times that he did this, the level of violence that was used, the deception that was used, the aggravating factors that contribute to it, I understand that he's not getting out of prison today. I never, the idea of 14 months, it was a stretch. So it seems that from the statements from his family, the work that he's been doing, the impact he can have on the outside, it seems that the judge believes him, that he can be a force of good on the outside, that even deviating from the 5 to 7 range by a year, time served, 3 years, there are people who think it's too low. There's people who think it's too high. I will just say I understand it based on the law. Joe, I give you the word.
As it pertains to my thoughts, I thought that the judge was very fair all the way throughout, very thoughtful, did things the right way, and showed that he was thoughtful even when it came to this this final decision. There are victims here, and their job is to get through from day to day, even though with what they've gone through, they may never get over those things. And that's something that they always have to live with, and that my heart goes out to them because of that. Diddy was morally wrong all day long for all of these things. And on some level, he was legally wrong, but he had very good attorneys that ensured that he had a date. That means that one day he will get out. And the final thing that I'll say is that P. Diddy actually still has the opportunity to do everything he said he was going to do upon being released. It's not happening as soon as he wants it to, but take those same words that he just said to the judge and realize that basically the jury has already accepted that on some level, in that he was found not guilty on the most serious crimes, and he's going to get an opportunity to see if he's that guy, and he's forever changed, and he has learned his lesson. So years from now, we'll be able to have this discussion and say, did he really mean what he said at that point, or was he saying that just to get out in the moment? Time will tell. He still has every opportunity from a resource standpoint, even though he'll take a hit. If he doesn't have resources, he certainly knows how to get them. He can still turn this story into a positive. I don't believe his life is shattered as much as some of the victims are, to be perfectly honest with you. He has the opportunity to do everything he says he would do if he was released, because he's going to be released. So we'll see.
And let me leave it here. The judge had said to Sean Combs, your letter said you lost your way, but there's a true path to redemption here. What went wrong and what can be made right? And the judge told Sean Combs, I'm counting on you to make the most of that second chance. Joe Richardson, Serena Townsend, Sierra Gillespie, thank you all so very much for your incredible analysis and coverage. And Sierra, also a big shout out. You're out there with me for 8 hours today. Thank you so much. Really, really do appreciate it. And everyone out there, thank you for staying with us for our live coverage of the Sean Diddy Combs criminal case. It has been a pleasure to bring it to you. We will be back, as always, here on Long Crime with the biggest cases. I'm Jesse Weber. Have a great night.
So there you have it. 4 years plus. 12 times 4 is 48. 2 months, 50 months. Will he serve 50 months? I highly doubt it. I highly doubt that he will serve the full term. He will get out on good behavior. He's going to be ambassador in the prison. He's going to be giving speeches. He's going to be showing people how to be an entrepreneur. He's going to be giving up. They're like, oh, well, he's giving back. He's helping others. He's, you know, as many trite and impossible things that people say. They're just going to continue to harp on the fact that he, was a huge mogul, and the fact that he doesn't deserve to be in confinement anymore. He's not going to be in for the full 4 years plus. He'll be out with good behavior and time served. It won't be a thing. It will be a hop, skip, jump away into freedom. 4 years is going to go by fast, because just think about 4 years ago, 2021. Look how fast it got to 2025. So this is nothing. This is nothing. And like I said, he's probably going to do less than 4 years. And I was saying also, they should have him be a spokesperson for sex workers and to abolish the Mann Act, to abolish all laws against prostitution. That should be his main goal. That should be his fighting, battle cry, is to go against all laws against prostitution. That should be it. But he should still serve his time, because it's on the books right now. It's not like in slavery, because that was something supersede. Human rights and free will superseded the crime of running away or, keeping your children away from slavery, because it was a crime for you to be a slave and to run away or to get away or to go into the North and to be without papers, without proper documentation saying you were born free as a black person, most likely. This is different. It goes along the same line, because the Mann Act was, similar to racism. It was a little bit of racism baked into the Mann Act, because it was about a fear of black men taking white women across state lines. Then it kind of got into another place where it was all men, different no matter your race, taking people across state lines for sexual practices such as prostitution. So, in all, I'd like to thank everybody for being on this journey for just about 7 hours, coming up on it right now. I hope I got a lot of views. I hope I just got a few. I just got one subscriber, so I appreciate you all. I will see you sometime, maybe Sunday or Monday, depending on what's going on in my schedule. And I hope you have a great day or night. Take care.